What if the very fabric of heaven is woven with threads of chaos, and the angels you trust are merely pawns in a cosmic chess game? Forget everything you thought you knew about celestial beings. The 9 angelic choirs are not the serene guardians of the skies, they are the titans of an eternal power struggle, each choir vying for dominance while hiding secrets darker than pitch. In this celestial hierarchy, loyalty is a lie, and betrayal tangles like ivy around divine hearts. Ever wondered what happens when a seraphim whispers sweet nothings to a demon? Spoiler alert, it's not romance, it's a recipe for celestial catastrophe. Picture it, a choir singing hymns while red-hot stakes are driven into their angelic souls, laughter echoing through the heavens like a sinister melody. The higher you climb, the deeper the fall, one misstep could send you crashing through the clouds into the abyss. The thrones. The dominions. The virtues. Each choir is a venomous spider, spinning webs of intrigue in a world where divine light casts the darkest shadows. Every name has a price. Every favor has a cost. You think archangels are the heroes of this story? Think again. Even they are mere players on this blood-stained chessboard, their wings heavy with the weight of choices unmade and destinies rewritten. Why did Michael turn his back on the very throne he was meant to protect? What forbidden knowledge did Gabriel stumble upon, and who silenced him? The answers lie in the twisted corridors of heaven's highest halls, where ancient beings exchange more than just pleasantries. They barter with fate itself, a currency more volatile than anything you can imagine. Imagine secrets buried deeper than the Mariana Trench, waiting to claw their way into the light. Eons of whispers, the kind that keep even the bravest of hearts awake at night. A prophecy lost to time, wrapped in riddles that would drive even the sanest to madness. You think you're ready? You're not. You're teetering on the brink of an abyss, and the void stares back, hungry for souls, yours included. As the choirs clash and alliances fracture like brittle bones, one truth remains: chaos reigns supreme. The divine order is nothing more than a mirage, a flickering candle in the howling storm. Step closer. Can you hear the angels laughing? Can you see the glint of betrayal in their eyes? Their wings may shimmer in the light, but they cast shadows long enough to swallow worlds whole. So, ask yourself this: are you prepared to dance with the divine madman? Are you willing to sift through the ashes of lost prophecies and unearth the truth that could shatter your very understanding of existence? Because once you step into this world, there's no turning back. You've opened Pandora's box, and the angels? They're not the guardians, they are the hunters. Welcome to the celestial chess match, where every piece is a pawn, and the stakes, well, they're your soul. The thunder cracked like the sky was breaking apart, and I felt it in my bones, a visceral warning that something was stirring, something ancient and terrifying. In the shadows of the crumbling cathedral, I stood frozen, heart pounding like a relentless drum, eyes darting to the dark corners where flickering candles cast long, quivering shadows. It was an echo of a prayer long forgotten, a chant swallowed by the ages, whispering secrets that felt like a caress and a curse all at once. Mara was beside me, her breath quickening, each inhale carrying with it the scent of damp stone and impending dread. "Do you feel it?" she whispered, and the tremor in her voice mirrored the unease tightening my gut. I nodded, the weight of 1,000 unsaid words hanging between us. The air crackled with the unseen, a dread that wrapped around us like a shroud. It was magnetic, pulling us deeper into the heart of the unknown, daring us to confront what lurked beyond the veil of our fragile understanding. Then, there was Isaac, a man with darkness woven into the fabric of his soul, eyes reflecting the flickering flames like twin coals of despair. His hand shook slightly, and I wondered if it was from fear or something else, something deeper, something buried. "We shouldn't be here," he muttered, as if the very stones could hear him and would answer with their long-held wrath. But Mara and I exchanged glances, and I could feel the pulse of an unquenched thirst for knowledge, for the forbidden, coursing through us, a siren song we couldn't resist. What was it that drew us, that called us to this haunted sanctuary? A hope, perhaps, or a desperate need for answers. The roots of angelology twisted beneath our feet, entwined with the very essence of humanity, the yearning for the divine, the thirst for understanding what lay beyond our mortal coil. I remembered my grandmother's stories, the ones told in hushed tones late at night, about the celestial beings who whispered to the stars, who walked the earth in times of great need. Were those tales of salvation or harbingers of doom? A crash echoed from the far end of the nave, sending my heart racing. The sound shattered the silence, a reminder that we weren't alone. What was that? Mara gasped, her eyes wide with terror. Isaac's face paled further, the shadows deepening under his cheekbones. We need to leave. But I remained rooted, my body a prisoner to the weight of the moment, each heartbeat echoing the gravity of our choices. It felt like a confrontation with our own fears, a battle between the desire for knowledge and the instinct for survival. I could almost hear the pulse of the past, a rhythm that resonated with each breath, a dark melody of the lost and the found. There was something in the air, an electric tension, a promise of revelation. I remembered the stories of the fallen, the ones cast out yet still hungering for connection. Was that what we sought? A fragile link to a forgotten realm? As the shadows danced around us, I caught a glimpse of movement, something that hinted at the ethereal. A flicker of wings, perhaps? But it was gone in an instant, leaving only echoes of doubt swirling in the air. I could feel the weight of Mara's gaze drilling into me, an unspoken question lingering like smoke. Should we? The words barely made it past her lips, thick with uncertainty. Yes, I breathed, feeling reckless. We have to. The words were a reckless promise, a mantra that ignited something deep within me. The cathedral felt alive, as if it held its breath in anticipation of our next move. I was no longer just a witness, I was part of a tapestry woven through time, the threads of fate tangling around us in a dizzying dance. Then, the walls seemed to shudder, and the ground beneath our feet trembled as if the cathedral were awakening from a long slumber. I could feel the heartbeat of history vibrating through my bones, pulling me toward the altar at the center, a relic of forgotten sacrifices. I was consumed by the truth that this place held more than dust and stone. It was a crucible of dreams and nightmares, where the celestial met the earthly in a delicate embrace. Mara stepped forward, drawn by a force I couldn't comprehend. What's happening? She asked, voice trembling. I wanted to reach out, to pull her back, but a primal urge held me captive of an insatiable hunger for what lay beyond the veil. I remember, I started, but the words slipped away, lost in the chaos of the moment. The air thickened, a barrier between us and whatever truths waited in the shadows. We're not meant to, Isaac warned, but I could see the flicker of curiosity igniting in his eyes, just as it burned in mine. But what if, I dared to say, and it was a whisper that hung in the air, pregnant with possibility. The cathedral loomed larger, swallowing us in its embrace, the shadows whispering promises and warnings in equal measure. I felt the churning inside me, the conflict of wanting to flee and yet yearning to stay, to uncover the layers of history, the roots of angelology that stretched deep into the heart of our existence. That was when I noticed it, a glimmer in the darkness, a symbol of hope or despair, I couldn't tell. It pulsated like a heartbeat, rhythmic and alive. What is that? Mara's voice quivered, a blend of fear and fascination. I took a step closer, drawn to it as if it were a light in the abyss. I don't know, I admitted, but the truth was it didn't matter. We were standing on the precipice of something vast and incomprehensible, a horizon where the known and the unknown coalesced into shadows and whispers. In that moment, the air crackled with possibility. The cathedral trembled as if responding to our presence, holding its breath for what was to come. And just like that, we stood on the edge of revelation, teetering between light and darkness, minds racing, hearts pounding, consumed by the roots of angelology, entwined in the fabric of a destiny that was both terrifying and intoxicating. The silence returned, thick and heavy, but it was charged with the weight of our decisions, the ghostly echoes of the past mingling with the pulsating rhythm of our own hearts. We were here, standing at the threshold of something greater than ourselves, caught in a web of fate, time, and fear. What awaited us in the shadows? What truths would be revealed? The answers hovered just beyond reach, tantalizing and terrifying, demanding we confront the very essence of what it meant to be human. In that heart-stopping moment, the boundaries blurred between heaven and earth, and the roots of angelology whispered, beckoning us deeper into the abyss. The air was thick with the scent of burnt parchment and unkept promises, the light flickering like a heartbeat about to fade. I stood in the shadows of a crumbling library, the grand stained glass windows casting ghostly patterns across the floor. Outside, the storm raged, a tempest of thunder and rain that mirrored the chaos in my heart. I could hear the soft, anguished whispers of the past, weaving themselves into the fabric of the present, a tapestry of despair and longing that wrapped around me like a shroud. I remember the first time I saw him, a silhouette against the dark oak shelves, Victor, the ambitious scholar with eyes that held the weight of worlds, the kind of eyes that made you question your own existence. He was poring over ancient texts, words curling like smoke in the dim light. His fingers, stained with ink and despair, traced the lines of celestial hierarchies, angels and demons, saints and sinners, a cosmic battleground raging above us. I had always believed the heavens were a sanctuary, but Victor's brow furrowed with the burden of knowing. There was no peace among the stars, only a hierarchy of despair. "I can fix this," he muttered, desperation dripping from every word as if he were trying to catch rain in a sieve. If only they'd listen. But who would listen to a mere scholar? I was drawn to him, to the way he wrestled with the weight of knowledge, the swell of ambition crashing against the jagged rocks of reality. I remember the way he clenched his fists, the knuckles white with rage and frustration. He was a man haunted by the ghosts of forgotten knowledge, walking a tightrope between madness and revelation. Then there was Ilara, the ethereal artist. She drifted through the dim halls like a spectre, her paintbrush dancing across canvases that pulsed with life caught in the throes of death. Her spirit was as luminous as the stars she painted, yet darkness curled around her like a lover she could not shake. "Beauty and horror coexist, you know," she would say, her voice a melody that lingered in the air like the aftertaste of bittersweet fruit. "It's as if the stars whisper secrets to the shadows, and I'm just trying to capture that moment before it slips away." But with every stroke of her brush, I could see her unraveling, each layer of paint masking the reality beneath, a reality that screamed for acknowledgement, for validation. She painted the celestial hierarchy, beings of light and darkness intertwined in an eternal dance of power and submission. I watched her, heartache twisting in my chest as she poured her soul onto the canvas, each stroke a cry for freedom, a desperate plea to escape the confines of her own existence. "Why do we worship the stars?" she would ask, her eyes wide with a mix of wonder and sorrow. "Why do we elevate them when we are but dust beneath our own feet?" Her questions hung heavy in the air, filling the space with an electric tension that crackled like the storm outside. I wanted to answer her, to tell her it was because the heavens promised something greater, something beyond our painful reality. But how could I? I felt as lost as she did, trapped in a tempest of doubt and fear. As the storm raged on, we found ourselves caught in the eye of our own hurricane, the three of us bound together by a shared sense of urgency. Victor, with his relentless pursuit of truth, Ilara, painting the celestial chaos as it unfolded, and me, the reluctant observer, the one who felt everything but was paralyzed by the weight of it all. The air thickened with tension, every heartbeat echoing through the library like a warning bell. "Tonight, we summon the past," Victor declared, determination igniting his voice. "We will confront the celestial hierarchy, and we will demand answers." His words filled the room like a spark in the dark, igniting a flicker of hope within me. But with hope came the dread of what we might unearth. I remember the chill that crawled up my spine, the way it felt as though the shadows were listening, waiting. Ilara's brush froze mid-stroke, her gaze piercing through the layers of paint that shielded her from reality. "And if they answer," she whispered, fear lacing her voice. "What then?" I could see it in her eyes, a ghostly reflection of my own fears. The heavens were not as forgiving as we had imagined. We were mere mortals, and the cosmos held no obligation to explain itself. It was a tapestry woven with threads of fate, some bright, some dark, all intertwined in a celestial dance we did not yet understand. There we stood, on the precipice of revelation, the world around us fading into the background as we clung to each other, a fragile trinity caught in the storm of our own making. The library seemed to breathe with us, the shadows creeping closer as we prepared to confront the very fabric of existence. I remember Victor's intense gaze, the flicker of determination battling the flickering candlelight. "We will not be silenced," he declared, and I felt the weight of his resolve thrumming in the air, electrifying the space between us. As we began our incantation, the walls shuddered, the past bleeding into the present, shadows and light colliding in a crescendo of chaos. I could feel the celestial hierarchy shifting, the ancient spirits awakening, their whispers resonating in the very marrow of my bones. I held my breath, trembling between fear and anticipation, the world around us collapsing into a singularity of purpose. In that fleeting moment, suspended between worlds, I realized that we were not just seeking answers, we were becoming part of a larger story, a cosmic struggle echoing through time, a battle between light and dark, knowledge and ignorance. The storm outside mirrored our turmoil, and I could only hope that whatever we unearthed would bring us closer together, or tear us apart, leaving only echoes of our existence behind. And then it happened, the air crackled, the fabric of reality shuddered, and we stood at the edge of a revelation that would change everything. The storm erupted like a symphony of chaos, and in that moment, under the watchful gaze of the heavens, everything shifted. As the shadows danced and the light flickered, we stepped forward, hearts racing, minds spinning, on the brink of something vast and ungraspable. And in that pulse of eternity, we became part of the celestial hierarchy ourselves, woven into the tapestry of existence, our stories entwined forever, each heartbeat echoing through the void, a reminder that we were alive, caught between the stars and the shadows. The air was thick, a suffocating layer of anticipation draping over the world like a black shroud. A howling wind tore through the desolate streets of the ancient city, its echoing cries mingling with the whispers of those who'd long been forgotten. Shadows danced in the flickering torchlight, and in that moment, hearts raced in sync with the pounding drums of impending doom. In the marketplace, the scent of burnt offerings hung heavy, mingling with the acrid odor of sweat and fear. The night was alive with a pulse, a rhythm that promised chaos. I remember the look in Alizia's eyes, her gaze wide with the madness of a woman on the precipice of understanding something too terrible to bear. She clutched the last remnants of her tattered shawl, shivering not from the cold, but from the weight of knowledge. "They are coming," she whispered, her breath hitching as though every word was a confession to the gods themselves. Her voice cut through me, sharp and jagged, slicing open the darkness like a blade. The city's heartbeat slowed to an agonizing crawl, the dread palpable, thick as the smoke curling around the braziers. Then there was Cassian, the priest, a man of faith, yet torn by doubt, standing at the crossroads of desperation and desire, wrestling with the harsh reality that even his prayers might go unanswered. He was a man who once believed fiercely in the divine order of things, in the angels that graced the heavens with their light. Now, they felt like distant memories, haunting echoes of hope in a world turned to ash. Blood pounded in his ears as he paced, chanting prayers that tasted bitter on his tongue. What if the stories are true, Alizia? What if they are here to judge us? The tremor in his voice betrayed his facade, a man of the cloth confronted with the raw terror of the unknown. Judgment? Or salvation? Alizia shot back, her fear igniting into defiance. Who are we to choose the fate of what does not belong to us? Her words collided with Cassian's faith like storm clouds clashing overhead, creating a tempest, a swirling chaos that echoed throughout the empty alleys, where the ghosts of the past lingered, eyes wide with unearthly wisdom. Above them, the night sky was a tapestry woven with the glimmers of stars, ancient souls watching, waiting. I remember the way the universe felt in those moments, a cosmic joke, a cruel twist of fate where celestial beings hovered just out of reach, their wings whispering secrets that only the damned could hear. They shimmered, those ethereal creatures, like silver threads pulled taut between dreams and nightmares, promising salvation yet steeped in shadows. But who were these angels? Were they harbingers of hope, or merely the executioners of our fate? The lines blurred, the tension crackling like the air before a storm. Cassian clenched his fists, flesh against flesh, each heartbeat a drumroll leading to a confrontation with the very essence of divinity. What if they come to take us? To cleanse this city of its sins? His voice cracked, and Alizia felt it too, the weight of lost innocence, the heartbreak of a world out of harmony. I remember the stories told around the fires, she said, her voice a haunting melody weaving through the air. Of angels who descended like raindrops, soft as whispers, fierce as storms. But what if we're the ones who lost our way? What if we're not worthy of their grace? The haunting thought hung in the air, twisting around them, suffocating yet invigorating, like the heady scent of herbs burning in the night. The The shadows thickened, creeping toward them like the very hands of fate, urging them to confront their deepest fears. The city seemed to hold its breath, as if the walls themselves were listening. Beneath their feet, the earth trembled, a warning, a heartbeat of its own. Alizia turned to Cassian, eyes ablaze with determination. We must face them. No more hiding behind prayers or false idols. We need the truth, even if it shatters us. Or saves us, he countered, doubt lacing his voice. Their conflicting ideologies clashed like titans, a battle of faith and cynicism, light against dark. Can we even trust what we see? What if they are not angels, but something far more sinister? What if they revel in our despair? The universe felt vast around them, but within their hearts, a void echoed louder than the cosmos. Breath caught in their throats as the first piercing cry shattered the night like glass, an otherworldly sound that sent a shiver of terror rippling through the very core of their beings. It was a summons, a cry that beckoned the lost and the damned from their hiding places, and they knew they were not alone. The air crackled with energy, charged with the promise of confrontation, the echoes of 1,000 prayers ringing hollow. Alizia, we can't! Cassian gasped, but her resolve was a tempest, a whirlwind of desperation. She stepped forward, daring the shadows to consume her. If we do not confront them, we will perish in ignorance. Better to know than to live as ghosts. Her words ignited a fire in the pit of his stomach, awakening a part of him that had long been dormant, buried beneath layers of fear and doubt. Then came the realization, stark and raw, this was not just a battle against the celestial, but a reckoning with their very souls. I remember feeling the rush of 1,000 memories flooding into the moment, children laughing, lovers entwined, the scent of earth after rain. Each memory was a reminder of what was at stake, the moments that could be lost forever. The universe seemed to pause, holding its breath, waiting for their next move. The angels were coming. They would rise from the shadows, and whether they brought salvation or doom, one thing was clear, the time for hiding was over. And in that moment, as the night deepened around them, they stood together, two flawed souls at the brink, bound by fear yet ignited by the unquenchable thirst for truth. The dance of fate continued, neither of them knowing if they would become the light or the darkness in this ancient tale, but ready to face whatever awaited them in the depths of the night. The wind howled through the cracked windows of the old church, the kind where the air seemed thick with the scent of incense and something darker. I stood in the center, heart pounding, surrounded by shadows that danced like lost souls. A flickering candle cast eerie shapes on the walls, illuminating faces filled with desperation and longing. The echoes of ancient words lingered, heavy with meaning yet achingly distant. I remember the first time I felt their weight, how they seeped into my bones, into my very being, blurring the lines between faith and fear. Elena knelt at the altar, her fingers trembling as they gripped a frayed page from a forgotten Bible. The words glowed under her touch, as if the ink itself pulsed with life. Gabriel, the messenger, she whispered, the name a prayer, a plea, a lifeline to something just beyond reach. She was searching for answers, for signs that the angel she had read about could save her brother, caught in a spiral of darkness. Each night was a battle, a race against time, as nightmares clawed at her sanity. I remember the way he laughed, she had said, her voice a fragile whisper, cracking under the weight of memories. But now, her voice trailed off, swallowed by the dim light, leaving behind an abyss of sorrow. Across the room, Marcus leaned against the cold stone wall, arms crossed tightly over his chest. He was a man of questions, always searching for truth in the chaos. Angels aren't all light and glory, he said, his voice rough like gravel. They're messengers of dread too. They bring judgment. Have you read the plagues? The shadows around him seemed to shift, as if they were alive, wrapping him in a shroud of his own making. He had read too many texts, studied too many scriptures, and now he was haunted by the visions they conjured, angels wielding swords, delivering wrath. I remember the days before, he muttered, almost to himself, when I believed in their goodness. But have you ever seen the face of an angel? It's not what they tell you. Elena caught his gaze, a flicker of defiance igniting in her eyes. You're wrong. They're protectors. They guide us. But even as she said it, the uncertainty wrapped around her heart like a serpent, squeezing tighter. She remembered the stories, the comforting tales of guardians who shielded the faithful from harm. But the reality of her brother's suffering felt like a wound too raw to heal, an unending darkness that swallowed every glimmer of hope. The air crackled with tension, thick and suffocating. Outside, the night deepened, the moon a ghostly witness to their struggle. Time slipped, the clock ticking, each second echoing the heartbeat of the universe, a reminder that they were racing against something larger than fate. What if the angels were merely specters of their own making, projections of their fears and desires? What if they're just stories? Marcus pressed, his voice rising, desperate, seeking to shatter the fragile hope that hung in the air. What if they never come? But Elena's eyes burned with fierce determination. What if they do? What if I can summon him? The thought gripped her, a lifeline in her despair. I remember the rituals, the words that call them near. Her voice rang out, filling the empty space, a spark in the darkness, igniting the very air around them. She turned to Marcus, pleading. Help me. We can do this together. We can find him before it's too late. The weight of her plea settled over him like a shroud. Memories flooded him, the laughter, the joy, the innocence of their childhood. He wanted to shield her from the truth, but the darkness whispered secrets he could not ignore. You're playing with forces you don't understand, he warned, each word heavy with a mixture of fear and protectiveness. You're summoning something that may not want to be found. But what choice did she have? Her brother was slipping away, and the shadows seemed to flourish in the silence of unanswered prayers. She breathed in deep, the scent of burning wax mingling with her desperation, her heart a fragile bird fluttering against the cage of her ribcage. I remember his smile, she murmured, almost to herself, as if the act of remembering could conjure him back. I have to believe. Outside, the wind howled louder, a symphony of despair that rattled the stained glass windows. The night was alive with everything they feared, the ghosts of doubt swirling around them. You're right to feel afraid, Marcus admitted, his voice now softer, the hard edges blurring just a little. But we can't let fear drive our actions. We need to think. Yet as he spoke, a chill crept into his bones, whispering unsettling truths he could hardly bear to confront. Elena's resolve was unyielding. She rose to her feet, gathering the fragments of faith that still clung to her spirit. Then let's do it. Let's call him. Her voice was fierce, a battle cry against the shadows. The candle flickered wildly, as if in response to her urgency, casting fleeting images of angels in their wake, a momentary glimpse of glory amidst the chaos. All right, Marcus relented, surrendering to the unrelenting tide of her determination. But if we do this, we must be prepared for anything. He stepped closer, a sense of unity igniting between them, a fragile alliance forged in desperation and hope. Together, they would confront the darkness, wading into the depths of their belief, clawing at the very fabric of faith. As they began to chant, words spilling from their lips like blood from a wound, the air thickened, tension mounting. The shadows seemed to bend toward them, listening, watching, waiting. A crackling energy filled the room, a space where fear and hope collided, and for a fleeting moment, the world held its breath. But the darkness, relentless and hungry, loomed larger than their faith could contain. And as the echoes of ancient words filled every crevice, the candles flickered violently, threatening to extinguish the fragile light of their hope. The question loomed heavy, unspoken yet pressing: would they summon salvation or unleash something far more terrible? In that moment of uncertainty, the stakes became clearer than ever. Time stretched, each heartbeat echoing the weight of their choices in the theater of shadows, where angels and demons danced on the periphery of belief. There was no turning back. The night was only just beginning, and the true battle of faith awaited just beyond the veil. The air crackled with tension, a palpable hum that matched the frantic beating of my heart. Shadows twisted and danced in the dim light of the alley, where the scent of damp earth mingled with something far more sinister, something that felt like an omen. A figure stood at the end, cloaked in darkness, its gaze too penetrating, too knowing. I couldn't breathe. I could only watch, Frozen, as the two souls I cared for, bound by their own demons, spiraled into a confrontation that felt as inevitable as the sun rising over a blood-stained horizon. Evelyn, with her wild hair and defiant spirit, was a flame flickering against the encroaching night. She felt everything too deeply, a wound that would never heal. The burdens of her past clung to her like chains, wrapped around her heart, squeezing it tighter with every bitter memory. The way she stood there, fists clenched, lips trembling, her eyes betrayed a tempest of emotions. Anger, fear, but more than anything, a desperate longing to escape the classification that the world had thrust upon her. She was no longer just a girl, she was a warrior, a guardian of her own shattered dreams, yet tonight, darkness beckoned her like a thief. Then there was Marcus, his presence like a storm waiting to break. He held his secrets close, wrapping them in layers of bravado and charm, but I could see through it, see the cracks that formed when he thought no one was looking. He was a wanderer, lost in a cosmos of unfulfilled promises and promises never made. His laughter could light up a room, but behind that grin lay a chasm of despair, an aching void that echoed with the sounds of his own failures. As he stepped forward, voice steady yet quivering with unshed tears, I felt the weight of his heartache, an all-consuming sorrow that left him gasping for air, desperate for redemption. In that haunting moment, with the shadows watching and the silence filling the space between breaths, the confrontation began. Marcus challenged the dark figure, a representation of whatever horror lay beyond our fragile understanding. "You don't own us." His voice rang out like a battle cry, but as soon as the words left his lips, I knew that he was not just fighting for himself, he was fighting for Evelyn too. For the girl who had lost too much, who needed to believe that she could be more than the sums of her past. But the figure only smiled, an unsettling grin that sent chills cascading down my spine. "You think you can defy what was written? You think you can escape your fate?" The air thickened with an unseen weight, the shadows creeping closer, wrapping themselves around us like an embrace that suffocated instead of comforted. Evelyn, fierce and undeterred, stepped beside Marcus. "Fate," she spat, her voice sharp as broken glass. "You don't get to decide who I am. I am not your puppet, not your prisoner." I could see the fire ignite in her eyes, the way her spirit refused to dim in the face of such darkness. It reminded me of how stars burn brighter in the absence of light, a celestial dance against the black canvas of despair. Suddenly, everything shattered. A scream echoed through the night, and it was my own voice, rising from the pit of my gut. I felt the intertwining of their fates, the threads that bound us all. Shadows morphed, twisted into grotesque figures of what could have been, the angelic and the demonic, each vying for dominance in a world that often failed to acknowledge their existence. I could almost hear the whispers of the ancient classification, the orders that dictated who they were meant to be: the seraphim, high and mighty, the cherubim, guardians of innocence, the fallen who wandered aimlessly, eternally in search of lost grace. But Evelyn and Marcus stood defiant, two souls caught in the crossfire of celestial politics, refusing to be defined by either the light or the dark. "What if we refuse to be classified?" Marcus's words cut through the despair, a defiance so primal it set my heart racing. "What if we choose our own path?" The figure recoiled, its smile faltering, revealing cracks in its composed facade. There was a depth of emotion in their rebellion that stirred something within me, a flicker of hope in a world painted in shades of despair. I felt the weight of their struggles, their desires, how their hearts beat in sync with mine, each pulse an expression of defiance against an unforgiving universe. But the shadows kept whispering, reminding us of the classifications we wore like shackles. I remember the nights spent in dreams, navigating the labyrinth of thoughts that kept me awake, questioning every choice, every mistake. Time felt elastic, stretching and fraying, echoing in the dark corners of my mind. The cosmos was vast and unfathomable, yet here we were, tangled in our small lives, fighting against the invisible forces that sought to bind us. The figure advanced, darkness swirling like a tempest. It was terrifying, yet intoxicating, the culmination of every fear and every hope, an embodiment of our shared struggles. "You think you have a choice," it hissed, the voice slithering through my veins. "You think you can escape what you are." But Evelyn was relentless. "You don't get to decide what I am," she shouted, her voice rising above the storm. In that moment, she became more than just a girl battling her past. She became a beacon of defiance, a symbol of courage against the encroaching darkness. I wanted to reach out, to grasp her hand and hold on tight, to let our combined strength break the chains that bound us to the classifications of the angels. The air vibrated with energy, every breath a reminder of what was at stake. We were caught in the grip of something far greater than ourselves, yet we stood together, united in our refusal to be mere pawns in a cosmic game. The shadows writhed, the darkness recoiling, and for a fleeting moment, I felt the hope that surged through us, raw, unyielding, like a flame refusing to be extinguished. And then, just as quickly, the moment shattered again, fracturing into 1,000 pieces that lingered in the air like a lingering echo. The confrontation was far from over, a pulse that would continue to thrum in our veins, a tension that would weave its way through our lives, pushing us into the unknown. The figure lingered, a haunting specter etched in the fabric of our fears and desires, a promise of what lay ahead. I would never forget that night, the night we stood on the precipice of everything we feared, everything we longed for. As the echoes faded into the darkness, I knew this was just the beginning. The classifications of angels, the battles yet to be fought, the heart still to be mended, it all lingered in the air, heavy and electric, as we faced the shadows, ready to carve our own destinies. The night was a gaping maw, a void that pulled at the edges of reality, and in that moment, I was swallowed whole. I stood on the brink, the cold wind slicing through my skin, each gust a reminder of my heartbeat, steady, frantic, alive. Shadows danced around me, twisting and turning into grotesque shapes that whispered secrets only the dark could hold. I could feel him there, just out of sight, Thomas, my brother, trembling beneath the weight of his own grief. His eyes were wild, reflecting the flickering light from the torches, and in that haunting glow, I saw a man shattered by loss. "I can't do this," he gasped, stepping back as if the ground beneath him was a pit of despair. What if they come for us?" His voice trembled, carrying the weight of unshed tears. I reached out, grasping his hand, desperate to tether him to me, to reality. "We have to, Tom. They need us. The choirs, they are waiting." But as the words left my mouth, I felt the chill creep deeper into my bones. The choirs. 9 of them, each one a world unto itself, a melody that resonated through the cosmos. But what sang in harmony could also unleash chaos. I caught a glimpse of the heavens, a tapestry woven with starlight, and I wondered if angels could bleed. Before me, the horizon shimmered with an unholy glow, a beacon of hope and despair intertwined. I thought of Mary, the girl who had once danced in the meadows with us, laughter spilling from her lips like music. Now, she was gone, snatched by shadows, her fate a haunting echo in the stillness of night. I could still hear her voice, light and airy, calling for us to join her, but the memory was marred by the specter of her absence. "We have to hurry," I urged, my heart thundering like a war drum, each beat resonating with the fear that gripped my throat. "Before they realize we're missing." The choir loomed above us, a celestial specter, both beautiful and terrifying, and I felt the breath of the cosmos upon my skin. I thought of the ancient texts, the stories of celestial beings who walked among us, their wings brushing the very fabric of our lives, and I wondered, did they ever falter? Did they carry the weight of loss in their hearts like we did? Thomas shook his head, his fingers tightening around mine. "It's too late. The darkness is already here." And then, just like that, the air crackled with an energy that sent a shiver down my spine. It wasn't merely the cold, it was something more profound, a presence that shifted the very essence of the world around us. I remembered the tales of the seraphim, burning with the intensity of divine fire, the cherubim, guardians of sacred knowledge, and the thrones, who bound time itself. "Tom," I whispered, my voice barely a breath. "What if they're already watching?" The shadows deepened, swirling like a tempest, and I felt their eyes on us, filled with ancient wisdom, perhaps pity. They were not mere creatures of light, but sentinels of fate, weaving our stories into the grand fabric of existence. I could almost hear their voices, reverberating through time, a haunting chorus that pulled at the seams of my sanity. "I can't let them take you," he rasped, breaking me from my reverie. "I won't." His face was a mask of determination, but beneath it lay a vulnerability that struck me to the core. How had we come to this? How had the bond of brotherhood, forged in laughter and mischief, turned into this desperate dance with fate? I felt the weight of my own fears swell within me, memories crashing against the walls I built to protect my heart. I remembered the laughter of our childhood, the carefree days spent chasing dreams, and now the specter of death loomed so close. "We'll fight," I said, my voice stronger than I felt. "For Mary. For us." But even as I spoke, I felt the tightening knot of dread. The choirs were restless, their melody a haunting symphony that echoed in my mind. I could almost see them, ethereal forms hovering at the edge of my vision, waiting, watching, judging. As we stepped forward, the air thickened, and the shadows shifted ominously. It felt as if time itself held its breath, caught in the tension between sorrow and resolve. I could hear the whispers of the past, the echoes of dreams and nightmares intertwining in a cacophony that threatened to consume me whole. And then, without warning, a figure emerged from the darkness, a silhouette that sent a jolt of recognition coursing through me. It was Mary, or at least the ghost of what she had been, her essence flickering like a dying star. "You shouldn't have come," she whispered, each word dripping with sorrow, a reminder of the choices we made that led us here. "Mary!" I cried, my voice a mix of hope and despair, my heart racing as I reached for her, fingers grasping at the intangible. But she was slipping through my fingers, evaporating like mist. "Don't leave us." But she was already fading. The shadows around her thickened, and I could see the choirs gathering, their ethereal wings unfolding in a violent display of light and darkness. "You must choose," she said, her voice barely a whisper now, a haunting melody that tugged at the core of my being. "You must choose before it's too late." The ground trembled underfoot, a warning tremor that echoed in my chest. I felt Thomas beside me, his presence a steadying force, but I could also sense the conflict raging within him. He was fighting against his own demons, clinging to the remnants of hope, even as the shadows threatened to engulf us. "Mary," I whispered, lost in the web of memories and emotions, the weight of grief pressing against my chest. "What do we do?" And in that moment, as the darkness conspired around us, I realized that we were not just fighting for ourselves, but for all those who had come before us, the lost souls who wandered the realm of shadows and light. The choirs were more than celestial beings, they were the keepers of our stories, the witnesses to our pain and triumphs. "I remember," I said, my voice trembling with newfound resolve. "I remember everything." As the echoes of our past swirled around us, I took a step forward, toward the looming choirs, my heart pounding with a fierce intensity. Together, we would face the darkness, and in the face of oblivion, perhaps we could find the light. A cold wind howled through the cavernous expanse, rattling the very bones of the earth. Shadows flickered in the dim light, stretching like ghostly fingers, grasping at the edges of consciousness. I stood there, heart pounding, as the air thickened with an electric tension. The seraphim were near, I could feel their luminous presence, a haunting energy that both terrified and exhilarated me. What madness had led me here? A whisper of fate, perhaps, or the reckless pursuit of some transcendental truth. I remember the first time I saw them, a vision seared into my memory, a blistering light bursting forth from the gloom, malevolent and divine all at once. They were the messengers of the forgotten, the heralds of a distant grief that echoed through the ages, and in that moment, I stood frozen, caught between reverence and dread. The seraphim, with 6 wings of burning flame and eyes that burned with the secrets of the cosmos, were not mere beings of light, they were the embodiment of celestial anguish. Kale was beside me, his face a mask of despair. He always wore that look, as if the weight of the world sat permanently on his shoulders. "We shouldn't be here," he said, voice trembling, barely above a whisper. His eyes darted, scanning the darkness as if the very shadows were alive, waiting to consume us. Fear curled around him like smoke, a palpable thing. "This is madness." "Madness is all we have left," I shot back, breathless, my resolve shaking but unyielding. There was something intoxicating about the danger, a pull I couldn't resist. The seraphim were not just a myth, they were the flickering candle in a room full of smoke, offering a glimpse of truth amidst the chaos. I didn't want to look away. Then there was Myra, standing a few steps ahead, her back straight and defiant. Her spirit had always burned brightly, a beacon in the darkest of nights. But tonight, that fire flickered, threatened to extinguish under the weight of uncertainty. She turned to us, eyes fierce yet filled with sorrow. "If we turn back now, we'll never know," she said, her voice steady, though I could hear the tremor beneath. "What if they can help us?" Help us? The very thought sent shivers down my spine. I remembered stories, fragments of nightmares woven into the fabric of my childhood, tales of the seraphim crafting destinies, but at a price that left scars deeper than flesh. And yet, a part of me yearned for the confrontation, to face the ineffable, to lay bare my soul before these radiant beings. The air crackled with anticipation, and time warped around us. I could feel the heartbeat of the world, a rhythm that matched my own. And then, as if summoned by our shared trepidation, they emerged from the shadows, brilliant figures that seemed to combine the essence of fire and ice, light and shadow. Their wings unfurled like a dawn breaking over a darkened landscape, illuminating the fears entwined in our hearts. Cale gasped, stepping back, his bravado evaporating in the face of such overwhelming beauty. "They're beautiful," he breathed, a mix of awe and terror painted across his features. But I saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes, a reminder of what lay behind that beauty. A reminder of the burden we carried, the choices we had made that led us to this moment. Myra stepped forward, her voice trembling yet bold. "We seek guidance," she implored, her words hanging in the air like a fragile glass ornament, ready to shatter. "We need your help to find our way." The seraphim regarded us, their eyes burning with an ancient wisdom that pierced through the veil of our souls. I felt exposed, my innermost fears laid bare, my longing for understanding, for purpose, for something beyond the mundane drudgery of existence. But there was also a chilling realization: their help came with a cost, one that could fracture the very foundation of who we were. In that breathless silence, I remembered. Memories flooded back, my mother's laughter echoing through our small, dimly lit home, the warmth of her embrace. But there was also the smell of decay, the stench of loss that clung to our lives like an unwelcome shadow. I had lost so much, and now I stood at the precipice, ready to gamble everything for a glimpse of clarity. Myra was crying now, tears streaming down her cheeks, fragile and radiant like the first drops of rain after a long drought. "Please, we need to understand the pain that binds us." Her voice cracked, laden with desperation. I wanted to reach out, to tell her it was okay to be afraid, that the silence of the seraphim echoed the fears we all shared. Fear of what lay ahead, of the choices that could lead us to salvation or destruction. Cale's voice broke through my reverie, raw and unfiltered. "What do you want from us?" The question hung heavy in the charged air, an unspoken acknowledgement of the danger that loomed. The seraphim's wings shimmered, an ethereal dance of light and shadow, and I could see the flicker of laughter hidden beneath their celestial veneer, a cruel twist of fate. Then, in a heartbeat, everything changed. The ground trembled beneath our feet, a violent reminder of the stakes. The seraphim drew closer, their gaze intense, and I felt the heat of their scrutiny, a thousand unspoken words swirling around us like a tempest. I grasped Myra's hand, squeezing tightly as if to anchor her in this storm, while Cale staggered back, swallowed by the shadows creeping closer, their presence an eerie harbinger of despair. It was then I understood, we were not merely seeking guidance, we were standing at the edge of a cosmic battle, our very souls entwined with the fate of existence itself. In the face of their brilliance, we were but whispers in a cacophony of thunder, and the seraphim were the storm. "Will you embrace the darkness to find the light?" they seemed to ask, and I felt my resolve waver, the weight of that question crashing over me like a tidal wave. What would I sacrifice? What would we all sacrifice? As their wings enveloped us in a radiant glow, I realized there was no turning back. The moment expanded into eternity, fractals of time spinning around us, whispering promises and threats alike. The seraphim loomed larger than life, an embodiment of everything we feared and yearned for, and I could only hold on to the fragile threads of hope as the darkness danced just out of reach. "Help us," I pleaded, as the shadows crept ever closer, tightening their grip on our hearts. But even as I spoke, I knew there was no answer that would come without a price, and the cost of that answer loomed larger than the very cosmos itself. The air in the cathedral was thick, a tangible weight that pressed against the skin like a shroud. Shadows clung to the stone walls, flickering in the wavering light of candle flames, sickly and uncertain. A low hum pulsed through the nave, a vibration that felt almost alive, as if the ancient structure itself were whispering secrets of the divine and the damned. In that moment, I stood frozen, heart racing, as if the very ground beneath me were quaking, shaking loose the foundations of belief and reason. The seraphim, those radiant, fiery beings of pure light, hovered in the recesses of my mind. They were the guardians of the sacred, celestial entities that spoke of purity and love, yet, in their brilliance, I sensed an undercurrent of chaos and fear. Their wings, too beautiful for the mortal gaze, could also slice through the very fabric of existence. It was a contradiction that gnawed at my soul. I didn't just see them, I felt them, an electric presence that both dazzled and terrified. Beside me, Elise trembled. Her fingers, pale and trembling, gripped the edge of the pew as if it were a lifeline. I could see the fear in her eyes, the way they darted around the vastness of the cathedral, searching for an escape, any escape. "They say you can hear them crying," she whispered, her breath hitching. "The seraphim. Can you hear them?" I wanted to tell her that I didn't hear cries but rather the echoes of lost hopes, the unquenched dreams of souls who had wandered too close to the light. "It's just legends," I said, though even I didn't believe it. Who was I kidding? We were standing at the edge of something monumental. The air pulsed with a low, haunting melody that seemed to emanate from nowhere and everywhere. It felt like a heartbeat, echoing in tandem with my own, thump thump, thump thump. The melody danced around us, curling into our ears and tugging at our hearts, pulling us ever closer to the brink. I caught a glimpse of Thomas, his face drawn and gaunt, eyes wide as if he were witnessing the very fabric of reality unraveling. He had once laughed at these tales, his bravado a shield against the primal fears that gnawed at the edges of our minds, but now he was silent, a man cracked beneath the weight of his own disbelief. I could see the shadows shift behind him, flickering like the tail of a comet. "We shouldn't be here," he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. "This place, it's wrong." I remember thinking that the shadows were more than mere darkness, they were fragments of memories, dreams too heavy to bear. They were the echoes of those who had come before us, lost souls who had gazed upon the seraphim and been forever changed. I could almost hear their voices, a cacophony of longing and despair, harmonizing with the ethereal melody that resonated in my bones. "Do you think they know?" Elise asked. Her eyes shone with a mixture of terror and curiosity, the kind that pulls you toward the edge of a cliff just to see how far you can fall. "Do you think they see us?" And in that moment, I felt it, the certainty that perhaps they did. Perhaps the seraphim were not just distant figments of our imagination, but sentient beings aware of our presence, our fears, our failures. In their gaze, I saw my own reflection, a flawed, trembling figure in search of redemption. I could feel the heat rising, a wildfire igniting in my chest. "Elise, we need to leave," I said, almost pleading, but it felt futile against the magnetic pull of this sacred space. The walls were closing in, the shadows shifting, and the melody crescendoed into a chaotic symphony that threatened to consume us whole. As if summoned by our collective fear, the air crackled, and a figure appeared in the flickering candlelight, the ethereal silhouette of a seraph, its wings unfurling like flames licking the night sky. Time stretched, an unbearable tautness, as we stood transfixed, held captive by its luminous presence. Thomas gasped, the sound shattering the spell that had bound us. "It's beautiful," he breathed, his voice now a mixture of awe and dread, a confession of his own vulnerability. "But it feels wrong." And it was wrong. The beauty was grotesque, the wings a paradox, a violent grace that promised salvation yet whispered of destruction. I could feel the tension thrum in the air, a taut rope ready to snap. The seraph's gaze burned through me, stripping bare my soul. I felt exposed, raw, but also inexplicably seen, as if I were more than just flesh and bone, more than just a collection of fears and dreams. "I remember," I murmured, the words tumbling out unbidden. "I remember the stories of the seraphim, how they fell, how they burned." The shadows danced, a wild frenzy around us, and I was lost in the memories, the tales my grandmother spun in hushed tones, the way she spoke of angels and demons, light and shadow. How did one exist without the other? Elise's grip tightened on my arm. What if we're meant to choose, she said, voice trembling. What if they're here to test us? The melody swelled, a storm crashing against the shores of our hearts, and I understood then that this was no mere encounter, it was an ultimatum. The seraphim summoned the deepest parts of us, the fears we buried, the desires we suppressed. I felt the ground shift beneath my feet, a churning ocean of despair and hope, pulling me toward the unknown. Choose, then, I whispered to the darkness, my voice barely a breath against the rising tide. Choose to burn or to be consumed. And as the light swelled, I caught a glimpse of something terrifyingly beautiful, an invitation, a promise, a threat. The shadows writhed, and I could feel the seraph's gaze piercing through the veil of my existence, drawing out my innermost truths. It was then I realized, we were not just witnesses but participants in this sacred dance of light and darkness, caught in the relentless grip of fate and desire. A flicker of hope ignited in my chest, even as the shadows laughed around us, echoing the dichotomy of our existence. We were all flawed beings yearning for something just beyond our grasp. The seraphim loomed larger, a reflection of our own struggles, our own soaring ambitions and crushing failures. As the tension reached its pinnacle, the melody soared to a fever pitch, an explosion of sound and light, a moment suspended in time, and in that heartbeat, I knew there was no going back. Each choice laid before us, each flickering possibility, pulsed in the air, a reminder that we stood on the precipice of something profound and terrifying. And within that pulsing chaos, I felt the inexorable pull of the seraphim, a siren's call that threatened to consume us whole, pulling us deeper into the unknown. Would we emerge as the light or be swallowed by the shadows? The answer was just beyond reach, dancing tantalizingly in the corners of our minds, as the cathedral's heart beat on, echoing the questions we dared not voice. A storm rumbles overhead, muffled voices echoing in the distance, shadows flit across the jagged stones of an ancient cathedral. The air crackles with tension, and it feels as if the world holds its breath, waiting. A single flickering candle sputters, casting long fingers of light and darkness. Lila stands there, trembling, heart pounding like a war drum, the weight of centuries pressing against her chest. She feels the chill of the stone beneath her fingertips, a cold reminder of the past, the history of despair and knowledge that surrounds her. I can't do this, she whispers, but the very stones seem to echo back, a chorus of doubts, of wisdom lost. The shadows gather tighter around her, and within that darkness lurk the cherubim, guardians of divine wisdom, they say, but wisdom has a way of cutting deeper than any blade. Lila's friend, Graham, crouches beside her. His eyes are wide, shining with fear and something more, a flicker of hope or madness, she cannot tell. We have to, Lila. They're watching. He points, fingers trembling, towards the arched entrance where a pair of glowing eyes flickers in and out of focus like distant stars lost in the night. Every heartbeat reverberates in her bones. She remembers the stories, whispered tales of those who dared to seek the cherubim and were left hollow, their essence devoured by the very wisdom they sought. What if we're not meant to know, she breathes, the words barely escaping her lips, heavy with the weight of her ancestors' silence. Graham's laugh is brittle, laced with the kind of edge that only fear can forge. And what if we're destined to? Think of what we could learn. His passion is intoxicating, a sweet poison that mingles with the air between them. But Lila can't shake the feeling that knowledge is a double-edged sword, and in the depths of her heart, she fears she'll be cut by it. Outside, the rain begins to pour, a torrential downpour that drowns the world in a cold embrace. The sound is deafening, each drop like a hammer on the roof of reality. Lila closes her eyes and feels the cosmos above, spinning, indifferent to their plight. Time slips like sand through an hourglass, and she knows they are running out. Graham, I remember, she starts, but the memory slips away like smoke, as if the very act of recollection is being punished. Memories of laughter, of warmth, of moments that felt eternal, now extinguished by the looming specter of what they are about to face. I remember, she murmurs, as if trying to stitch the torn fabric of her heart back together. But the words fall flat, echoes swallowed by the cathedral's cold embrace. And then, without warning, the shadows shift, coalescing into forms. Glimmering wings, ethereal and terrifying, emerge from the darkness. The cherubim, guardians of wisdom, their faces obscured, a dance of light and shadow. They are beautiful but dreadful, a paradox wrapped in an enigma. Lila's breath hitches, the air around them thickening, a palpable force that presses against her chest. Suddenly, her mind races back to simpler times, a sunlit afternoon, the smell of fresh bread wafting through the air, laughter ringing like bells, the sweetness of existence unmarred. I can't let this end here, she thinks, the turmoil in her heart igniting a fire. Not without trying. Graham's hand finds hers, warm and steady, grounding her. Whatever happens, we face it together, he promises, but the tremor in his voice betrays him. He's scared, too. The cherubim move closer, and their presence is a storm, a whirlwind of thoughts and memories, a cacophony of truths that clamor for attention. Lila can feel the gravity of their gaze, piercing her soul, demanding answers only she can provide. Time stretches, warps. They are no longer in the cathedral, they are standing on the edge of a cliff, abyss stretching below them, the sky swirling with colors unseen. What do you desire? A voice sings through the chaos, haunting and sweet, reverberating in the marrow of her bones. I want to understand, Lila cries out, words tumbling over one another, a desperate plea that echoes into the void. I want to know what it means to be alive, to feel, to love. I want, but the cherubim interrupt, their voices a symphony of understanding and dread. To know is to bear the weight of all choices, to feel the echoes of every decision. Are you prepared for the burden? The question hangs heavy in the air. Lila's heart races. She thinks of her family, her friends, the world she loves. Could she handle the truths that hide in the shadows? The clock ticks mercilessly, the sound a reminder of her fleeting moments. Graham, she turns, eyes wide, filled with a storm of emotion. I can't do this without you. Not now, not ever. He nods, determination igniting in his gaze. Together, he repeats, and the word crackles with resolve, binding them amidst the shadows. The cherubim scatter, a flash of brilliant light illuminating the cathedral walls, revealing ancient inscriptions and forgotten wisdom etched in stone. Lila feels the weight of the world pressing down on her, a collision of past and future, of choices unmade and paths untaken. And then, as their wings unfurl, the air thickens with anticipation, a promise of revelation hanging in the charged atmosphere. What will you forsake? They whisper, their voices laced with ancient knowing. The moment stretches, a taut string ready to snap. Lila's breath quickens, a fierce heartbeat that matches the rhythm of existence itself. Around her swirls a tempest of emotions, fear, longing, and an insatiable hunger for truth. She knows she stands on the precipice of something monumental, a reckoning that may drown her or set her free. All she knows is this, with Graham at her side, they are not just seekers, they are warriors of their own fate, ready to face the unfurling darkness, the unyielding light. They are alive, and in this moment, that is enough. The walls vibrate with an echo of laughter, the sound of a distant dream, a reminder that, perhaps, wisdom is both a gift and a curse. And as the storm rages on outside, the cherubim hover before them, ready to unveil the truth, and the shadows close in tighter, the line between knowledge and oblivion blurring into a dark embrace. Lila steels herself, heart pounding, every breath a whisper of defiance. Whatever comes, we meet it together. And thus, the moment hangs in infinite suspense, poised between light and dark, knowledge and oblivion, as they prepare to step into the unknown. The night was heavy with silence, a shroud draped over the world, smothering sounds until only the faintest whispers of the wind could escape, like a secret held too tightly. Beneath the inky sky, a figure stood at the edge of a forgotten town, heart pounding like the war drums of an ancient battle. Alia, a scholar of sacred texts, trembled as she clutched a weathered tome, its pages crumbling like the resolve of the beleaguered. Her breath came in ragged gasps, each inhalation a plea, each exhalation a prayer to the unseen forces that loomed like shadows in the periphery of her understanding. I remember, she whispered to herself, hands trembling, the stories of the cherubim. Their names echoed in her mind like incantations, fiery guardians, messengers with wings that spread like the horizon, fierce protectors of secrets that lay buried beneath centuries of dust and despair. But this was no ordinary night. The fabric of reality felt fragile, and Alia sensed a rift, a thinning of the veil between worlds, an invitation to chaos. Across the cobbled street, shadowed by flickering lamplight, crouched Elias, a former soldier, now a man haunted by more than just the ghosts of war. His fingers twitched, memories clawing at his mind like phantoms. He could feel the weight of the cherubim's gaze upon him, those angelic beings whose very existence was both a promise of safety and a portent of doom. "I remember," he murmured, the words tasting bitter, "the day I lost everything." The town whispered its own secrets, an unsettling blend of hope and dread. Wisps of fog curled around the corners, ghostly tendrils reaching out as if to grasp hold of the living. Alia and Elias, two souls entangled in their own spirals of despair, felt the pulse of the universe quicken, the air thickening with anticipation. With every heartbeat, Alia's resolve strengthened. She had discovered something, a connection between the cherubic figures depicted in the ancient texts and the calamities that swept through humanity like a plague. The text spoke of them not just as guardians, but as arbiters. How could such divine beings serve both mercy and wrath in equal measure? Her mind raced, images flashing like lightning strikes, flashes of judgment, of fire, of light so pure it burned. "I need to know," she shouted into the void, voice trembling yet defiant. The wind responded, chilling her skin, wrapping around her like a lover who had turned into a monster. And then, a flicker of movement. Out of the shadows stepped Seraphina, a figure draped in darkness, her eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. The embodiment of confusion and clarity, she held the key to Alia's relentless pursuit. "You seek the truth," Seraphina announced, voice melodic yet edged with steel, "but truths can fracture the mind. Are you prepared to face what the cherubim reveal?" Alia's heart raced, fear and excitement warring within her. "I have to know, even if it shatters me." Elias stepped forward, drawn by the magnetic pull of Seraphina's presence, the dark and light woven into her being like a tapestry of ancient myths. He could feel the haunted echoes of the battlefield within him, the faces of friends lost, the blood that painted memories in shades of red. "What if the revelations lead to more pain?" he asked, voice trembling, raw wounds still festering beneath the surface. "Pain is the crucible of understanding," Seraphina replied, her smile both inviting and terrifying. "The cherubim do not deliver only what the heart desires. They strip away illusions, leaving you bare." Alia felt the weight of her own fears clawing at her throat. "What if we're unworthy?" The thought clawed at her insides, a truth she was terrified might be real. "What if we're condemned?" "Condemnation is the heart of paradox," Seraphina said softly, her voice a soothing balm to Alia's frayed nerves. "But within condemnation lies the possibility of redemption. They judge, yes, but they also guide." Elias's heartbeat pounded in his ears. The weight of his past loomed over him like a storm cloud threatening to unleash its fury. How can we trust them? An ember of doubt flickered in his chest, a reminder of betrayal, of alliances shattered by the very hands that were sworn to protect. But Seraphina's eyes gleamed with an intensity that rivaled the stars. "You don't trust what you cannot see. The cherubim are not mere guardians, they are reflections of our inner turmoil. They show you your soul in all its glory and horror, and in that revelation lies the path to true freedom." Alia and Elias exchanged a glance, a silent acknowledgement of the storm raging within. They were bound by despair, yet tethered by the fragile thread of hope. Each step toward the truth was a step away from their nightmares. As they moved closer to Seraphina, the air crackled with unspoken tension, a palpable electricity that surged through their veins, igniting a fire long buried beneath layers of guilt and sorrow. "I remember," Alia breathed, her voice quaking, "the stories of those who dared to confront the light. They were never the same again." "But what is a life unlived?" Elias countered, desperation creeping into his tone. "What is existence without the risk of losing everything?" And at that moment, the wind shifted, carrying with it the whispers of the ancients, a chorus of voices, echoing through the ages. The town shivered beneath their feet, and the shadows began to dance, hinting at the cosmic play that had been set in motion. The night deepened, the stakes rising as the clock's hands ticked down toward a climax that would redefine their very souls. The cherubim watched, unseen yet ever present, waiting for the moment when the fragile balance between the known and the unknown would shatter, releasing a catharsis that would ripple through time like a stone cast into still waters. The air thrummed with anticipation, the boundaries of their reality bending, warping, as they stood on the precipice of revelation. With hearts pounding and souls ignited, Alia, Elias, and Seraphina stood prepared to face whatever came next, knowing that the cherubim were not just guardians of the sacred, but harbingers of a truth that could transform the very essence of who they were. The air crackles with tension, a brittle silence hanging heavy as shadows stretch across cobblestone streets lit only by the flickering of torches. I stand at the edge of the square, heart pounding like a war drum in my chest. The scent of damp earth curls into my nostrils, mingling with the metallic tang of fear. The sun has barely dipped below the horizon, yet a darkness far deeper than the night has descended upon us, thick enough to choke the breath from my lungs. They are here. The thrones. The very embodiment of divine justice, their presence a storm that rumbles in the distance, and I can feel it, the weight of judgment inching closer. People gather, eyes wide with a cocktail of hope and dread, yet none dare speak. I remember when hope had been a star in my sky, a bright, unwavering light. Now, it feels like a dying ember, smothered under the weight of their arrival. Then I see her, Ilara, her face pale and drawn, a ghost of the woman I once knew. Once fierce and invincible, she'd laughed in the face of adversity, but now she stands before me, trembling like a leaf in a tempest. "We can't let them take him," she whispers, her voice a fragile thread barely holding together the fabric of her sanity. I can't bear to look into her eyes, the depth of despair reflected there feels like a chasm. I remember the nights we spent dreaming of a better world. How naive we were. "He's guilty, Ilara," I murmur, though my heart sinks as I say the words. I question the truth of it, because the truth is a slippery thing, easily twisted and broken. The air shifts as a figure emerges from the shadows, one of the thrones, resplendent in armor that glints with an otherworldly sheen. He carries a sword that seems to hum with the whispers of the damned. My pulse quickens, each beat a reminder that justice is not always just, and mercy can be a fool's dream. The crowd parts like the Red Sea as he strides forward, and I'm struck by the raw power radiating from him. His eyes, like voids, promise only judgment. "You know why we are here," he declares, voice a rolling thunder that sends chills down my spine. The weight of his presence crushes down on me, and I'm reminded of the stories told in hushed tones around flickering hearths, legends of divine beings who mete out punishment with no regard for the frailty of human life. What if he's innocent? Ilara pleads, her hand reaching out toward me, fingers trembling. I want to comfort her, to tell her that love could conquer all, but the truth is gnawing at my insides. I remember the night I overheard their whispered secrets, the betrayal that cut deeper than any sword. The man they seek is my brother, my blood, and the guilt hangs heavy between us like a dark storm. I remember, I start, but the words catch in my throat. I remember laughter, the reckless abandon of youth, the warmth of family. The haunting echoes of our childhood play in my mind, drowning out the fear that threatens to consume me. But in this moment, all that feels lost, drowned in the tides of fate. A murmur ripples through the crowd as the second throne joins the first, a figure cloaked in shadows, face obscured. There's something unnerving about their presence, as though they exist in a realm beyond sight and sound. I feel the pull of their gaze, the weight of their judgment pressing against my chest, urging me to confess, to cry out, to save my brother from the inescapable grasp of divine justice. But what is justice? I question it, as if the word itself is a sin, a bitter pill coated in the sweetness of righteousness. My thoughts spiral, memories colliding into one another, a game played on sun-drenched fields, a hand extended to help me rise, the laughter shared over simple meals. I remember the day my brother chose power over love. "What have you done?" I had cried, watching him become a stranger, cloaked in ambition, eyes glinting with the promise of greatness. Ilara's voice pulls me back. "Please, let's run," she urges, desperation lacing her words, and I can see the flicker of hope in her eyes, a small flame fighting against the overwhelming darkness. My heart aches at the thought of leaving my brother behind, but the throne stands before us, unyielding as time itself. There's a choice to be made, and it slices through me like a blade. The first throne raises a hand, and silence crashes like a wave. You think you can escape judgment? The voice reverberates, sending chills racing down my spine. The air thickens, laden with the weight of sin, and I can feel every heartbeat in the crowd, a symphony of fear and yearning. I glance at Ilara, her eyes wide, a haunting reflection of my own turmoil. We must choose, I whisper, the words tasting like ash on my tongue. Either we stand for him, or we stand for what is right. The words hang heavy in the air, each syllable a shackle binding us to the choices we must make. A heartbeat passes, then another, a slow, agonizing rhythm, echoing the tempo of our choices. The crowd holds its breath, caught in the web of our fate. I can feel the cosmos shifting, the stars trembling as if in anticipation of what's to come. The night stretches, infinite and cold, a vastness that dwarfs our petty struggles. And then, as if time itself has finally come to a halt, I see my brother's face flash in my mind, haunted, twisted, yet undeniably human. I cannot turn away from him, from the blood that binds us, from the shadows that loom ever closer, waiting to devour the light. Justice is an instrument, but who wields the power? The air vibrates with unspoken words, and the moment hangs, fragile and electric. I want to scream, to fight against the inevitability of it all. We can't let them take him, I want to say again, but the words dissolve into the night, swallowed by the impending storm. And so we stand, teetering on the edge of a precipice, the abyss yawning below us, ready to consume our hopes, our dreams, our very souls. The thrones await judgment with their cold eyes, and I can only hope that within the chaos, we might find a flicker of grace. The air crackled with tension as the moon hung low, casting a sickly light over the broken cobblestones of Eldoria. Shadows danced like phantoms, whispering secrets of a world steeped in blood and betrayal. Every heartbeat echoed in the silence, a relentless reminder that life clung precariously to these streets, where the scent of fear mingled with the metallic tang of impending doom. I stood at the precipice of chaos, my breath hitching as screams tore through the night like jagged glass. Myra, fierce yet fragile, fought against the tide of darkness that threatened to engulf her. Her hands, stained with soot and desperation, gripped the hilt of her sword, her knuckles white as her gaze flickered from shadow to shadow. She carried the weight of 1,000 nightmares, each one a reminder of the throne that had been promised to her, yet marred by bloodshed and loss. The crown, worth more than gold, worth more than life itself, had driven a wedge between her heart and her hope. I could see it in her eyes, a storm of grief and anger, a tempest threatening to break free. I remember when the world felt safe, she whispered, her voice breaking under the strain of memory. What have we become? And then there was Cedric, the light in her storm, yet cloaked in his own shadows. He stood beside her, shoulders squared but heart heavy, a warrior haunted by the ghosts of past decisions. Fear flickered in his chest, the weight of responsibility pressing down like an iron vice. Myra, he said, his voice low but steady, we can't let them take it. Not again. The look in his eyes, a mixture of resolve and despair, sent shivers racing down my spine. He was fighting not just for the throne but for her, for a future that seemed as distant as the stars above. I remember the laughter we shared, long before the wars began, he continued, a ghost of a smile trying to break through raw emotion. Can we ever get that back? The ground rumbled beneath their feet, a tremor that echoed the chaos of their hearts. Outside the crumbling castle walls, the wind howled like a mournful wraith, and the distant clang of swords rang out, a symphony of discord that filled the night with dread. And still, they stood, resolute, poised on the edge of a battle that would determine their fate and the fate of the realm. What were thrones but symbols, after all? Towers built on the bones of the fallen, reminders of glory that quickly turned to ash. A figure emerged from the darkness, cloaked in shadow, a spectre of malevolence with eyes like twin shards of ice. The King of Shadows had come, drawn by the scent of their defiance. You think you can challenge the throne, he taunted, his voice a silken whisper that slithered through the air. Do you not know the price of power? His presence was suffocating, a palpable darkness that wrapped around them like a noose, choking out the light. Myra's grip tightened around her sword. "We know the price all too well," she spat, fire igniting in her soul. "But we're willing to pay it. For hope, for love." Her voice broke like glass, sharp and beautiful in its defiance. It vibrated in the air, a challenge thrown against the heavens themselves, daring fate to intervene. I felt my own heart race. Could they defeat him? The atmosphere was electric, each second stretching into eternity. The King of Shadows laughed, a cruel sound that rang hollow against the backdrop of their resolve. Love? Hope? They are foolish dreams, mere illusions in a world destined for darkness. Cedric stepped forward, stepping into the light that flickered from the castle's torches, casting long shadows behind him. "You're wrong," he shouted, voice rising like a storm. "Hope is the fiercest weapon we have. Love is the shield we wield." The air trembled with the power of his words, a force that surged between them, igniting the flames of a battle not just for a throne, but for their very souls. Outside, the clash of metal rang like a funeral bell, a cacophony of violence that seeped into their bones. The echoes of lost dreams surged through the cobblestones, whispering tales of what was sacrificed for power. "I remember the nights we spent under the stars," Myra said, tears glistening like shattered glass in her eyes. "When we believed we could change the world. Can we still?" Cedric's voice trembled with unspoken fears. "What if we fail?" "Then we fight anyway," she whispered, a fierce determination blazing in her chest. "Because failure is a part of hope. And hope, it's all we have left." The weight of their words hung like a noose, time suspended in a moment rife with desperation and yearning. The shadows twisted around them, pulsing with a life of their own. The King of Shadows, sensing their strength, unleashed a wave of darkness, a tempest that threatened to tear them apart. Their eyes met, a shared understanding igniting between them, a bond forged in the fires of love and loss. As they faced the darkness together, I could feel the tension crackling in the air, the palpable energy of a storm about to break. There was no turning back, no way to escape the inevitable clash. Only the raw, unyielding heart of their defiance could carve a path through the night. And then, as if the cosmos held its breath, the confrontation began. The world faded around them, the sounds, the smells, time collapsed into that singular moment when love and fear collided, and the fate of thrones hung perilously in the balance. A scream echoed through the night, a sound that could only be described as the very essence of life and death intertwined, resonating deep within. With every strike of their blades, the air shimmered with the weight of their struggles, each clash singing the song of survival. I was there, in the thick of it, feeling the pulse of their hearts as if it were my own. And as the battle raged, I knew one thing: the fight for thrones was not merely for power or dominion but for the very soul of humanity, flawed, scarred, and yet fiercely beautiful. In that moment, the universe expanded, and the stars blinked down in solemn witness. The thrones were more than mere chairs of authority, they were the embodiment of faith, fear, and the fragility of existence. As the night deepened, the shadows grew long, and the echoes of their struggles fused into a single heartbeat, a pulse that would resonate long after the dawn, an all-consuming fire that refused to be snuffed out. Thunder echoed through the heavens, a deep rumble that shook the very fabric of existence. I stood there, bathed in an eerie light, the air thick with electric tension, as if the world were holding its breath. All around me, shadows twisted and contorted, whispering secrets of power long past, secrets that gnawed at the edges of my sanity. The Dominions were restless tonight, their wings drumming against the night sky, a cacophony of emotion crackling like a storm waiting to break. I remember the first time I saw Elian, a figure draped in silver and midnight blue, his countenance both regal and terrifying. The way he stood, one foot planted defiantly on the earth, the other poised to ascend, spoke of a struggle within. A ruler, yes, but a ruler burdened by the weight of his own omnipotence. His eyes, though, those eyes, glowed with a fire that could ignite worlds, yet flickered with doubt. I had never met a being so exquisitely flawed, so desperately human in his inhumanity. Beside him, my heart ached for Lyra, a celestial being lain bare before the tempest of her longing. She was a whisper of light, an ember in the dark, yet her light flickered with uncertainty, as if every beat of her heart questioned her place in this divine hierarchy. She, too, was a Dominion, yet she wore her crown askew, a symbol of her inner turmoil. I could see it in the way her fingers trembled, the way she traced the outline of the stars with a haunting grace, as if afraid they would shatter under her touch. And then it happened, a sudden crash, shattering the moment. A rift tore through the skies, a tear in the fabric of all we had ever known. It was a sound like ice breaking, the final breath of a dying dream. Fear gripped me, squeezing my chest until I could hardly breathe. Alien! I screamed, my voice swallowed by the tumult. But his gaze was fixed on the void, his soul wrestling with the shadows that danced at the edges of his mind. Do you see it? He shouted back, his voice echoing with a fierce intensity. Do you feel it? The dominion we thought we held is slipping away. We are the rulers of nothing. I had never seen him so raw, so exposed. Each word tore him apart, and Lyra's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Alien, we can fight it, she pleaded, reaching out, her hand trembling as it hovered just above his. We can reclaim what we've lost. But his pride was a wall built of ancient stone, unyielding, formidable. What if reclaiming means destroying everything we once protected? His words hung heavy in the air, thick with dread. Time twisted, stretched into a grotesque mockery. I felt memories clawing at my mind, fragments of laughter and warmth mingling with the chill of despair. The stars above us flickered like dying candles, and I remembered standing on my balcony as a child, gazing up at the night sky. One day, I want to be up there, I had said, my small voice filled with dreams. But now, what were those dreams worth against the turmoil we faced? A darkness loomed, a palpable force that threatened to engulf us whole. Every heartbeat echoed the fragility of our existence, and I could feel the weight of every unspoken word, every unshed tear. I turned to Lyra, my heart aching for her, for the unfathomable burden she carried on her delicate shoulders. What if the choice is not ours to make? I whispered, the question slipping from my lips like a secret too dangerous to utter. Her gaze met mine, fierce yet fragile, a torrent of emotion swirling between us. Then we fight for it. We fight for what we believe in. But belief was a ghost, a fleeting shadow that danced just beyond our reach. I wanted to believe in her fire, in the courage that flickered behind her eyes. As the rift widened, I could taste the bitterness of despair on my tongue. We were standing on a precipice, the abyss yawning wide beneath us, and I could feel the wind of fate howling like a banshee. A surge of energy erupted from Elian, a tempest unleashed. The skies crackled, and the ground trembled beneath our feet. I staggered back, heart pounding, as he unleashed a wave of power, a desperate plea for control, for clarity. But how could one command the heavens when you were haunted by the ghosts of your past choices? I remember the days when we stood united, he shouted into the chaos, voice breaking, raw with emotion. We stood for something more than ourselves. We were more than rulers, we were guardians. But the shadows were closing in, they whispered promises laced with menace, drawing forth the fears long buried. What is a guardian when the very essence of existence is at stake? I asked, my voice barely a whisper, drowning in the tempest. Lyra stepped closer, her light flickering defiantly as she placed her hand on Elian's arm, grounding him in their shared turmoil. We are the architects of our own fate, she said, her voice trembling yet fierce. If we let fear dictate our choices, we will lose everything. And there it was, the schism. The fracture that echoed through the heavens, reverberating with the weight of their shared history, their joint destinies. Elian's gaze was a tempest, swirling with doubt, fear, and a flicker of hope. But what if what lies ahead is worse? Tension hung thick, suffocating, as a sharp intake of breath broke the silence. I could feel the world shifting beneath me, the heavy burden of our decisions pressing down like a shroud. Time seemed to spiral, a wild dance of uncertainty, and in that moment, I knew there was no turning back. As the shadows danced ever closer, I felt an overwhelming pulse of emotion, a raw, primal urge to fight, to protect, to rage against the dying light. I wanted to scream, to break the silence that threatened to consume us. The sky was alive with fear, and I could feel the weight of 1,000 suns pressing down, urging us forward into the unknown. Then we face it together, I declared, my spirit ignited, a flicker of defiance rising from the ashes of despair. We will not let the dominions fall. Elian nodded slowly, his eyes reflecting the storm within, while Lyra's light brightened, illuminating the path ahead. And as we stood on the edge of a new dawn, the rift above us pulsed with a terrifying promise, a promise that would shatter our very souls or carve us into something greater. The battle was not merely against the shadows but against our own fears, a confrontation with the very essence of what it meant to be rulers of the heavens. The storm raged on, and as we stood together, I felt the pulse of eternity beneath my feet. This was no longer just a struggle for power, it was a fight for our very souls, and there was no turning back. The clock ticked ominously, a relentless heartbeat echoing through the expanse of the dimly lit chamber. Shadows danced across the stone walls, twisting and contorting, as if they too were caught in the throes of an unspeakable tension. A single candle flickered defiantly against the encroaching darkness, its golden light a dying star in an unforgiving universe. I remember the scent of damp earth, mingling with the metallic tang of fear that hung heavy in the air. The room was alive with the unspoken, a suffocating silence pressing down like a weight, a prelude to chaos. Elena's heart raced, a wild drum echoing in her ears as she pressed her back against the cold stone wall, her breath shallow, her mind a flurry of thoughts. This was not how it was supposed to be. Not amidst the whispers of rebellion, the threat of upheaval. She could hear the muffled voices of dissent rising from the streets, a cacophony of hope and despair. Leaders were meant to protect, not provoke. Her father, the ruler of the Dominion, had promised peace, but now, in this moment, she felt the fragility of that promise shatter around her like glass, each shard a reminder of the trust slipping through her fingers. I remember the way he looked at me, she whispered into the darkness, the words tumbling out like fractured memories. The pride in his eyes when he spoke of unity, of strength. The weight of his expectations pressed down upon her, an anchor pulling her into the depths of uncertainty. Could she fight against the tide? Against the legacy of a father who had wielded power like a sword, and now clung to it as it threatened to slip away. Across the chamber, Garrett stood, a figure carved from shadow and desperation. His hands trembled as he clutched a tattered map, the inked lines a labyrinth of dreams and nightmares. He, too, felt the tremors of the world shifting beneath them, the ground a precarious cliff threatening to collapse. "We need to act," he said, his voice low, but with an urgency that crackled like lightning in the air. He was a soldier, forged in the fires of conflict, but today, his armor felt heavy, his spirit weighed down by the enormity of the choices they faced. "I remember the soldiers' faces," he continued, his eyes darkening with memories of battles fought and friends lost. The laughter around the campfire, the shared dreams of a brighter tomorrow. And now? Now, the laughter is gone, replaced by the cries of those left behind. He could almost hear them still, ghosts of his past, haunting him with promises unfulfilled. He was the unofficial leader of the resistance, a title that sat uncomfortably on his shoulders, like a shroud. We cannot let it end like this. Elena's gaze darted to Garrett, the intensity of his urgency igniting a flicker of resolve within her. They were bound by more than just the throes of revolution, a shared history, a bond forged in laughter and loss. Yet there was a silence between them, a chasm filled with unspoken words, a longing that pulsed like an open wound. She felt the weight of it, an ache that clawed at her insides. Would the world ever understand the complexities of their hearts? Would they ever find a way through this storm together? "Your father," Garrett hesitated, the name hanging heavy in the air. "He won't see reason. He's drunk on power." Anger flickered in his voice, a flame ignited by betrayal. The thought pained him, as if he were thrusting a dagger into his own heart. "He's lost. We can't afford to trust him." Elena's breath caught. "But he's still my father." The words tasted like ash on her tongue. "He was supposed to protect us. He was supposed to," she faltered, the image of her father, strong and unwavering, slipping through her fingers like grains of sand. "I remember how he used to hold me when I was scared. Now, I'm scared of him." The truth lingered between them, raw and unchecked. The burden of leadership weighed heavily in the air, thick as the fog that covered the land, obscuring the horizon of possibility. The sun outside was a ghost, a distant memory of warmth, and the chill seeped into her bones. She could almost hear the echoes of the populace, their voices rising, a swell of uncertainty, a chorus of hope and fear. The people needed a leader, but what if the leader they had was the very darkness they needed to escape? Then we must make them see, Garrett said, determination igniting his eyes. We have to show them what he's become. There was an intensity in his gaze that sent shivers racing down her spine, a promise forged in the fires of rebellion. We can't wait for him any longer. Elena felt the fire of defiance spark within her, a flicker against the encroaching shadows. I won't let this end in darkness, she declared, the words tumbling forth with a courage she didn't know she possessed. But we can't do it alone. In that moment, the world beyond the stone walls faded into a blur. They stood on the precipice of something monumental, the air thick with anticipation, the ground beneath them a torrent of uncertainty. Elena took a step closer to Garrett, their destinies intertwined like the twisting roots of an ancient tree. I remember the stories of old, she whispered, her voice a fragile thread connecting them to the past. Of heroes who stood against tyranny. Perhaps we can write our own. Together, they faced the shadows, hearts racing, breaths mingling in the thick atmosphere of unsaid things. They felt the eyes of the Dominion upon them, the weight of their hopes and fears pressing down like the cold of winter. The clock ticked on, the rhythm of time relentless, as they prepared to step into the storm, where the lines of loyalty and betrayal blurred, and where the future hung in the balance like a delicate thread waiting to snap. The flickering candle sputtered, and the darkness whispered secrets of what lay ahead, the shadows waiting, hungry and eager. The air was electric, crackling with a tension that tightened around our throats. I stood there, heart racing, as shadows flickered across the cobblestone streets, whispering secrets only the night could hold. A scream cut through the silence, a raw, visceral expression of fear, shattering the stillness like glass. I remember the way the sound tangled in my chest, constricting my breath, urging me forward, pulling the dread from the pit of my stomach into the night air. "Rear!" I shouted, my voice a desperate plea swallowed by the darkness. The alley loomed, a gaping mouth about to swallow me whole. I took a step, then another, propelled by a fear that morphed into fury. She was out there, somewhere in the chaos, and I had failed her once. The thought ignited the fire in my veins, burning away the fog of hesitation. I remember the last time you smiled, Rhea. That light, where did it go? Footfalls echoed, a rhythm of panic matching my own. Behind me, Theo struggled with his demons, each breath heavy with regret. He held the weight of past sins like a stone around his neck. In the dim glow of a flickering lantern, I saw the tears brimming in his eyes, reflecting the flicker of hope that had long since dimmed. What if we can't find her? What if, his voice cracked, and I turned, meeting the agony in his gaze. No. I snapped, the force of my resolve slicing through the air. We have to believe. She's fighting. You have to fight too. I remembered the way Rhea had always pulled us up from the depths, her laughter like sunlight breaking through the darkest clouds. The thought of losing that light twisted in my gut, an ache so profound it threatened to unspool me entirely. A sudden gust of wind sent a chill racing down my spine, rustling the leaves that whispered of ancient truths, secrets woven into the fabric of the night. I could almost hear them urging us forward, guiding us toward Rhea. But would we find her alive? Or would we uncover something far worse, something that would haunt us for eternity? The streets opened up, revealing a square bathed in the eerie glow of an oversized moon, a ghostly orb looming overhead. The shadows danced, flickering like memories half remembered, taunting me. I could feel the weight of Rhea's absence like a stone in my chest, and everything around me felt surreal, like a bad dream I couldn't wake from. Look! Theo's voice cut through my thoughts. He pointed at the church's spire, its shadow reaching out like a skeletal finger into the blackness. Fear twisted my insides. The fifth sphere, the virtues, was supposed to be a sanctuary, a bastion of hope. But what had once been a beacon now loomed ominously, a fortress filled with echoes of despair. I remember the stories of the virtues, the whispers of divine grace channeled through the very stones of that ancient place. But the stories never told of the dark corners, the secrets festering in the shadows. I felt the pull of something greater, a force that connected us all, hope intertwined with despair, divine grace tangled with our human flaws. Rhea was an embodiment of that hope. I felt it coursing through me, even as doubt gnawed at the edges of my resolve. "We don't have time for this," I muttered, more to myself than to Theo. "We go in." The doors creaked open, revealing a cavernous space filled with a darkness so thick it felt tangible. I hesitated, but the thought of Rhea pushed me forward, every step a lurch of my heart. Inside, the air was stagnant, heavy with unspoken fears. The pews stood like sentinels, guardians of a sanctuary long abandoned by grace. Shadows clung to the corners, whispering secrets that sent chills racing down my spine. Theo's hand found mine, squeezing tight, a lifeline in this swirling sea of uncertainty. "What if we find her, and she's not who she was?" he whispered, the fear raw and exposed. I wanted to tell him that wouldn't happen, but the truth danced on the edge of my tongue, a bitter taste of reality. I remember when she first showed us the stars," I murmured, the memory flooding back. Her laughter, bright and full of life, echoing against the canvas of night. If only we could reach her before the darkness consumed her entirely. We moved deeper, each footfall echoing like a heartbeat in the silence. Then, a flicker of movement. A figure cloaked in shadows shifted, and I felt the air grow thick with anticipation. Was it Rhea? Or something more sinister? The tension coiled around us, a snake ready to strike. Every breath I took felt like a fragile prayer, the very essence of hope teetering on the brink of despair. "Rhea!" I shouted, voice echoing off the walls, a sound swallowed whole. The shadows danced again, and the figure stepped into the light, only it wasn't her. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. The woman standing before us was a shell of what Rhea had been, eyes hollow, skin pale as moonlight. "Help me," she rasped, and my heart shattered at the sound. Hope shattered like glass, splintering into 100 jagged pieces. "No," I whispered, horror washing over me. Theo's grip tightened around my hand, and I felt the tremors of his fear, the cold reality settling in. I staggered backward, the weight of despair pulling me into a free fall. This was not the end I had imagined, it was a beginning steeped in darkness, a terrifying journey into the unknown. "Rhea," I whispered again, the name a prayer, a plea. The shadows pulsed with something ominous, and I knew then that our fight was only beginning. The fifth sphere had become a battleground, not just for Rhea, but for our very souls. And in that moment, I realized the truth, virtue and grace, hope and despair, they were all threads woven into the fabric of our lives, each one pulling tighter, binding us together in this terrifying dance of fate. The stakes were higher than I could comprehend, and the night felt alive, quivering with possibilities. I could feel Rhea, her spirit still flickering somewhere in the abyss. I would not abandon her. I couldn't. The fire ignited again, burning brighter, and I stepped forward into the darkness, Theo at my side, our hearts pounding, the echoes of hope whispering against the shadows. Together, we would face whatever lay ahead, even if the very essence of our souls was in the balance. The confrontation awaited, a storm brewing just beyond the horizon, threatening to consume us all in its wake. The air crackled with electricity, the kind that precedes a storm, and in that moment, time seemed to freeze. A child's scream sliced through the silence, piercing the night like a knife, raw, desperate, a sound that echoed in the marrow of the earth itself. I could see her, a small figure illuminated by the flickering streetlights, eyes wide with terror as she clutched a tattered teddy bear to her chest. A shadow loomed behind her, dark and suffocating, a silhouette that swallowed the last rays of the setting sun. I remember the day we lost everything, I whisper, my voice trembling. The day the miracles began. Maya, my sister, that little girl who once laughed like the world was a fairy tale, was now caught in the grip of despair. She was my anchor and my storm, a paradox of innocence and unrelenting pain. It was all my fault. I was supposed to protect her. And there he was, Daniel, my best friend, my reluctant partner in a world turned upside down. There was a glint of desperation in his eyes, a flicker of hope that felt both beautiful and terrifying. "We can save her," he said, but the weight of those words hung in the air like a thick fog, casting shadows on our already fractured hearts. "Can we?" I asked, doubt dripping from my voice. "What if we can't?" The clock on the old church tower chimed, its deep bells resonating like a funeral dirge, each toll a reminder of the time slipping away. I could feel my heart sink with the rhythmic clang, each beat a countdown to the inevitable. The streets around us were alive, but alive with something sinister. Flickering lights danced like fireflies in the dark, and shadows whispered secrets as we ran through the rain-slicked alleys. Miracles, I thought, the word heavy on my tongue. What even are they? How can something so beautiful come from such pain? I remember when I saw my mother heal the sick with a simple touch, her hands glowing with a warm light that seemed to chase away the darkness. I was just a child then, lost in the magic of it all, but now, with the weight of grief heavy on my shoulders, I couldn't help but wonder if those miracles were merely masks, hiding the truth beneath. As we sprinted deeper into the labyrinthine streets, Maya's scream echoed in my mind, a chilling refrain that propelled me forward. I remember, I murmured to myself, a desperate mantra against the chaos closing in. I remember her laughter before the world cracked open, before the shadows came. Daniel turned to me, urgency etched in every line of his face. "This way!" He led me through a narrow passage, the walls lined with graffiti that shouted rebellion and despair. Colors bled together like our fears, a mural of agony painted by the hands of the hopeless. "Why are we doing this?" I gasped, breathless. "What if we're too late?" "Because we have to believe," he replied, his voice fierce, yet trembling with uncertainty. "If we don't believe in something, what do we have left?" But I felt a darkness creeping in, the weight of a truth I was desperate to deny. Miracles could heal, yes, but what if they also cursed? Every act of grace seemed tainted, marred by the suffering that came in its wake. I thought of the townsfolk who had lost everything, their faith twisted into a cruel joke. And then, a flash of light. The ground shook beneath us, and I felt the air thicken, suffocating my lungs. What was that? I stammered, my heart racing. A light brighter than the sun exploded above us, and for a fleeting second, time crystallized. I could see the universe unraveling, stars collapsing into themselves, forming new worlds, a cosmic ballet of creation and destruction. In that moment, I felt both insignificant and infinite, caught in the ebb and flow of existence. But as quickly as it came, the light dimmed, leaving only shadows, and in those shadows, I saw their faces. The lost and the broken, the ones who had cried out for help and were met with silence. I remember, I murmured again, my heart heavy with the burden of their memories. I remember, Daniel's hand gripped my shoulder, grounding me. "We have to keep going," he urged. "Maya needs us." And so we pushed forward, deeper into the heart of the darkness, where the air felt thick with despair and the echoes of the past haunted us like ghosts in the night. Faces flickered in the shadows, each one a reminder of what we were fighting for, and what we could lose. With every step, the tension built like a taut string ready to snap. The world around us pulsated with a feverish intensity, as if holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash. What if the miracles are a curse? I thought, an unsettling notion that clenched my gut. What if we're not worthy of them? We stumbled into a clearing, where the shadows converged like a storm about to break. And there, in the center, stood a figure cloaked in darkness, a harbinger of despair. "You seek miracles," the figure rasped, voice echoing like thunder in my chest. But at what cost? The question hung heavy, thick with the weight of 1,000 fallen hopes. I felt the air grow colder, an icy grip wrapping around my heart. I turned to Daniel, desperation flooding my senses. "What do we do?" He squeezed my hand, his warmth a flicker against the encroaching darkness. "We fight," he said, resolve hardening in his voice. "We fight for her, for the miracles worth believing in." And as the shadows closed in, I felt the pull of something greater, an unyielding hope that coursed through my veins, igniting a fire I thought long extinguished. "I remember," I whispered fiercely, "and I will not forget." The confrontation loomed, a heartbeat away, but the battle was just beginning, a dance with fate that would test our very souls. As the night deepened, I could feel the universe holding its breath, teetering on the edge of chaos and salvation, and I knew, deep down, that we were about to uncover the true nature of miracles, their beauty, their terror, and the indelible mark they leave on humanity. And so, we pushed onward, into the abyss, where redemption and destruction awaited, a swirling tempest of sorrow and grace. The story was far from over, it was only just beginning, a loop of emotion entwined with the cosmos, and we were caught in its dizzying spiral. The air hung heavy with an electric tension, as though the universe itself held its breath. In the depths of the sixth sphere, a dizzying labyrinth of shadows and whispers, the powers, those wielders of spiritual authority, stood on the precipice of a storm. The city below them, once vibrant with life, was now a ghostly echo of its former self, bathed in the cold, unforgiving light of twilight. Each flickering candle cast eerie shadows, battling against the encroaching darkness that promised to consume them whole. I remember feeling the weight of despair pressing down on my chest. The distant cries of the afflicted, echoing through the streets like wails from the underworld, were a haunting reminder of the battle we had waged. A battle led by three souls: Evelyn, a woman with fire in her veins and a heart that beat to the rhythm of rebellion; Marcus, a man burdened by his own missteps, always searching for redemption; and Lyra, a silent guardian, her eyes reflecting the fears of a world teetering on the brink of despair. Evelyn stood at the edge of the rooftop, hair billowing like flames caught in an untamed wind. "If they come, I won't let them take you," she promised, though her voice trembled, betraying the strength she fought to display. There was something visceral about her words, a mantra against the inevitable. I wanted to believe her, but doubt clung to my thoughts like smoke. Marcus paced behind her, his brow furrowed with the weight of unspoken truths. "You think you can protect us? You think courage is enough? It's not that simple, Evelyn." Each word dripped with a bitterness rooted in past failures, a chasm that widened with every heartbeat. I could feel the tension between them, a coiled spring ready to snap. "Everything I've done, every choice I've made, I did it for us." Her eyes blazed, and I felt the fire licking at my own resolve, igniting memories of battles fought and sacrifices made. But was it enough? The clock tower in the distance chimed ominously, the sound resonating through the very core of our beings. Time, that relentless spectre, ticked away, holding us hostage in a moment that felt infinite yet fleeting. I could see the shadows gathering, dark shapes moving through the streets like phantoms, drawn to the flickering lights of our sanctuary. The powers would not be swayed by mere courage, they craved something deeper, something darker. Lyra, always the quiet one, stepped closer to the edge, her voice barely above a whisper. "They are coming for the heart," she said, her gaze fixed on the horizon. "They want what binds us together. We must sever the ties or lose everything." The gravity of her words wrapped around us like chains, each syllable a reminder of the stakes we faced. "Sever the ties? You mean sacrifice?" Evelyn's laugh was bitter, cutting through the air like a blade. No one wanted to confront the truth that lingered in the shadows, the darkness that whispered promises of power at a cost no one dared to pay. I felt it too, that seductive pull, a siren's call that echoed through the depths of my soul. "Sacrifice is the way of the world," Marcus replied, a hint of desperation threading through his voice. "You know that. We can't save everyone, Evelyn." He stepped back, grappling with the reality of his own inadequacies. I watched the shadows play across his face, saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes. Evelyn's resolve faltered. "And so we abandon them?" "No. We fight!" I shouted, my own voice a tenuous thread woven into the fabric of their despair. Each heartbeat echoed the urgency coursing through my veins. I felt the impending darkness, the weight of impending loss, pressing in on us. The air crackled as the first wave of darkness surged forth, and I realized the powers had come to claim their prize. Shadows twisted and writhed, forming grotesque shapes that danced at the edge of our reality. Fear surged, a pulse racing through our veins as we braced for impact. In that fleeting moment, I caught a glimpse of their faces, twisted, tortured, yearning for something they had lost. Perhaps they were once like us, filled with hopes and dreams now turned to ash. I could feel their sorrow, the weight of their existence pressing against my heart like iron. They were not merely adversaries, they were echoes of what we could become if we failed. Evelyn stepped forward, the fire in her eyes igniting anew. We fight back with everything we have. We do not let their darkness consume us. A single tear slipped down Marcus's cheek as he nodded, the acceptance of their reality warring with his lingering hope. Then we faced them together, as one. But the shadows advanced, a tide of despair crashing against our fragile defenses, and I felt the air grow thick with despair. The clock struck its final chime, each toll an echo of doom, a countdown to our reckoning. I remember the weight of that moment, suspended in time as we stood at the edge of oblivion. The powers were more than just entities, they were the embodiment of our fears, our regrets, the specters of our past haunting our every step. The question loomed larger than life itself: could we confront the darkness without succumbing to it? As the shadows closed in, I felt the pulse of our collective heartbeat blending into one, a fierce, defiant rhythm against the chaos. The confrontation was inevitable. We were bound not only by fate but by the very essence of what it meant to be alive in a world teetering on the brink of annihilation. We stood on the precipice, not just of our own destinies but of a world darkened by despair, ready to reclaim our light against the overwhelming tide of the powers. The moment stretched into eternity, and I realized that our story was far from over, it was only just beginning. The night was thick with tension, an electric hum vibrating through the air as if the universe itself held its breath. Shadows flickered against the crumbling walls of the abandoned church, where the moonlight dared to creep in, illuminating the dust dancing in the stillness. I stood in the center of that hollowed-out sanctuary, heart pounding so loud it drowned out the whisper of the wind, my hands trembling at my sides. I could almost hear the echoes of lost souls, begging for release, their cries swallowed by the darkness. "Emily," a voice cut through the silence, jagged and raw. It was Caleb, his figure barely visible, a silhouette framed by fractured stained glass. I turned to him, and in his eyes, I saw the chaos, the fear and desperation that mirrored my own. "We don't have much time." Time. A cruel joke, a thief in the night, and right now, it mocked us. Every second ticked away like a countdown to our doom. I shook my head, trying to dismiss the panic clawing at my chest. What do we do? But deep down, I knew, it was not a question. It was a plea, a desperate grasp for control in a world where the powers twisted reality like a marionette strings. To fight them felt like trying to subdue the storm, futile yet essential. I could feel the weight of the impending confrontation closing in, an insatiable hunger for chaos lingering in the air. "Focus," Caleb urged, his eyes fiery, the kind of intensity that ignites a spark of courage. But I knew what that focus demanded, a reckoning with the powers that had haunted us for too long. They're strong, but we are stronger together. Together! That word was a fragile thread, woven through our shared history, stitched with pain and heartache. I remember the first time we faced them. I had watched Caleb, fierce and unwavering, but his strength faltered when confronted by the shadows that whispered his nightmares. He had stumbled, and I had held him, both of us drenched in fear. "I remember," I murmured, clutching at the memory like a lifeline. "I remember when we thought we could outrun them." "Running only leads to more darkness," he shot back, voice low and urgent. "They want to consume us, Emily. But we have to fight. We have to confront the powers, or we'll lose everything." And there it was, the undeniable truth that throbbed in the pit of my stomach. The powers were not mere phantoms of our imagination, they were visceral, breathing entities that fed on despair and doubt. I could feel them lurking, watching us from the periphery, waiting for the moment we let our guard down. A gust of wind howled through the broken window, extinguishing the flickering candles that had dared to burn. Darkness enveloped us, a suffocating weight pressing against our skin, and for a heartbeat, I felt disoriented, lost in the void. "Caleb, we can't," my voice faltered, choked by fear. But then, in the heart of that darkness, I saw a vision, my mother's face, lined with worry, a reflection of every struggle, every battle we had faced. I felt her presence like a ghost, a haunting reminder that the fight was not just for us. "We have to do this," I breathed, each word a conviction, a promise to honor the light she had tried to instill in me. Caleb stepped closer, determination igniting his gaze. We can't let them win. And in that moment, a chill rolled down my spine, an awareness of the looming threat that loomed just beyond the veil. The powers had a name: fear, anger, regret. They thrived on the raw edges of our emotions, the fractures in our resolve. I felt it, then, a ripple of energy coursing through the air, thick with malice. They were here. Stand firm, I whispered, gripping Caleb's hand, anchoring ourselves against the tide of despair that threatened to sweep us away. Our surroundings began to shift, walls trembling, the air thickening with a palpable hostility. Shadows twisted and curled, forming grotesque shapes that seemed to mock us. They're testing us, Caleb growled, his voice strained, yet fierce. We must resist. But how? How does one resist a force that knows every crack in their spirit, every wound not yet healed? I felt my breath hitch, the memories of past failures clawing at the edges of my mind. I can't. Yes, you can. Caleb's intensity surged, a beacon in the oppressive darkness. Remember the love, the hope we've held onto. Remember who we are. His voice rang out like a battle cry, and in that moment, I felt it, a flicker of defiance igniting within me, pushing back against despair. Together, I echoed, my voice more resolute. We stand, we fight. Suddenly, the shadows lunged, a mass of swirling darkness, hungry to consume. The air crackled with energy, and we raised our voices, weaving a tapestry of power drawn from our pain, our love, and the memories that bound us. Not today. Caleb roared, and with a surge of strength, we pushed against the tide, a brilliant light erupting between us. It was raw, unrefined, but alive, our souls igniting against the gloom. The shadows recoiled, shrieking, but the fight was far from over. The powers were relentless, and as they lashed out, I felt my resolve trembling. We were on the precipice of something monumental, and the intensity tightened around us like a vice. Don't let go, I gasped, feeling the weight of the battle bearing down. We can't give in. But my words were drowned in the cacophony of chaos, the shadows swirling like a storm, threatening to engulf us whole. The line between fear and courage blurred, and I could sense the impending climax, a moment where everything would either shatter or be reborn. In that swirling vortex of emotion, where hope waged war against despair, I felt a deep longing, a desperate plea for peace, for understanding. The powers had their role, yes, but so did we. We were not just victims, we were warriors, fighting against the very essence that sought to unravel our existence. As the shadows surged, I tightened my grasp on Caleb's hand, and in his eyes, I saw an unyielding fire, a promise that echoed through the darkness. Together, we would face the storm, our hearts beating as one, ready to confront whatever the powers unleashed. A fierce resolve ignited within us, and the world around us trembled, on the edge of something unthinkable. And just like that, the war began. The storm howled like a banshee, the wind a furious cacophony that tore through the ancient city, rattling the windows of crumbling stone buildings and sending a shiver down the spines of the living. In that moment, everything felt wrong, as if the very fabric of reality was bending under the weight of unseen forces. The sky churned, black and bruised, pregnant with the promise of calamity. This was not just a storm, it was a warning. I remember the chill of that night, the way the air tasted metallic, sharp against my tongue, mixed with a heavy layer of dread. I stood in the heart of the chaos, breath hitching, lost between the thrumming pulse of the earth and the thrumming of my own heart. It was a night marked by shadows that seemed to whisper secrets only the dead could know, and I was not sure which way to turn. Lyra stood beside me, her once bright eyes now clouded with worry, a reflection of the turmoil that raged around us. She was not just my friend but the beating heart of our cause, the flicker of hope amid the encroaching darkness. Her hands trembled, and I wanted to reach out, to hold her steady, but the tremors in my own body betrayed me. "Do you feel it, Ren?" she asked, voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might summon the worst of our fears. "Something is coming." "I can't shake the feeling." I nodded, but doubt gnawed at me. What did we really know about the forces that governed our lives? Principalities, guardians of nations, they said. But here we were, mere mortals, standing in the eye of a storm, grappling with shadows that danced just out of sight. I wanted to tell her she was wrong, to offer her comfort, but the truth sat like a weight in my chest. There was a darkness approaching, and it was hungry. Across the town square, a figure emerged from the maelstrom. Tall and imposing, draped in robes that billowed like storm clouds, he seemed untouched by the chaos. It was Anton, a man whose very presence commanded attention, a vessel of power that thrummed with the energy of 1,000 storms. But I felt no warmth from him. Instead, his eyes, cold, unfeeling, seemed to pierce through the veils of our world and into the depths of our souls. "Ren, we must act," he boomed, his voice a thunderclap that echoed off the stone walls. "The principalities are restless, and our inaction will lead us to ruin. We must rally the people." Rally the people? I wanted to laugh, a bitter bark of sound that would have echoed through the storm, but a part of me understood. Fear could be a powerful weapon, but what Anton wielded was more than mere fear. It was a darkness that felt alive, that promised power at a cost. And the cost was never small. But Lyra, ever the firebrand, stepped forward, determination glinting in her gaze. "What do we rally them for? To serve their own demise? To become puppets in your game of power?" Each word dripped with defiance, and a part of me swelled with pride. She stood between Anton and the abyss, a fragile line drawn in the sand. Anton laughed, a deep, menacing sound that felt more like a growl than a chuckle. "You think you understand the game, girl? You have no idea what's at stake. This is about survival. We are but pawns in a cosmic chess match. The principalities will not wait for your moral compass to align." "Then let them come," Lyra shouted, the storm curling around her words, electrifying the air. "Let them come, and we will not cower. We will stand." I remember the way her words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of a promise, a challenge, a hope that fluttered like a fragile moth against the encroaching darkness. But was it enough? In that moment, the clock tower struck, the sound echoing through the night like a death knell, pulling time forward into something inevitable. I closed my eyes, and I could hear it, the heartbeat of the world, a rhythm that pulsed with chaos and uncertainty. It drowned out the whispers of the winds. It drowned out my fear. "Ren!" Lyra's voice cut through the pounding in my chest like a knife. "We can't let them take our voices away. We must stand together." And there it was, the choice. A choice that trembled on the brink of something monstrous. Did I have the courage to stand beside her? To face the principalities, those ancient forces that shaped our destinies with ruthless hands? But then, in the darkness, I saw shadows crawling, creeping toward us like specters of the past. Memories flickered behind my closed eyelids, faces lost, choices made in desperation. The faces of those who believed and were shattered. I was haunted by the weight of their sacrifices. The burden of hope felt heavy upon my shoulders. Together, then, I whispered, heart thundering in my chest, a vow made not just to Lyra but to every soul that had come before us, the lost, the broken, those who had fought and failed. As the winds howled, I felt the electricity in the air, a charge that whispered of confrontation, of something colossal looming just beyond the horizon. Something that would demand every ounce of strength, every shard of our spirits. The storm was just the beginning. And in that moment, we stood, three souls entwined in turmoil, Anton, Lyra, and me. Power, promise, fear, all coiled tightly around us, pulling us toward an inevitable conflict. The city trembled beneath our feet, and the shadows laughed, their voices creeping into our hearts. Tomorrow would not be kind. Tomorrow, the principalities would come to claim their due, and whether we stood as guardians of nations or as mere pawns in their game, we were about to find out. Rain fell in sheets, a relentless drumming on cobblestone, each drop a reminder of the chaos that swirled just beyond the flickering lanterns lining the narrow street. I stood in the shadows, heart racing, breath shallow, watching as figures danced in an unsettling rhythm, a celebration of life under the weight of impending doom. The air crackled with an electric tension, mirroring the turmoil within me. I could feel it, the pulse of the city, a throbbing heart echoing my own fear. "Are you ready, Alaric?" The voice came like a whisper across a grave, pulling me from the depths of my thoughts. It was Cassia, her eyes glimmering with a mixture of defiance and despair. She was a tempest wrapped in a fragile frame, and in this moment, she mirrored the storm around us. I had known her misfortunes, the shadows that followed her like loyal hounds. Her family torn apart by betrayal, her laughter a brittle mask covering wounds too deep to comprehend. And yet, here she stood, defiance in her eyes, a dagger in her hand. Ready? I echoed, my voice thick with doubt, uncertainty clawing at my insides. What do you think we're about to face? This isn't just some petty game, Cassia. They're more than shadows. They're the principalities. I remember the night I first heard the tales, the whispered stories of powerful beings manipulating the very fabric of our lives, their fingers dancing through the strings of fate like a puppeteer. And now, standing at the precipice of chaos, I felt the weight of those stories suffocating me. The principalities weren't just myths, they were real, lurking in the spaces between breaths, waiting to consume us whole. Cassia stepped closer, her breath a ghost against my skin. If we don't confront them now, we lose everything. Do you want to live in a world where we are nothing but pawns? The fire in her voice ignited something within me, a flicker of hope against the shadows. I felt myself nodding, each heartbeat a drumroll of destiny. The rain turned to sleet, stinging our skin as we moved down the street, the laughter of the revelers a haunting melody behind us. They didn't know. They danced, oblivious to the storm gathering on the horizon. I felt the weight of their ignorance, a crushing reminder of what was at stake. I had loved this city once, but love was for those who had the luxury of time. Now, it was a cage. Alaric! Cassie's voice cut through my reverie, sharp as glass. I turned just in time to see the shadows shifting, coalescing into something more sinister. A figure emerged, cloaked in darkness, eyes gleaming like shards of ice. I shivered, as if the very essence of fear had come to life. Your time is short, the figure hissed, voice a rasping whisper that sent chills racing down my spine. The principalities are watching. They feast on your despair. Who are you? I demanded, though my voice betrayed me, trembling with the weight of my own vulnerabilities. I am but a messenger, the figure replied, a twisted smile playing on their lips. And you? You are but a pawn in a game far greater than you can imagine. Every fiber of my being screamed for escape, but I stood rooted in place, Cassie's hand gripping my wrist, grounding me. We will not be pawns, she declared, her voice a battle cry amidst the encroaching shadows. But as the figure stepped closer, I felt the air thicken, the taste of dread clinging to my tongue. In that moment, I remembered a childhood story, a boy who dared to challenge the darkness, who lost everything in the end. Was I destined for that same fate? Tell me what you seek, I rasped, my breath a desperate plea. Freedom, the figure replied, and the word hung in the air like a noose, taut and unforgiving. But freedom is not given. It is taken. Cassia's grip tightened, fierce and unwavering. We stood on the brink of something monumental, yet the weight of it all pressed down like one of those old, dusty tomes in the library, full of forgotten truths and shattered hopes. I could see the echoes of our fears swirling in the air, the loss of family, the haunting memories of betrayal, and the shadow of war creeping ever closer. Alaric, Cassie breathed, her voice breaking like glass. I can't lose you too. Her vulnerability struck me like a lightning bolt, illuminating the depths of my heart. I remembered, oh, how could I forget, the last time I had failed to protect someone I loved. The haunting specter of my own inadequacies lingered, a constant reminder that to love was to be forever vulnerable. I won't let you down, I managed, the words a fragile promise that hung between us like a lifeline. The figure laughed, a chilling sound that echoed against the rain-soaked streets. Promises are the currency of the naive, they taunted, and I felt the truth of it bite deep. With a sudden surge of defiance, I stepped forward, drawing Cassia with me. We'll take our chances, I declared, my voice a thunderous rebellion against the darkness. We're not leaving, without a fight, Cassia finished, her spirit igniting like a wildfire. Together, we tore through the veil of fear that threatened to consume us, stepping into the maw of uncertainty, where the principalities awaited, poised to strike. The ground trembled beneath us, the shadows swirling with a life of their own. I could taste the bitterness of fear and the tang of hope, a dizzying concoction that made my head spin. Time felt distorted, each second stretching into eternity, a clock ticking down to our inevitable confrontation. As we crossed the threshold, the darkness enveloped us, and I could feel the weight of the principalities looming in the distance. A chilling whisper floated through the air, every choice, every sacrifice, will echo through time. The night sang its eerie lullaby, and we pressed forward, hearts pounding a desperate rhythm into the void. We were not just players, but actors in a tragedy, our lives entangled in a web spun by forces beyond our understanding. And in that moment, amid the chaos, I felt something shift, a dawning realization that our fate was ours to mold, however imperfectly. And as the shadows closed in, the air thick with the weight of unfulfilled dreams and lost loves, I knew this was just the beginning. The principalities were coming, and we were ready to meet them, come what may. The air crackles, electric, thick with anticipation, as shadows stretch across the cobblestone streets of the forsaken city. A lone figure stands at the edge of the crumbling archway, heart pounding, breath shallow. They say the Archangels are messengers of God, but in this moment, that feels like a cruel joke. It's midnight, and the moon hangs low, a ghostly eye watching over the chaos below. I remember the first time I heard their names whispered on the wind: Michael, Gabriel, Raphael. I remember the fear stitched into the fabric of our lives, the way hope felt like a candle flickering in the dark. But hope is a fragile thing, and I was learning that darkness can swallow it whole. In the alley, I catch a glimpse of Althea, her eyes wide, reflecting the flickering gaslight like two shards of glass. She's carved from fire, her defiance burning hotter than any flame. Yet, I see the tremor in her hands, the way her breath catches as she edges closer to the heart of the storm. She knows, we all know, that the Archangels are not just messengers. They are harbingers, and their arrival heralds something terrible. "What are you doing here?" I hiss, urgency clawing at my throat. "It's reckless, she's reckless." "I have to find him," she replies, voice steady, but there's a crack, a fracture beneath the surface. "I can't leave him behind." Her brother, a ghost haunting her heart, a shadow among the ruins. Each word drips with desperation, and I feel it like a knife twisting in my own gut. I want to tell her to stop, to run, to save herself, but there's a bond between us that runs deeper than blood, deeper than fear. And then there's Jonah, lurking just outside the fringe of light, his face a mask of uncertainty. He's the kind of man who wears his heart on his sleeve, who carries the weight of his choices like chains, clinking softly with each step. The Archangels haunt him too, and I see the way he flinches at their very name, as if they're specters reaching out to snatch away whatever flicker of joy remains inside him. "I remember the tales," he says softly, each word coated in dread. "They don't come for nothing. They come to collect." His voice trembles, and it sends a shiver down my spine. I feel the urgency of the moment, the weight of history pressing against us like an iron gate, ready to slam shut at any second. The Archangels don't simply deliver messages, they bring choices, and those choices demand a price. I glance at Althea, her determination a blazing star in the night, juxtaposed against Jonah's dark cloud of despair. "We can't let them take him," she insists, fists clenched, resolve hardening. But behind her bravado, shadows flicker in her eyes, fears unresolved, memories of a brother who used to play with her in the sun, whose laughter now echoes like a distant bell tolling in the midnight air. "Althea," I whisper, fear creeping into my own heart. What if they've already made their choice? Silence stretches between us, a taut wire ready to snap. The city sleeps, unaware of the storm brewing just beyond the veil of the ordinary. The Archangels are not bound by time or space, they exist in the space between heartbeats, in the pause between breaths. They listen and they watch, and I can feel their eyes on us now, piercing through the darkness. I remember nights spent in the attic, Althea and I reading old tomes by candlelight, our fingers tracing the lines of ancient texts. Dreams are messages, the book said, sent by those who've gone before. But these messages feel different, tainted by the weight of choices not made, promises broken. Do you feel it? Jonah's voice is barely a whisper, a tremor of fear. The air is thick with them. They're coming. And before I can respond, the night splits open with a cry, a sound that reverberates through the cobblestones, a wail that shatters the silence. I see them, radiant and terrifying, wings unfurling like tattered sails catching the wind. Michael, with his sword of fire, stands tall, a titan against the skyline, while Gabriel's voice echoes like thunder, shaking the very foundation of our hearts. You have summoned us, he declares, and his words roll over us, a wave of heat and inevitability. I remember, Althea whispers, her voice breaking, the stories. They're beautiful. But even as she speaks, I can see the doubt creeping in, twisting her hope into something darker, something desperate. They're here to take, Jonah says, his eyes wide, trapped in the gravity of the moment. They only take. As they approach, the world falls away, leaving us suspended in this fragile moment, breathless and raw. The darkness pulses, alive with fear, with the weight of what's to come, and I feel the ground beneath us begin to tremble. I want to scream, to fight, to push back against this fate that looms like a storm cloud. But what can mere mortals do against the divine? Our lives hang in the balance like threads in a tapestry woven by hands we cannot see, the archangels pulling at each strand, unraveling the very fabric of our existence. Then, with a voice like 1,000 echoes, Michael speaks again, you have a choice. The air thickens, heavy with anticipation, and we stand at the precipice of unknown futures, our hearts racing, our breaths shallow. The moment stretches, a taut string ready to snap. Choose wisely, he says, his eyes piercing through the veil of uncertainty, and in that instant, I realize, this is not just about Althea's brother. This is about hope, love, fear, and the haunting question that lingers in the air like smoke, what are we willing to sacrifice for the ones we love? And just like that, the tension builds, spiraling into a vortex of choices, their consequences waiting to unfold in the silence that follows. The archangels linger, shadows tethered to our fates, as we brace ourselves for the weight of our decisions, knowing that whatever path we choose will etch itself into eternity. The city lies quiet, but the night is far from over, and as we stand on the edge of a precipice, I feel the world spinning, the clock ticking, each second a whisper of the cosmic dance that binds us all, an unseen thread weaving through the fabric of time, echoing the pulse of the universe itself. The sky crackled, a million shards of lightning piercing the night with violent precision. It felt like the world was holding its breath, teetering on the edge of something dark, something unspeakable. Somewhere, amid the chaos, a figure stood, wings unfurling like shadows drawn from the depths of despair. Luciel was his name, an archangel caught between heaven's command and the weight of human sorrow. In that moment, he felt the pulse of the earth, a thrum of fear and desperation that matched his own racing heart. I remember the taste of ash in the air, thick and suffocating, as I watched Luciel grapple with his mission. He was sent to protect, yet he felt so powerless against the tide of suffering that surged around him. He was a warrior, forged in the fires of celestial conflict, yet here he was, haunted by the cries of the innocent. As he watched the city below, smoke curling into the night sky, buildings crumbling like forgotten dreams, he questioned the very purpose of his existence. Was he a guardian or just another observer, an angel with hands tied by the fragile strings of free will? And then there was Myra, a mortal girl with a heart that beat in rhythm with the chaos. She stood at the edge of a shattered street, her eyes wide with terror, clutching a tattered photograph of the last memory she had of her family. I could feel her pain, a raw, jagged edge that threatened to swallow her whole. She was lost, a flickering flame in the suffocating darkness, and her spirit called out for salvation. But what could Luciel do? What could an archangel offer to a girl standing on the brink of despair? Their paths were intertwined in that moment, a cosmic dance of fate that pulsed with urgency. Myra glanced up, her gaze piercing through the storm, locking onto Luciel's luminous figure. Hope flickered in her eyes, and for a brief heartbeat, it seemed as if the storm might part, revealing a sanctuary in the chaos. But reality was relentless. She was just a girl in a city that had forgotten how to dream. "Help me," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread weaving through the tempest. And in that moment, Luciel felt the weight of an eternity bearing down on him. He was not just an archangel with wings and divine purpose, he was a witness to the exquisite agony of human existence. Every plea echoed through his soul, resonating like distant thunder, a reminder of the lives hanging by a thread. I remember the way the shadows danced around them, whispering secrets of fate and destiny. The clocks in the city seemed to halt, each tick a heartbeat, each talk a reminder of the ticking time bomb that was their shared existence. A choice lay ahead, poised like the edge of a knife. Lucille could intervene, but to do so would mean defying the cosmic order, the very reason for his being. The stakes were high, the weight of the universe rested on the precipice of his decision. As the storm grew louder, a haunting melody drifted through the air, a call to arms, a battle cry echoing through the void. It was Michael, another archangel, a being carved from the marrow of celestial fire, his mission intertwined with Lucille's. But Michael wielded the sword of righteousness, his faith unwavering, even when confronted with the darkness of humanity's choices. They must learn, he thundered, his voice a clarion call. Their pain is the crucible of their strength. We cannot shield them from every storm. But what of the innocent? What of Myra, a girl whose laughter once filled the air but now stood silent, her soul trembling? Lucille could feel the tears of the world pooling at his feet, a river of anguish that begged for release. What do you know of suffering? He shot back, his voice tinged with desperation. You sit on your throne of light, while they drown in the shadows. In that moment, the air crackled with tension, a charged silence that felt suffocating. I could see their conflict play out like a tempest, a clash of ideologies, of duty versus compassion. Lucille's heart surged with a desire to protect, to shield Myra from the horrors that threatened to consume her. But Michael stood firm, a bastion of unwavering resolve. Sometimes, they must fall to rise again, he said, his eyes a storm of emotions, compassion, pain, yet an unyielding belief in the grand design. The echoes of their conversation reverberated through the city, stirring the ghosts of the past and the shadows of regret. It was a moment suspended in time, a heart-stopping tableau where the fates of celestial and mortal hung like a pendulum. I could feel Myra's heart racing, her breath catching in her throat. She was both fragile and fierce, a wildflower growing through the cracks of a concrete jungle. Then came the scream, the piercing, spine-chilling sound that sliced through the air like a knife. It was a mother's wail, a sound that echoed the loss of hope and dreams. Lucille's heart shattered at the sound, each piece a reminder of his failure to protect. It was the catalyst, the fire that ignited his resolve. I will not let her suffer, he vowed, his wings unfurling with a brilliance that could rival the stars. He soared down, a comet streaking through the dark sky, determined to defy the celestial laws. The air crackled with anticipation, and as he descended, the city seemed to hold its breath. In that moment, Lucille transformed. He was no longer just an archangel. He was raw emotion, an embodiment of every soul that had ever cried out for mercy, every heart that had ever dared to hope. Myra looked up, her eyes wide with disbelief. For the first time, she felt the rush of something powerful, something that surged through her veins. You're here, she gasped, realization dawning like the first light of dawn breaking through the night. You came for me. And just like that, in a world swirling with chaos, an archangel chose to embrace the very thing that made him divine, love. In the midst of the storm, amid the shadows that threatened to consume them both, a bond formed, a connection forged in the crucible of suffering and hope. But as the storm raged on, uncertainty loomed. What would happen next? What would the consequences be? I could feel the tension thickening around them, like a suffocating fog, whispering ominous warnings. The world was vast, and they were merely two souls caught in a cosmic game, their fates intertwined in ways they could not yet fathom. And as the city trembled, as night bled into morning, the clock continued to tick, each second a reminder that the battle was far from over. The archangels stood poised at the brink, ready to fight for the hearts of the lost, yet haunted by the shadows of their own choices. In that breathless moment, everything hung in the balance, and the story was just beginning. A thunderclap splits the night, reverberating through the air like a warning. Rain drapes the world in a shroud, turning the pavement slick, and the city's heartbeat seems to quicken, racing alongside the storm. I stand in the shadows of an alley, breathless, heart pounding in my chest like a battering ram. A flicker of lightning illuminates the figure before me, a woman, soaked to the bone, her eyes wide with terror and something deeper, something raw and primal. I can't go back, she whispers, her voice barely cutting through the roar of the tempest, yet it sends shivers down my spine. Her name is Mara, and in her gaze, I see the wreckage of dreams, the echoes of laughter turned to screams. She is a flame flickering in the wind, desperately clinging to life while darkness looms like a predator. Behind her, shadows twist and coil like snakes, waiting for their moment. They are the remnants of choices made, paths taken that led her here, to this precipice of despair. I remember the first time I met her, the way she laughed, the light in her eyes that now seems extinguished. She always wore her heart on her sleeve, a flaw that made her radiant yet vulnerable, a beacon seeking warmth in a world that often felt cold and indifferent. I can help you, I say, my voice steady, though it quakes within. My own ghosts haunt me, torn memories of my brother, lost to the abyss of addiction, a battle I couldn't fight for him. There's a crack in my heart, a jagged edge that reminds me of my failures. I'm flawed, too, but Mara deserves a chance at redemption, a chance I couldn't give my brother. You don't understand, she pleads, tears mingling with the rain on her cheeks, glistening like the remnants of a shattered dream. They'll come for me. I can't let them take me again. That word, again, echoes in the night, a haunting refrain that pierces through the storm. It hangs in the air, heavy with a weight that feels insurmountable. Then there's Victor, lurking in the shadows, caught between loyalty and a desperate need for survival. He's been my friend, my ally, but even allies can harbor secrets. He watches us with a wary gaze, his own turmoil embedded in the lines of his face, the way his jaw clenches like a dam holding back a flood. It all spirals in a maddening dance of emotions, a chaotic ballet with no conductor. Victor steps forward, his voice a low growl. You don't know what they are capable of, Mara. His words slice through the rain, sharp and unyielding. The threat is palpable, the darkness that encircles us is not of the night, but of something far more sinister, ancient, and relentless. I'm not afraid of them, she snaps, voice emboldened by her fury. I'd rather die fighting than live in fear. Her defiance ignites a flicker of admiration in me, a spark that almost eclipses the dread wrapping around my heart. But the reality is, fear is a beast that devours resolve, and I can see it gnawing at her edges, threatening to unravel her. The storm rages on, drowning out the cries of the city, a symphony of chaos that matches the storm inside each of us. Shadows dance along the walls, flickering with ghostly motions, mocking our plight. I remember what my grandmother said about angels, how they walk among us, guides and protectors, but I can't help but feel that they've abandoned Mara tonight. Where are the guardians of hope when despair is so tangible? Do you remember the tales? I ask, my voice barely above a whisper, and the two turn to me, momentarily distracted from the creeping dark. The angels who carry souls from despair to salvation? They never come when you call for them, only when the universe deems it necessary. I laugh, a bitter sound, as if mocking my own belief. But maybe that's just a story we tell ourselves to mask the truth that we are alone in this storm. Mara looks at me, pain weaving through her expression. What if we're not? She breathes, hope threading its way through her fear. What if we can summon them, somehow? The thought hangs like a promise, tantalizing and fragile, as intoxicating as the rain that washes away the grime of the city. Victor shakes his head, a flicker of something deeper in his eyes. You can't just wish on angels, Mara. They don't exist. Each word is laced with the weight of his own despair, the defeat that has wrapped itself around his heart like a vice. But in that moment, the clouds shift, revealing a sliver of moonlight, glowing like a beacon in the chaos. A flicker of possibility blooms in the air. Maybe we make our own, I suggest, the thought vulnerable yet fierce. What if we become the angels we seek? Guides and protectors to each other. Mara's breath catches, and I can feel the shift in her spirit, a spark igniting where once there was only darkness. Together, then, she whispers, her voice steadying as she looks at Victor, then me, her allies in this harrowing game of survival. The shadows loom closer now, pressing against us like an invisible weight. But it won't be easy, Victor warns, his voice thick with unspoken fears. They'll fight back. They want to break us. Let them, I say, the words tasting of iron on my tongue. If we stand together, we can be stronger than any enemy. The storm howls, But within that chaos, a fragile alliance forms, a desperate hope woven through ancient fears and modern despair. As the city trembles beneath the weight of the night, I feel the pulse of something greater just beneath the surface, a heartbeat in time with mine, echoing our resolve. Mara, Victor, and I stand on the precipice of the unknown, a fragile trio amidst shadows, and a flicker of light shines in the dark, a dance of angels waiting to ignite. The confrontation awaits, the impending storm of emotions on the horizon, but for now, we breathe, we stand, we fight. And somewhere in the distance, I can almost hear the whisper of wings. The night held its breath, a suffocating silence draping the city like a heavy fog. Streetlights flickered, shadows danced, and somewhere in that darkness, a scream shattered the stillness, raw and unfiltered, echoing off the brick walls of the alley. I stood frozen, heart thundering in my chest, the chill of fear curling around my spine. I could feel it, the ripples of dread that coiled around my throat, squeezing tighter with every second. Behind me, Sarah's breath hitched, her fingers digging into my arm, nails biting into flesh as if she could anchor herself to reality through pain. "We shouldn't be here," she whispered, her voice trembling, quaking under the weight of unspoken memories. The moon hung like an ominous eye, witnessing our every move, urging us to flee, but my feet remained glued to the ground, compelled by the unseen forces that had drawn us into this nightmare. The shadows seemed to pulse, alive with secrets. I remembered the tales, the whispered legends of guardians, ethereal beings that walked among us, veiled in human disguises, bound to protect the souls they had chosen. But who would protect us from the very darkness they were sworn to battle? The question clawed at my insides, festering like a wound that refused to heal. "Do you think they're really out there?" I asked, my voice breaking the silence, a thread of hope tangled with desperation. "The angels?" "They're supposed to be," Sarah replied, her eyes darting, searching the shadows like they held answers. "But right now, I don't feel anything but." A crash shattered the night, and adrenaline surged through my veins like wildfire. "Run!" I shouted, pulling her towards the mouth of the alley, but the darkness behind us roared to life, a shadowy figure lunging forward, its form unyielding and grotesque. It was as if the night itself had given birth to our worst fears, and I could feel the weight of every choice I had ever made chain me to the spot. "Help!" Sarah screamed, her voice clawing through the air, but who would come? Who could save us from the monsters we couldn't even see? I wanted to scream, to cry out for the guardians I had once believed in, but I felt hollow, lost in the vastness that stretched between reality and the abyss. Time faltered, every heartbeat stretching into eternity. I remembered, flashes of laughter echoed in my mind along with the warmth of a summer day spent with Sarah, our dreams sketched across the canvas of our youthful ambition. But dreams feel fragile under the weight of fear, don't they? And then, from the corner of my eye, I saw her. A figure cloaked in moonlight, standing just beyond the reach of the shadows. She radiated an aura of calm, a stark contrast to the chaos that churned around us. "Get behind me," she commanded, her voice a soothing balm against the tempest of our panic. I felt the warmth of Sarah's body trembling beside me, her fear was palpable. "Who are you?" she stammered, the disbelief hanging in the air like smoke. "An angel," the woman replied, her eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light that pierced through the dark. "But even angels bear burdens." Her words hung in the air, heavy and laden with meaning. I could feel Sarah's pulse quicken, confusion swirling within her like a storm. "What do you mean?" she pressed, desperation edging her voice. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed ominously, and the angel turned, her gaze piercing the shadows. "You must choose," she said, as though she were unveiling a hidden truth etched in the fabric of our fate. "Your fears or your freedom? This city has teeth, and it hungers." The darkness writhed, and I felt it brush against my skin, a caress so cold it stole my breath. I looked into Sarah's eyes, and in that fleeting moment, I saw everything, the pain of our shared history, the laughter now tinged with sorrow, and above all, the choices that had led us here, tangled and intertwined like the roots of an ancient tree refusing to let go. "Do you trust her?" I asked, the words falling from my lips like stones into a chasm. The question hung, a fragile thread woven between us, and I could see the flicker of uncertainty in Sarah's eyes. "I don't know," she whispered, and I felt my heart crack. Trust is a dangerous game, the angel warned, her voice a haunting melody that echoed through the abyss of my mind. But sometimes, it's the only choice we have left. I remember the nights spent beneath the stars, dreaming of heroes and saviors, of journeys grand and vast, yet here we stood, faced with a choice that felt more like a prison than a liberation. A loud crash echoed through the darkness, and I turned to face the advancing threat, heart racing, every instinct screaming for survival. The shadows danced around us, a living tapestry of fear and uncertainty. In that moment, the angel stepped forward, her body casting a shield of warmth against the encroaching cold. "I will fight for you, but you must be willing to fight for yourselves." The words ignited something deep within me, a glimmer of defiance. I clenched my fists, feeling the fire of a million dreams coursing through my veins. "We'll fight," I declared, my voice steady despite the quaking of my heart. "Together!" As the night closed in, the shadows lunged, but we stood firm. I felt the weight of the world on my shoulders, a burden shared between us, a promise of hope, a reckoning of our fears. "Then let them come," the angel whispered, her presence a lighthouse cutting through the storm. And just like that, everything shifted. The air thickened with determination, the darkness recoiling as the first clash erupted. I was no longer just a spectator in this nightmare, I was a part of it, my heart pounding in rhythm with the chaos. Time felt like a twisted loop, cycles of fear and defiance, memories folding over themselves like pages in a book never truly finished. I remembered the moments, the breaths, the laughter, the pain. We were not alone. We were never alone. And as the battle raged, I understood. The angels were not just guardians, they were reflections of ourselves, the strength we never knew we possessed, the light fighting against the encroaching darkness. In that swirling chaos, as shadows battled against light, I felt the promise of dawn breaking on the horizon. A heartbeat, a breath, each moment a step toward the uncharted territory of our fate, where fear and hope intertwined like vines, threatening to choke the very air we breathed. And so we fought, we lived, and as the echoes of our battle reverberated through the night, I knew this was just the beginning. The cycle stretched on, an unending loop of fear and hope, darkness and light, waiting to unfold in the fragile space between breaths. The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing like a funeral bell through the dimly lit chapel, where shadows danced in a macabre waltz. I stood frozen, heart hammering against my ribcage, as if it sought to escape the weight of the moment. An altar, draped in tattered velvet, loomed before me, adorned with flickering candles that struggled against the encroaching darkness. There, kneeling in fervent prayer, was Father Miguel, his hands trembling, words tumbling from his lips in a frantic plea for divine intervention. I could feel the desperation radiate from him, crackling like the air before a storm. The night was thick with dread, every breath heavy with the weight of celestial hierarchies intertwining with human frailty. "God, please, save us." His voice cracked like glass, shattering the silence that had enveloped us. I felt it resonate deep within me, a haunting echo of my own fears. I had come here seeking solace, but found only torment, the knowledge that something ancient and powerful was stirring. I could almost see it, a palpable force lurking in the shadows, waiting to consume us whole. And then there was Anna, her spirit a flickering flame against the cold, hard reality that surrounded us. She was a warrior of light, yet here she was, caught in a web of doubt and despair. Her eyes, usually bright with conviction, were clouded with uncertainty. "What if we're wrong?" she whispered, her voice barely rising above the soft crackle of the candles. I could see it in her face, the struggle between faith and fear, the longing for answers in a world that felt increasingly chaotic. What if this hierarchy we've trusted is just a mirage? What if the angels are hiding their faces from us? A chill danced along my spine, an icy hand gripping my heart. I remember the tales, the hierarchy of angels, the orders laid out in the celestial scrolls, seraphim, cherubim, thrones, each one a layer of divine will, each one a step closer to the heart of God. Yet, standing here, it felt like all of it was slipping away like grains of sand through my fingers. Are we nothing more than pawns in a celestial chess game? I thought, the question gnawing at my insides like a ravenous beast. The chapel groaned, the walls seeming to pulse with the weight of unseen eyes. I turned towards the stained glass window, the figures of saints trapped in a kaleidoscope of colors, each one frozen in a moment of divine ecstasy. But something was wrong. Their faces had twisted into expressions of agony, mouths open in silent screams. The light that once brought warmth now felt like a spotlight on our sins, exposing every flaw, every wrong turn we had taken. "We're lost," I murmured, the words of bitter truth lodged in my throat. "Lost?" Anna echoed, a defiance rising within her. "No, we're on the brink of something monumental. We have to believe." Her spirit flared, a lightning bolt in this tempest of doubt, but I could see the cracks in her armor. Each declaration was a desperate grasp at faith, a lifeline thrown into the abyss. What if the seraphim are watching us, judging us? I countered, my voice trembling, the weight of her conviction pressing against my own crumbling resolve. What if they've turned their backs on humanity? Silence descended like a shroud, thick and suffocating. Father Miguel's prayers became a mere whisper against the crescendo of my own heartbeat, pounding in my ears like a war drum. I could hear the rustle of wings somewhere in the far reaches of the chapel, the ominous flutter of something vast and unseen. The air crackled with energy, and I felt as if the very cosmos were holding its breath, waiting for our next move. Suddenly, the candles flickered violently, casting grotesque shadows that danced along the walls, and in that moment, our fears coalesced into a singular horror. What if we are the ones holding the darkness at bay? Anna gasped, her eyes wide with realization. What if it is us who must confront this celestial hierarchy? What if we hold the key? The weight of her words crashed over me, a tidal wave of hope and despair. Could we be the ones to challenge the very fabric of heaven? As I searched her gaze, I saw a reflection of my own turmoil, a battle between light and darkness, faith and fear. It was the struggle of humanity itself, played out in the confines of this sacred space. I remembered the stories of fallen angels, the whispers of rebellion that had echoed through the ages. Had they, too, felt the anguish of existence, the crushing weight of being caught between worlds? I began, my voice steadying as the memory surfaced, the stories my grandmother told me, how the angels weep for us, how they long to touch our lives, to guide us. But what if their guidance comes with a price? The thought sent shivers through me, the cold hand of dread gripping my heart once more. What if they lead us to our doom? The chapel seemed to hold its breath, every cracked stone and worn pew silent witnesses to our unraveling. Anna stepped closer, her presence a fierce warmth against the chill. "Then we fight," she declared, her voice ringing with a conviction I desperately wished to believe. "We fight for our humanity, for our souls, for the light that flickers within us. We become the bridge." A burst of laughter echoed through the dark corners of my mind, an absurdity that tinged our plight with a strange sense of irony. Here we were, three flawed beings standing against the cosmic tide, clinging to hope like a life raft in a stormy sea. And who are we to challenge heaven? A priest lost in prayer, a warrior doubting her strength, and a fool who dreams of grandeur, I said, the laughter bubbling up, bittersweet and sharp. But within that laughter lay an ember of truth, an unquenchable spark that ignited my spirit. "Maybe there's beauty in the absurd," I whispered, feeling the weight of the chapel lift, if only for a moment. "Maybe hope is the only weapon we need." And as the clock struck again, the echoes of our resolve danced through the air, weaving into the fabric of the night. The shadows shrank back, retreating into the corners, and for a fleeting instant, it felt as though the celestial hierarchy had taken notice. The darkness quivered, and in that trembling, a promise lingered, a promise that perhaps we were not alone after all. The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing through the shadows of an empty room, reverberating like a heartbeat lost in the void. In that silence, Miriam stood at the threshold of despair, her fingers trembling as they brushed against the ancient text scattered across her dimly lit desk. The candle flickered, casting flickering shapes on the walls, twisting shadows into grotesque figures that seemed to mock her fragile hope. She could feel the weight of ages pressing down on her, an unseen force that threatened to crush her spirit. The words on the pages bled into one another, swirling in a chaotic dance of angelic names and cryptic symbols, each one a breath of divine breath, yet each one a haunting whisper of her deepest fears. I remember the first time I saw them, she whispered to the darkness, her voice barely a murmur. Flames in the night, wings of fire, but now, they are just memories, slipping away like sand through my fingers. A flicker of movement drew her gaze to the window. Across the street, a figure lingered, silhouetted against the moonlight, its presence electric and foreboding. It was Eli, her brother, a man haunted by his own demons, wrestling with the very essence of his being. He had ventured too far into the realms of the unknown, flirting with forces that were never meant for mortal minds. Miriam felt his pain as if it were an extension of her own, a visceral echo that resonated in her very marrow. "Eli," she called out, her voice trembling with urgency. "What have you done?" He turned, his expression a blend of defiance and desperation, a mix that twisted her heart into knots. "You don't understand, Miriam. The angels, they're not just stories. They're the keys, the answers we've sought for centuries." But the truth was a dagger. She knew it as well as she knew the sharp edge of the knife she kept hidden in the kitchen drawer. And at what cost? She shot back, fury igniting her words. "You're playing with fire, Eli. You're courting madness." The air crackled between them, a tension that vibrated like a taut string about to snap. Eli stepped forward, the moonlight illuminating his face, revealing shadows lurking beneath his eyes, a haunted man, lost to a world that promised illumination but threatened to consume him. "You think I'm mad? You think all of this is for nothing? The secrets of the universe are within our grasp, Miriam. We just have to reach out and take them." Yet, beneath his bravado, she saw the flicker of doubt. The dark abyss of his obsession was mirrored in her own heart, where yearning and dread intertwined like vines choking the life out of a tree. They had grown up in a world where knowledge was sacred, where the wisdom of the ancients whispered through the streets of their city, but now, knowledge had morphed into a haunting specter, promising salvation while lurking with a thirst for destruction. "Don't you remember the stories, Eli?" she implored, her voice cracking with emotion. "How they fell. How the very fabric of creation trembled at their wrath. The angels are not our friends, they are flames that will burn away everything we are." But her words fell like stones in the sea, sinking into the depths of his madness. In that moment, she felt the crushing loneliness of the abyss, where hope flared like a dying star, and the darkness was a tangible presence, waiting to swallow them whole. Eli's grip on the ancient texts tightened, desperation etched into his features. "Then I will find my own way," he said, voice low, almost a whisper, yet laden with an unyielding fierceness. "I'm not afraid of what lies beyond. I embrace it." Miriam's heart raced, caught between love and terror. She wanted to reach for him, to pull him back from the edge, but she, too, felt the pull of the abyss, a seductive call echoing through the chambers of her mind. The world of Kabbalistic secrets lay before them, a tantalizing labyrinth filled with angels, each one promising power and understanding. Yet, each promise twisted into a threat, a dark law that could unravel the very fabric of their souls. "I remember," she started again, but the words faltered. She remembered their childhood, the laughter that danced like sunlight through the trees, the innocence they had shared, before the shadows seeped into their lives, before knowledge became an obsession. "Stop remembering!" Eli shouted, a darkness rising in his voice. "The past is a cage. We must break free." In that moment, a gust of wind slammed against the window, rattling the glass and sending a shiver down Miriam's spine. The candle flickered violently, and in its chaotic light, she saw something, a figure looming in the shadows of the room, a ghostly presence that seemed to breathe with a life of its own. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of ancient secrets, the promise of angels and demons entwining like smoke. "Eli, look," she cried, fear gripping her heart like a vice. "We are not alone." But Eli was lost, consumed by his quest for enlightenment. The angels he sought were not mere visitors but overseers, guardians of a realm that demanded sacrifice. "They come," he murmured, almost in ecstasy, as if he could feel their presence wrapping around him, an embrace from the other side. Miriam's heart thundered in her chest, a wild animal desperate to escape. "No. This is madness. We can't," but the shadows danced around them, and the boundaries between reality and the ethereal blurred, the air heavy with the weight of the unspoken. Dread clawed at her throat as she understood Eli was no longer just her brother, he was a beacon, luring the very forces they had been warned against. "Stay back," she cried, her voice a raw scream against the impending doom. "The price is too high." But Eli was entranced, and as the shadows whispered, she felt the cosmos shift, an unfathomable force tugging at their souls. A shattering silence enveloped them, a scream trapped in the void, where angelic forms flickered in and out of existence, a promise of transcendent beauty and unspeakable horror. And as the clock tolled once more, marking the passage of time, Miriam braced herself against the tide of the unknown that surged around them, heart racing, breath caught in her throat. The night stretched before them, both a canvas of infinite possibility and a chasm of despair. They were suspended in a moment that felt eternal, caught between the pull of the celestial and the weight of their humanity, entwined in a dance as old as time itself. And in that moment, they understood, this was not just a battle for knowledge but a fight for their very souls, where the angels above watched and waited, their wings poised to either lift them to salvation or plunge them into the abyss. As shadows deepened and the candle sputtered, Miriam felt the thrill of terror mingle with a flicker of hope. She could not stop now, she could not let go. Not when the angels whispered her name, beckoning her toward the edge of reckoning. With a heart thrumming with primal fear, she clutched the remnants of the texts, knowing that the true confrontation lay still ahead, lurking just beyond the veil of the night. The wind howled that night, a banshee wailing through the narrow alleys, stirring the dust of 1,000 whispered prayers. In the heart of the city, beneath the flickering lanterns casting shadows that danced like restless spirits, Layla stood trembling, her fists clenched against the storm of doubt raging within her. She could hear the whispers of her ancestors, the voices of those who had loved, lost, and lived, a cacophony that rose above the eerie silence, demanding to be heard. "I remember," she whispered, her breath clouding in the cool air, the stories told in the hush of twilight, tales of beings unseen but felt, of angels that carried the weight of the world on delicate wings. Each word fell heavy on her tongue, the reality of her faith mingling with the ghostly echoes of her childhood. It was a time when faith was a fortress, a shield against the chaos of existence. Now it felt like a fragile mirage, flickering just out of reach. Across the street, the shadows birthed a figure, Joseph, her childhood friend, a man worn by the burdens of belief and doubt. His eyes, usually vibrant pools of conviction, were dulled by the shadows of turmoil. "Layla," he called, his voice a low rumble, rich with an urgency that sparked an ache in her chest. "Have you seen them?" She felt the tremor of fear in his voice, a wildness that cradled vulnerability. "Seen who?" she asked, though deep down, she already knew. The angels, those radiant beings who were said to guard the gates of heaven and hell, who carried the messages of God, and yet, in their celestial grace, seemed so distant, so abstract. "They're here, Layla," he insisted, stepping closer, urgency weaving itself into his words. "I felt them. At the mosque. Their presence, it was like a thunderstorm in my heart. But they didn't bring peace, they brought doubt," she interrupted, her heart racing, the very air around them thick with tension. "Or fear." "Both," he admitted, pain tracing the lines of his brow. "I thought I could find solace in prayer, but instead, it felt like they were calling me out, exposing every fracture in my faith. Every sin." Layla's heart pounded, not just in empathy for Joseph, but in recognition of her own struggle. She, too, had felt the chill of their gaze, the weight of their expectations. "Why do we exist in such a tortured dance with them?" she asked, her voice laced with desperation. "The angels, they are supposed to guide us, yet they haunt us. They watch us stumble, and all we have are mere shadows," the wind whipped around them, a ghostly reminder of the world outside their bubble of fear and longing. "It's like they're waiting for us to prove ourselves," Joseph murmured, his voice trembling. "Waiting for us to earn their respect. And what if we don't?" The question hung in the air, heavy with despair, a pendulum swinging between hope and helplessness. "I remember," she said again, desperate to cling to the fragments of faith. "The stories of Gabriel, that mighty angel who brought messages of mercy and hope. But in the stories I heard, he was not just a messenger, he was a warrior. A harbinger of change. Would they be judged for their flaws? Would their humanity be weighted against the purity of celestial beings? Perhaps the angels reflect the darkness within us, Joseph replied, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Perhaps they are the shadows of our own guilt, our own fears. They show us who we are, but they also remind us of what we cannot be. With his words, the air around them thickened as if the universe itself paused, filled with the weight of their shared fears. The echoes of their insecurities twisted around them, wrapping them in a suffocating embrace. They were alone, yet together in their torment, two souls grappling with the unseen path to redemption. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled, not with the threat of an earthquake, but with an all-consuming awareness of the angels' presence, an intimate, eerie awareness that coursed through the marrow of their bones. It was a reckoning, they could feel it, the urgency of their prayers rising, colliding with the harsh reality of their existence. "I hate that I feel this way," Layla confessed, her voice cracking. "Hate that I'm not enough. Not worthy." Joseph stepped closer, brushing his fingertips against her arm, warm and grounding. "You are, Layla. You are enough. I wish I could believe it, too. But. The question fell like a stone into the abyss between them. But what if they are less about judgment and more about understanding? What if they know our struggles? What if they are here not to condemn but to guide us through this chaos? As he spoke, a soft light flickered above them, illuminating the swirling dust. The night pulsed with a heartbeat that felt almost divine. Layla's breath hitched. Was it a trick of the mind, or did the angels hover, drawn by the raw honesty of their despair? She could almost see them, shimmering figures cloaked in veils of light, their faces etched with empathy, their eyes mirrors reflecting the depths of every human soul. In that moment, she felt a surge of something ancient and powerful, an understanding that transcended the barriers of faith and fear. "I remember the stories," she whispered, the beauty and the terror intertwined. "The angels are not here to judge but to stand witness, to guide us through the darkness. They are messengers of hope, even when we feel lost." And with a deep breath, she let the weight of her doubt slip away, as if casting off the shackles of fear. The flickering light danced around them, a promise that their journey, their struggle, was part of something grander. As the wind howled louder, they stood united, two souls entwined in a fragile yet fierce embrace, caught between the earthly and the divine, waiting, always waiting, for what lay ahead, even as shadows loomed on the horizon. They were alive, raw, and unyielding, embracing the complexity of belief, of doubt, and of the eternal dance with the unseen. A clock ticks in the silence, each heartbeat a reminder that time is slipping away. I stand in a crumbling cathedral, the air thick with dust and the echoes of forgotten prayers. Shadows dance on the walls, twisting and turning, teasing the edges of my vision. They whisper secrets I was never meant to hear. Outside, the world is unraveling, chaos drumming at the gates, but here, this sacred space feels like a fragile bubble, holding my breath, holding the weight of eternity. I remember the day we learned the truth. It was a Thursday, the sun high and unyielding, casting sharp lines across our faces as if to mock our ignorance. Lily, my sister, her laughter still lingers in the corners of my mind like a haunting melody. She had looked up from her worn book of scripture, her brow furrowed, eyes wide with terror. "They're coming," she whispered, her voice trembling. "The angels are coming." I remember that moment. It ignited a fire in my chest, a swirling storm of confusion and dread. Angels. The very word dripped with irony. We had grown up hearing tales of grace and light, but now the narrative shifted, darkening under the weight of prophecy. I clutched my mother's rosary, fingers brushing over the cool beads for comfort, but even the familiar texture felt foreign, a relic of a belief slipping through my fingers like sand. And now, here I am, a soldier in this holy war, battling demons that wear the faces of our loved ones. The city outside is a cacophony of screams, the air thick with the scent of ash and fear. People run, their faces twisted in panic, seeking refuge in the very places that once offered solace. I can't blame them, I'm running too, but not from the chaos outside. No, I'm running from the darkness growing inside me, a shadow that flickers with each blast of despair. "Ethan!" A voice breaks through the haze, sharp and urgent. It's Caleb, my childhood friend, the one with a heart as big as the sky but burdened by a doubt that eats at him like a ravenous beast. His eyes dart around, frantic, searching for something, someone. We have to go. They're here. Who? I can barely whisper, the weight of the unknown pressing down on me. My heart races, a wild stallion galloping into the unknown. The angels. His voice is raw, a mixture of fear and disbelief. They're not what we thought. They're coming for us. I flinch, the very word reverberating in my bones. I had imagined angels as guardians, protectors sent to shield us from the encroaching darkness. But what if they were harbingers of our end? What if they didn't come to save us but to judge? To cleanse? A chill runs down my spine, the realization settling like lead in my stomach. In that moment, I see it, the shimmering outline of a figure against the fractured light pouring through stained glass, a being of radiant power and unfathomable authority. My breath catches in my throat, a sob trap behind my ribcage. It stands tall, wings unfurled, a celestial vision that sends waves of awe and terror crashing over me. But there's a heaviness in its gaze, a sadness that pierces through the veil of divinity, and I realize it's not just an angel. It's a judgment, a reckoning that beckons us toward the abyss. Ethan. Caleb's voice breaks through the fog of my thoughts, pulling me back. We need to move. His hand grips mine, his pulse racing against my skin, and I can feel the warmth of his fear. We sprint through the wreckage of our lives, past crumbling walls and shattered dreams, the ground trembling beneath us as if the earth itself is shaking in fear. My thoughts spiral, memories flashing like lightning. I remember the laughter of children playing in the streets, the vibrant colors of a spring day fading into a distant dream. Now, echoes of cries have replaced the laughter, and the city that was once our sanctuary has become a graveyard of hope. Do you think they will save us? I ask, barely managing to voice the thought, the question clawing its way out of my throat. Caleb looks back at me, eyes wide with uncertainty, and for a moment, he seems lost, trapped in a turbulent sea of belief and doubt. I don't know, he stammers. But we can't wait to find out. We have to fight. Fight. The word burns on my tongue, a bitter taste of desperation. What does it mean to fight against beings of light? How can we, mere mortals, stand against the divine? But there's no time to ponder, no time to question. I feel the tension in the air, thick and suffocating, every breath heavy with unspoken fears. Around us, the city is falling apart, the ground cracking like an egg, revealing the darkness beneath. I see the shadows of people, their faces twisted in horror, stretching toward us, mouths opening in silent screams. The walls seem to close in, a prison of despair, and I wonder, if we fight, will it matter? Will the angels see our struggle as a chance for redemption or as a mere flicker in the vastness of eternity? Then, a blinding light pierces the darkness, illuminating the chaos, and I can see them now, angels descending, their wings unfurling like the banners of an army, a dazzling spectacle turned sinister. They are not the gentle beings of folklore but warriors of a celestial realm, their eyes reflecting the flames of judgment. I can hear the whispers now, the echoes of ancient prophecies curling around us like smoke. Forgive us, I hear Caleb mutter, his voice barely a breath. Forgive us for doubting you. But I wonder if it is too late for forgiveness, too late for grace. I wonder if we have become the very shadows we've feared, lost in the fight against something we cannot comprehend. The air crackles with anticipation, and I stand frozen, caught in the eye of a storm that rages around us. The moment stretches, a fragile thread binding us to the chaos, and I realize, this is not just about survival. It's about understanding the role we play in the grand tapestry of existence, the interplay of light and dark, love and fear. I remember the stories I once dismissed as childish fables. The battles fought between good and evil, the angels who fell from grace. And now, as I stand here, on the precipice of despair and redemption, I wonder, what will our story be? Who will we become when the dust settles? Will we rise with wings of our own, or will we be mere echoes in the shadows? As the light blazes brighter, my heart pounds with the rhythm of 1,000 unanswered questions, and I take one step forward, ready to face the chaos. Because somewhere, within the raging storm, lies the heartbeat of hope, a chance to redefine what angels mean in the end. And with that thought, I plunge into the fray, knowing that this is only the beginning. The night was thick with tension, shadows clinging to the cobblestones like secrets held too tightly. The moon hung low, a reluctant witness to the desperate scene unfolding in the narrow alley. I could hear the echoes of my own breath, shallow and quick, as if the very air around me was a living thing, aware of the dread that loomed. It was in that moment, when I felt most alone, that a presence slipped between the worlds of the seen and unseen, a flicker of light, a whisper of wings. Anna stood at the mouth of the alley, her heart pounding like a battle drum. "This is madness," she repeated, but each time it was a little softer, a little less certain. Darkness clung to her, a heavy cloak woven from fears she dared not voice. She had come seeking answers, but what she found was a hunger in the night, a longing that gnawed at her very soul. "Are you sure you want to do this?" whispered Elias, his voice trembling as he stepped closer to her. He was a man caught between the weight of his own failures and the unbearable urge to save her, to shield her from whatever fate awaited them. But he knew that sometimes salvation came cloaked in the guise of destruction. "What if we're wrong?" She turned to him, eyes fierce and shimmering with unshed tears. "And what if we're right?" The question hung between them, vibrant and electric. They both felt it, the pull of something greater, a cosmic dance orchestrated by forces beyond their comprehension. They had seen the signs, the symbols etched on the walls of their dreams, the shadows that whispered their names. It was all leading to this moment, this reckoning with the celestial. Just then, a figure emerged from the darkness, ethereal yet tangible, a being draped in luminescence, a paradox of fear and hope. The angel stood, wings folded, eyes like twin galaxies. "You seek the truth," it intoned, voice resonating like distant thunder. "But truth is a double-edged sword." Anna's breath caught, a sharp intake that tasted of iron and desperation. "We want to understand," she said, her voice trembling. "We need to know why you've stayed silent." The angel's gaze bore into her, and she felt the weight of eternity in that instant. Silence is the canvas upon which humanity paints its own destiny. You have the power to shape your fate. Will you embrace the chaos or succumb to fear? Elias stepped forward, fueled by a desperation that threatened to consume him. "What if we choose wrong? What if the answers lead us to darkness?" "Darkness is inevitable," the angel replied, each word a stone dropped into a still pond, ripples spreading outwards. "It is the light that reveals it. But even in shadows, there is hope." The air crackled with tension, the world around them shrinking as they stood on the precipice of revelation. Shadows danced, their movements a haunting reminder of lost moments, of lives intertwined with their own in ways they could not fathom. Anna glanced at Elias, her heart racing, threads of fear and daring weaving through her thoughts. She remembered her childhood, sitting on her grandmother's lap, listening to stories of divine beings and earthly struggles. "The angels watch over us, dear," her grandmother had said, "but they can only guide. The choices are yours." But now, standing in this dark alley, the weight of those stories transformed into a haunting reality. What had once been comforting now felt oppressive, and she wondered if she had been naive to think she could wield such power without consequence. "Tell us what to do," Anna pleaded, the vulnerability in her voice slicing through the stillness. "We need direction." "We need, not direction," the angel interrupted, a hint of sadness lacing its tone. "You require courage. The path is yours to forge." As the angel spoke, the air grew thick, an impending storm brewing on the horizon of their hearts. Time felt elastic, stretching and snapping as memories collided with dreams. Blood pulsed in Anna's ears, a wild drumbeat urging her toward something she could not articulate. "I remember," she whispered, voice trembling. "I remember the stories, the warnings, but I never thought, words are but a fragment of truth," the angel said, stepping closer, the light illuminating the dark corners of their souls. "You are not the sum of your fears, nor are you the burdens of your past. You are the breath of possibility." Elias flinched at the angel's words, grappling with his own demons, the memories clawing at him like desperate hands. "What if we fail?" The vulnerability in his voice broke through the angel's ethereal facade, revealing a flicker of empathy. "Failure is not the end. It is merely a chapter, a lesson cloaked in pain." The angel's wings unfurled slightly, the light spilling forth like a cascade of stars. Step forward, embrace the uncertainty, and find the threads that bind you to each other and to the divine. And in that moment, an understanding flickered between the three of them like a candle flame against the night. Anna's heart raced. She could feel the pulse of the universe thrumming in her veins. Everything hung in the balance, the fragile moment stretched taut, ready to snap. Her hand reached out instinctively towards Elias, their fingers brushing together, grounding them both. "Whatever happens, we face it together," she said, her voice steadying. Elias nodded, something fierce igniting within him. "Together," he echoed, as if saying the word aloud could bind their fates. The angel watched, a silent witness to their resolve, its eyes shimmering with ancient wisdom. "Then step forth into the unknown. Your choices will echo through time." The alley fell silent. The world around them shifted, a cosmic clock ticking down to an inevitable confrontation. The shadows closed in around them, thickening like a storm ready to break. And yet, it was not fear that filled Anna's heart, but a reckless yearning, a deep-seated hope that pulsed like a heartbeat against the darkness. She could no longer differentiate between the angel's light and the shadows that fluttered at the edges of her perception. As they stepped forward, into the embrace of the unknown, the air crackled with energy, the night vibrating with potential. The world fell away, replaced by the weight of choices yet unmade, dreams yet unspoken. And around them, the echoes of past decisions whispered through the night, weaving a tapestry of light and darkness, reminding them that every breath, every heartbeat was a step into the abyss of possibility, and that they were not alone. Together, they stepped into the void, hearts entwined with threads of fate, the confrontation just beginning. The clock struck midnight, a single chime echoing through the empty cathedral like a heartbeat. Shadows danced along the stone walls, twisting and curling, alive with the breath of ancient spirits. I stood there, shivering, my heart thrumming in time with the distant toll, as if it were a warning, a call to arms, or perhaps a dirge. The air was thick, laden with incense and secrets, and I knew I wasn't alone. Elena knelt in the pew, her fingers trembling over the rosary beads as if they could tether her to sanity. Her eyes, wide with fear, were pools reflecting the flickering candlelight, haunted but desperate for salvation. "I can feel them, Gabriel," she whispered, her voice a raw thread, frayed and trembling. "They're here. They're watching." Gabriel stood beside her, tall and rigid as a statue carved from the very stone that surrounded them, but within him swirled a tempest. Memories of childhood bedtime stories whispered of angels who saved the innocent, but now they felt more like cruel jokes. "You're imagining things," he said, his tone steady, yet every word cracked like ice under pressure. He didn't believe in the ethereal anymore. He'd learned the hard way that faith was a double-edged sword, cutting deeper than any blade. "There's nothing here." But the silence was suffocating, pregnant with the weight of their unspoken past. I remember when they'd laughed together beneath the starlit sky, sharing secrets only the cosmos could contain. I remember the warmth of friendship, the promise that everything would be okay. But now, that warmth had turned to frost. Shadows stretched like claws across the floor, reaching for Elena, and the flickering candles cast an otherworldly glow, making her look like a spectral figure caught between worlds. "Just listen," she urged, her voice catching, a melody of desperation. "Listen. The silence is alive. It breathes, and it knows us." She rocked back and forth like a pendulum, time suspended in her fear, and Gabriel could feel it too, the forgotten memories clawing their way back, unearthing buried truths. The darkness roared in response, a symphony of lost souls swirling around them, but was it the echoes of the past or the whisper of angels? Gabriel's heart raced. The last time he had opened his heart to the divine, he had lost everything. "No more," he muttered, forcing himself to look away from Elena, from the shadows, from the truth that felt too vast to comprehend. But how could one turn from the truth when it clawed at their very essence? "I remember," she pressed on, each word a shard of glass, slicing through the silence. "I remember when we believed. When we thought angels were guardians, not harbingers of our deepest fears." Gabriel's fists clenched, an anchor against the storm within. "Belief is a cage," he retorted, his voice low and harsh, like thunder rolling over a midnight sky. It binds you, and when it shatters, he didn't finish his thought, but the implication hung heavy, like the scent of ash after a fire. And then, a sound broke through the stillness, a whisper, soft but insistent. "Elena." A voice, sweet as honey and sharp as a razor, curled into the air. Gabriel's skin prickled. The candles flared, illuminating the forms of angels, ethereal and beautiful, their wings stretching like shadows against the walls. They were figures from a painting that had come to life, spinning tales of glory, but their eyes held a darkness that sent a chill racing down his spine. Elena gasped, tears spilling down her cheeks, and for a heartbeat, I could see the girl she once was, the believer, the dreamer. "They come," she breathed, her voice trembling with a mixture of dread and awe. "They come to protect us, or to punish us." Gabriel stared at the angels, horrified, caught in a web of their own making. "What do you want from us?" he yelled, the sound breaking from him like a wave crashing against jagged rocks. The angels lingered, suspended in the ether, their silence deafening. They exchanged glances, a language woven from the fibers of their shared history. The weight of their choices pressed heavily upon them. "What is it, Gabriel?" Elena's eyes were wide, pleading, searching for the boy who once dreamt of saving the world. "What's haunting you?" He inhaled deep, the scent of old wood and incense clawing at his throat. "It's regret," he said finally, the word escaping him like a sigh, full of sorrow. "The things we didn't say, the dreams we buried, those are the real demons." The angels stirred, their forms blurring, echoing the turbulence within them. "You can't erase the past," one whispered, a sound like wind rustling through dying leaves. "You can only face it." And there it was, the truth laid bare, shimmering in the air like sunlight through stained glass. They had tried to outrun the shadows, but the shadows were part of them, woven into the very fabric of their souls. What if facing it means breaking apart? Elena's voice trembled again, echoing the unspoken fear that wove through them both. A flicker of light danced in Gabriel's chest, igniting a spark. "Then we break, and build something new," he breathed, the words an incantation against the encroaching darkness. The angel smiled, a hauntingly beautiful expression that felt like both salvation and condemnation. "To create is to destroy," they chorused, their voices intertwining like threads of fate. "But you must choose." And in that moment, between the pulse of fear and the warmth of hope, they found themselves suspended. The clock continued to tick, a reminder of time's relentless march. Outside, the world lay still, the moon casting its cool glow, illuminating paths yet to be taken, futures yet to be written. The silence shattered, raw and electrifying. "We are the architects of our own destinies," Gabriel declared, his voice rising, trembling with the power of realization. Elena's heart beat alongside his, a rhythm of defiance against the dark. They were not alone, they were never alone. But the question lingered, a ghost haunting the edges of their resolve. What would they choose? The answers lay tangled in the shadows, waiting to be unearthed, just as the angels waited, poised between light and darkness, ready for the next chapter to unfold. And then, as the tension thickened, the world around them faded, leaving only the echo of their heartbeats and the whisper of the angels, a reminder that the line between protection and punishment was as thin as the veil between worlds. The clock ticks louder than thunder, each second resonating through the empty halls of the old church. Dust motes dance in the shafts of light piercing the stained glass, creating a kaleidoscope of colors that feels like a cruel joke, beauty trapped in decay. I'm here, breath caught in my throat, heart racing. The air is thick, almost electric, but that's nothing compared to the weight of uncertainty pressing down on me. I can't shake the feeling that someone, something, watches from the shadows. An angel, perhaps. I murmur, my voice a mere whisper in this grand, forgotten sanctuary. But as I speak, the word clings to the air like smoke, heavy and intoxicating. I remember the stories told to me at night, gloriously winged beings painted with ethereal light and grace. They were supposed to be protectors, yet as I stand here, the fabric of that belief unravels. Across the room, Sarah's eyes flicker, shadows pulling at her features. She's always been drawn to the celestial, her heart a beacon, yet today, doubt clouds her gaze, and I feel the tremors of her fear. "They're not what they seem," she whispers, and her voice is laced with something raw, something desperate. What if they're just as broken as we are? I want to reach out, to tell her that I believe that our childhood dreams of angels soaring through the heavens can't be shattered by mere reality. But I feel a weight in my chest, a fear tethered to memories of our younger selves, laughter shared under a blanket fort, the joy of innocence. Now, those memories feel tainted, like a film worn down by time. The shadows deepen. The air grows colder. I glance at the third member of our group, Daniel, his face a mask of disbelief, but inside, I know he's aching to believe again, just like us. He was once the one to remind us that angels were real, that they walked among us, veiled in mystery. But now? He's wrestling with something darker, something that has seeped into his bones. Angels, he says, his voice low and gravelly, they've changed. They're not the protectors we thought. They're something else, something that feeds off our fears. With that, the tension in the room tightens like a noose, a palpable fear wrapping around us. I remember the stories of angels as warriors in battles against men, of their ruthless beauty, a glory tinged with violence. Those images crawl into my mind, echoing Daniel's words. I picture the archangels, not just bearers of light but instruments of divine wrath. Are they here to save us or to punish us? We've romanticized them, Sarah adds, her voice shaking. But what if they're just reflections of our own darkness? A bead of cold sweat trickles down my back, and I feel the weight of her words like a stone in my gut. The church feels smaller now, the walls closing in, each shadow a whisper of our insecurities. I remember the stories of fallen angels, those who dared to defy Lucifer, the once great archangel, cast down to the depths. Was he really the villain? Or was he simply a victim of a narrative spun by those hungry for power? My mind spins, caught in the web of questions that twist through the fabric of belief and reality. I turn my gaze to the altar, where flickering candles cast a ghostly glow. The flames dance like the souls of the restless, and I can't shake the feeling that they're alive, that they tell a story of their own. What if, I say, the words spilling out of me like a confession, what if angels were just us? Just another version of ourselves, grappling with our own demons. Sarah looks at me, her eyes wide and searching. You're saying we're all angels and devils trapped in this endless cycle. The intensity of the moment hangs in the air, thick with possibility, yet heavy with dread. Daniel clenches his fists, a storm brewing behind his eyes. That's a dangerous notion, he growls, his voice brimming with unacknowledged pain. If we're all capable of such darkness, what hope is there? Hope? The word feels hollow as it echoes in my mind. I remember the moments of connection, the laughter, the fleeting beauty of friendship that felt angelic in its own way. But what of the moments that shattered trust, the betrayal that lurked behind every smile? I step closer to the altar, drawn into the void between belief and reality. The candles flicker violently, as if in response to my thoughts. Maybe, I whisper, angels have always been reflections of who we truly are, not just the light we wish to embody. The church groans like a creature awakening from slumber, the shadows shifting ominously. I feel it, a tremor that runs through the ground, touching my very soul. We're on the brink, teetering between faith and despair, and the only way out is through the darkness. Do you know what I remember? I say, my voice steady, defying the chaos around us. I remember the feeling of being unworthy, of being afraid of who I've become. I remember the fear that the stories of angels were simply a way to keep us in line. From the corner of my eye, I see Daniel falter. His defiance shatters, revealing a boy still searching for solace, for salvation. I want to tell him it's okay, that we're all flawed, all just trying to find our way back to the light. Sarah steps forward, her hands trembling. Then let's find our own wings, she says, hope lacing her words, fragile yet fierce. Let's rewrite the story. The air crackles with intensity. I feel it, the tension uncoiling, the weight of our emotions hanging in the balance. This isn't just a story of angels anymore, it's ours, tethered to our fears and dreams, bleeding into the fabric of our reality. And just as I think we're about to ascend, to break free from the shackles of our doubts, the shadows deepen, looming larger, threatening to consume us. The energy shifts, and in that moment, the church seems to pulse with a heartbeat of its own, echoing the unspoken truth that hangs in the air: we're not alone, not ever. As the candles flicker and the darkness swells, I can't help but wonder, what awaits in the depths of our souls, and will we dare to confront the angels and demons within? The rain fell in relentless sheets, a curtain of despair draping over the city. I stood there, drenched, the cold penetrating my bones, shadows twisting around me like lost souls seeking refuge. In that moment, beneath the flickering streetlight, I felt the weight of the world pressing down, each droplet a memory, a regret, a whisper of something unnameable. I caught a glimpse of her, Elena, her face illuminated by the soft glow, eyes wide and searching. She was a lighthouse in the storm, but even lighthouses can flicker. "Please, come back," she pleaded, desperation lacing her words as if they were the last threads of hope I could grasp. "You can't just walk away." But I could. I wanted to. Every part of me screamed against the magnetic pull of her anguish, a riptide dragging me back into the chaos from which I had fled. I remembered the nights spent talking to the stars, sharing dreams that felt as tangible as the earth beneath our feet, until the shadows crept in, obscuring the light. It all felt so far away, a distant constellation I could no longer reach. "I have to," I said, my voice barely rising above the storm. "I can't do this anymore." I turned, abandoning her to the rain-soaked pavement. Each step away from her was a knife in my heart, twisting, bleeding me dry. Then there was Marcus, my friend, or was he my enemy? His laughter rang out, bright and hollow, cutting through the darkness as he stood beneath the awning of a nearby cafe, a cigarette dangling from his fingers like a dying ember. His laughter carried the weight of our shared secrets, the unspoken rift that had grown between us like a chasm. "Look at you two," he called, his voice dripping with sardonic amusement. "You've turned heartbreak into an art form." I wanted to hate him for that, the way he flippantly dismissed the storm raging inside us. I wanted to scream, to rage against the universe that had brought us to this moment, but all that came out was a choked laugh that echoed back at me, taunting. Elena stepped forward, her vulnerability piercing through the laughter. "You don't understand," she said, her voice trembling. "It's not just heartbreak. It's losing everything." I watched her, feeling the pull of her words, like a siren's call. Yet, a part of me recoiled, reminding me of the haunting whispers of the angels we had sought in our spiritual practices, the invisible guides we believed could lead us through the darkness. They had promised clarity, solace, but all they brought was more questions. "Angels?" Marcus scoffed, exhaling a cloud of smoke, his expression a mask of disbelief. "You really think they care? They're just myths, stories we tell ourselves to get through the night." His words struck me like a cold slap. I could feel the jagged edge of truth buried in his cynicism. Yet, I clung to the hope that these celestial beings lingered somewhere, watching over us, guiding our frayed souls. I could almost hear the fluttering of their wings, as if the air crackled with their presence. But what were angels in this modern world? Just echoes of ancient beliefs? Or could they manifest through the crackling energy of our connection, our pain, our laughter? I remembered our nights in that dimly lit room, the flickering candles casting shadows on the walls, our voices rising in fervent prayer, begging for answers. "Please, we need something," I had whispered, desperation clawing at my throat. "Show us a sign." And then it happened, a flicker. A soft glow enveloped the room for a heartbeat, a warmth that surged through us. We had gasped, breathless, believing we had touched something divine. But now, with the rain pouring down, the weight of our mistakes hung heavy in the air. "I remember," I whispered into the storm, feeling the words slip like raindrops through my fingers. "I remember when we believed in magic." Elena's eyes gleamed with unshed tears, drawing me back in. "What if we've lost it?" she pleaded, her voice trembling under the weight of uncertainty. "What if we're all just alone?" In that moment, the world around us blurred, and it was just the three of us, caught in a tempest of our own making, battling the demons that clawed at our hearts. I felt the fracture within me widen, and the shadows danced closer, whispering secrets of despair, of doubt. But then, I felt it again. A pulse, a heartbeat. The air shimmered with possibility. "Maybe they're not gone," I murmured, the words spilling from my lips before I could stop them. "Maybe we just need to listen." Marcus rolled his eyes, but I caught the flicker of interest hidden beneath the facade. "And how do you propose we do that?" he challenged, the edge of his voice betraying a flicker of hope. "By reaching out," I said, the conviction rising within me. "By opening ourselves to the unknown, to the whispers that linger in the dark." Elena stepped closer, grounding me, her warmth radiating like a beacon. "Together," she asked, her voice fragile but unyielding, a bridge across the chasm of our pain. I nodded, and in that moment, we formed a fragile alliance against the storm. Our souls, battered but unbroken, intertwined like the roots of ancient trees, searching for nourishment, for life, for the angels we believed might still exist within our shared spirit. As we clasped hands, the rain fell harder, each drop a reminder of what we had lost and what we were fighting for. The universe shifted, the air thick with energy, and for a moment, it felt as though the very fabric of reality trembled around us, as if the angels above were straining to break through the veil, their presence weaving between us, healing, igniting. And then, just as suddenly, the moment shattered, a crack echoing through the storm. The sky roared, and the world felt impossibly vast, the shadows swirling with the ghosts of our choices. But amidst the chaos, we stood together, the light flickering, but alive. The battle wasn't over. It had only just begun. The wind howled through the darkened alley, a feral howl that swallowed the sound of footsteps, echoing against the damp brick walls. It was there, in that moment, that I felt it, a sudden rush, a cold wave washing over my skin, as if life itself took a sharp intake of breath. And beside me, Clara shivered, her eyes wide and searching, filled with a desperate yearning that felt almost palpable. She was a dreamer who thrived on the possibility of the extraordinary, but tonight, reality clawed at her heart, dragging her back into the pit of fear. "I can't do this," she whispered, her voice trembling like a fragile leaf caught in a storm. "What if they're not real?" I wanted to reach out, to reassure her, but my own heart was racing, a wild drumbeat in the chaotic silence. I remembered other nights like this, nights when shadows loomed like specters, nights when the air thickened with tension, pregnant with unspoken truths. I was no stranger to the allure of the unknown, but this was different. This was life and death, and something between both, a cosmic flicker of possibility that whispered of angels and demons, of salvation and despair. "Clara," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "What if they are?" Her gaze faltered, drifting toward the darkness that seemed to pulse with life, as if the alley itself held its breath, waiting. I could see the conflict in her, torn between the rational world she clung to and the mystical one that beckoned her forward. I understood that feeling well, I felt it, too. The desire to believe, to see the extraordinary in the mundane, was a siren's call that echoed in both our hearts. And then there was Marcus, lurking in the shadows just beyond the alley, a flawed hero wrapped in his own grief. He was a man who had lost too much, a man who wore his heart like a tattered shield, too terrified to let anyone close enough to see how deeply his wounds ran. It was his pain that tethered Clara and me together, an invisible thread of shared loss, and in this moment, that thread felt like an anchor in an ocean of chaos. "I saw something," he said, his voice low and gravelly, pulling us from our reverie. "Something luminous." "It spoke to me." "What do you mean, it spoke to you?" Clara interrupted, skepticism hardening her features. I could see the flicker of fear in her eyes, the fear of believing in something so profoundly beautiful and yet so terrifying. "It wasn't like words," Marcus continued, his gaze distant, as if he were peering into a universe only he could see. "It was a feeling. Like it knew me, like it understood my pain." I could feel the weight of his words pressing against my chest, a raw honesty that crackled in the air like static electricity. It was moments like these that made the world feel alive, not just a series of unfortunate events strung together. I could see Clara's disbelief waver, the cracks in her armor beginning to show. "Maybe it's just your mind playing tricks," she said, but there was a tremor in her voice, a vulnerability that revealed the truth she was desperate to deny. "We're all just tired." "Right," I said, challenging her with a steady gaze. "But what if it's more? What if these encounters are our minds reaching for something beyond our understanding? Something divine. The air grew heavy, thick with an unnameable tension as our surroundings shifted. It was then that I noticed the shadows danced along the walls, twisting and curling like fingers beckoning us closer. My heart raced, a wild thing beating in the dark, as I felt the weight of 1,000 souls pressing around us, ghosts of the past, echoes of the lost, all drawn to our fragile moment of connection. Do you remember the stories? Marcus asked, his eyes locking onto mine, deep and searching. All those tales of angels and the messages they carried? They're more than just fables. They're warnings, reminders of what could be. Clara's breath caught in her throat, and I could see the fear wrapping around her like a shroud. What if the message is that they're not here for us? What if we're just alone? The hopelessness in her voice struck me like a blow to the gut, and I felt the gravity of it pulling us down, deeper into a void where belief and despair danced in a dangerous waltz. I reached for her hand, feeling the warmth of her skin against the cold chill of the night. But what if they're here to guide us? To show us that we're never truly alone? And as Clara's gaze softened, I caught a glimpse of the flicker of hope, fragile, yet burning bright against the encroaching darkness. Look! Marcus said suddenly, his voice a sharp gasp that cut through the air. We turned, and there, shimmering in the alley's mouth, was a light, faint and elusive, dancing like a wisp of smoke but undeniably present. My heart pounded in rhythm with the pulsing glow, and in that moment, everything shifted. In the depths of the night, under the weight of our fears and dreams, we stood on the precipice of something extraordinary. The air crackled with electricity, a buzzing energy that vibrated in my bones. It felt as if the universe opened wide, offering us a glimpse behind the veil. But then, just as quickly, it flickered and faded, leaving us with the chill of uncertainty. I watched Clara's expression shift from awe to dread, and I felt the rawness of my own belief hanging by a thread. What if we were just chasing shadows, chasing echoes of something that was never really there? The weight of the moment pressed down on us, a heavy silence filled with unspoken questions. I wanted to scream, to burst forth with all the emotions that churned inside me, a fear, hope, despair, and a longing for something greater. Did you see it? Clara whispered, her voice trembling. It was beautiful. But beautiful things could also be cruel. They could lure you into a false sense of security, only to pull the rug out from under you when you least expected it. And as I looked into her eyes, I felt the raw intensity of our shared connection, a bond forged in the fires of uncertainty. Clara, whatever happens next, we face it together, I said, feeling the weight of every word, every heartbeat like a promise hanging in the air. But even as I spoke, I felt the ground beneath us shift, a tremor that hinted at the storm to come. Marcus stepped closer, eyes wide with an urgency born from his own pain. If there are angels, they can guide us. But we have to be ready to listen. And in that moment, we stood at the edge of the abyss, hearts racing in sync as we felt the pull of the unknown. Time lost its meaning as we teetered between belief and doubt, the shadows dancing around us, waiting for our next move. What if the angels were waiting? What if they were whispering truths we were too afraid to hear? I remember the feeling of longing, the aching desire for connection that bounced between us, an unspoken promise of something beautiful hidden within the chaos. And so we stood there, in the heart of the night, the air thick with tension and possibility, poised on the brink of a revelation that would change everything. But as the shadows deepened, an unsettling chill seized my heart, and I wondered if we were truly ready for whatever lay ahead. The light flickered once more, and in its fleeting glow, I felt the weight of our fears, our hopes, and our broken dreams pressing down upon us, binding us together in that darkened alley, the crossroads of fate. The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing through the empty streets, a haunting lullaby that weaved through the chill of the night. I stood on the edge of a forgotten alley, shadows dancing like specters, my heart pounding like a funeral drum. I could feel the weight of unseen eyes upon me, watching, waiting. Beneath the silvery glow of the moon, I was a fragile thing, a quivering leaf in a tempest. And yet, I needed to understand. I had to confront the truth about angels. Angels don't exist, I whispered, trying to convince myself. But the cold breeze murmured back, swirling around me like a shroud. I felt the tension in the air, sharp as a razor's edge, a reminder that belief and disbelief are often two sides of the same coin. I turned my gaze to Lily, her face pale, lips quivering, eyes wide with terror. She was always the brave one, but tonight, the darkness had wrapped its tendrils around her soul. I remember when we believed they were guardians, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. But they're not. They're nothing but myths, stories to lull us into a false sense of security. Her breath was misty, dissipating into the night, and I could see the flicker of doubt there, deep within her gaze. I clenched my fists, a raw emotion surging through me. But what if they are real, Lily? What if they're watching? What if, my voice faltered, the weight of our fears pressing down like a boulder? What if they're not the protectors we thought? What if they're something darker? Her eyes widened further, a mix of fear and fascination. You're scaring me, Alex. I stepped closer, the chill of the night biting through my skin. I don't want to scare you. I want to understand. I want to know what they've hidden from us. I could feel the shadows creeping closer, a silent audience to our volatile exchange. Angels, I continued, are supposed to be messengers of light, harbingers of hope. But what if they've been miscast? What if they're the very ghosts of our sorrow, haunting us with promises they can never fulfill? Lily shivered, her face a canvas of emotions, conflict, fear, curiosity. She was the embodiment of our generation, torn between what she was raised to believe and the gnawing doubts that kept her awake at night. I took a deep breath, memories swirling like autumn leaves in my mind. Remember the stories? The ones that said angels would guard us against evil? But what if evil wears the mask of the divine? What if the very angels we pray to are the architects of our despair? What are you saying? Her voice trembled, and I could see the flicker of disbelief behind her eyes. Maybe, I breathed, almost reverently, the angels we've conjured are mere reflections of our own flawed souls, our wrath, our greed, our sorrow. Perhaps they're not the saviors we crave, but reflections of the chaos we create. The air thickened, every heartbeat echoed ominously in the silence. The night seemed to hold its breath, suspended in a web of anticipation. In that moment, we were no longer merely two lost souls in a dark city, we became the very essence of humanity, grappling with our deepest fears and desires. And then, from the corners of the alley, shadows flickered, swirling like tendrils of smoke. A figure emerged, cloaked in darkness, its form ethereal, otherworldly. My heart raced as it drew closer, a heartbeat echoing in the stillness. Lily clung to my arm, her nails digging into my skin, grounding us both in this surreal moment. "Do you wish to see?" the figure asked, its voice a low, melodic hum that sent shivers down my spine. I swallowed hard, my throat dry. "See what?" "The truth," it whispered, a promise laced with danger. "The truth that lies behind the myths. The truth you seek." Lily trembled beside me, her breath quickening. "No, Alex. This isn't right." But there was something magnetic about the figure, a pull that beckoned me closer. "What if it's all a lie?" I whispered, grappling with the fear that gripped my heart. What if the angels have been hidden in the shadows, waiting for someone brave enough to question? As the figure extended a hand, a flicker of light danced around it, illuminating the darkness. I felt the weight of the world on my shoulders, my heart raced between terror and exhilaration. I was standing on the precipice of truth, teetering between two worlds. Step forward, it beckoned, and I could see the myriad possibilities unfurling before me, each choice branching like the roots of an ancient tree. I hesitated, my mind a whirlwind of thoughts. "Lily, what do we do?" She looked at me, vulnerability etched across her features. "I don't know. I just don't want to lose you." Her words struck a chord deep within me, a reminder of the ties that bind us to our beliefs. But what if losing what we thought was true opens a door to something greater? The figure lingered, the shadows swirling around it as if anticipating our choice. Every second stretched into eternity, the tension palpable, a fragile thread connecting us to the unknown. "Please, Alex," Lily pleaded, her voice trembling like a fragile leaf caught in the wind. "Let's just go home. We don't need to know." But even as she spoke, I could feel the truth calling to me, its haunting melody whispering the secrets of the universe. I wanted to unravel the fabric of reality, to see beyond the veil. Then I'll go alone, I breathed, defiance igniting a fire within me. No, she cried out, panic etching her voice. You can't. But the figure smiled, a knowing curve of lips that hinted at the wisdom of ages. The choice is yours, it said, and the air shimmered, charged with possibilities. In that moment, all the misconceptions and myths about angels unfurled like petals in the light, revealing the countless layers of truth and deception intertwined. The darkness around us pulsed with life, and I could feel the gravity of the choice pressing down like an anvil on my heart. I remember, I began, my voice trembling with the weight of revelations yet to come. I could feel the night closing in, the shadows whispering secrets I was desperate to understand. Remember what? Lily pressed, her eyes wide with fear. Remember that sometimes, the darkest truths are the ones we must confront to truly see the light. And as I took a step forward, the shadows swirled around us, the line between reality and myth blurring into a haunting dance of light and darkness, awaiting our next move. The clock ticked in the dim light, each second a soft explosion, reverberating through the hollow space of the apartment. It was the kind of silence that screams, the kind that sinks into your bones and settles there like an unwelcome guest. I stood in the middle of the room, the air thick with unspoken words, my heart racing as I gazed at the flickering candle by the window. Shadows danced across the walls, as if the ghosts of my past were here, eager to remind me of every mistake, every regret. Maya paced back and forth, her hands trembling, eyes wide with fear. They're coming for me. I can feel it. Her voice was a fragile whisper, yet it echoed like thunder in my mind. She had always been the dreamer, the one who believed in angels and cosmic alignments. But now, that belief was a double-edged sword. I could see the desperation etched into her face, the way her breath caught, as though she were choking on the weight of her own convictions. I remember the first time she spoke about angels. We were young, sitting on the roof of her house, the stars casting a silvery glow around us. They're all around us, she had said, her voice soft and melodic. They guide us, protect us. I laughed it off then, brushing her words aside like autumn leaves, but now, those very words haunted me. Had we summoned something we couldn't control? Across the room, Michael stood rigid, a statue carved from anxiety. His jaw was clenched, fists balled at his sides. You can't keep running, Maya. You have to face it. He was the voice of reason, the anchor in the storm. But in his eyes, I saw the flicker of doubt, the shiver of fear. He had seen the shadows too. I felt the tension crackling between them, a taut wire ready to snap, and my heart sank. What if they're real? Maya's voice trembled, her gaze darting to the window, the moment stretching endlessly between us. What if the angels are angry? I could see her spiraling, caught in the web of her own beliefs, her mind turning into a prison. I've called them. I've asked for their help, and now, she paused, breath hitching. Now I'm being punished. Michael stepped closer, his eyes softening. You're not being punished, Maya. You're just lost. The word hung in the air, heavy with unspoken pain. I felt the truth of it wrap around me like a shroud, squeezing the breath from my chest. Maya had always been the one who believed, who reached for the stars. But in a world filled with darkness, could belief have turned into a curse? Outside, a siren wailed, slicing through the silence like a knife. My pulse quickened. The city was alive with a cacophony of sounds, yet inside, we were ensnared by our own fears. I could feel the walls closing in, the shadows creeping closer, whispering secrets I didn't want to hear. I remember the first time I had seen an angel, or thought I had, a fleeting glimpse in the twilight, a flash of white against the deepening blue. I had been a child, innocent, filled with wonder. Now, that same wonder felt like a noose tightening around my neck. Maya, I said, my voice steady despite the chaos thrumming through my veins. What if angels are just a reflection of our fears? What if they're not here to guide us but to remind us that we're never truly alone in our pain? She stopped pacing, eyes wide, absorbing my words. The room felt charged, electric, as if reality itself was shifting beneath our feet. Michael shook his head, the frustration leaking from his voice. You can't just dismiss it. You've seen what happens when you ignore it. His eyes darted to the cryptic symbols Maya had drawn on the floor, candles arranged like a makeshift altar, the air thick with a mix of incense and dread. I could see it now, a tapestry of belief woven with threads of superstition, fear, and longing. Each knot pulling tighter, threatening to strangle us. I felt the urge to scream, to shatter the glassy calm, but I remained silent, my heart a drum echoing in the suffocating stillness. Maya sank to the floor, her hair cascading like a dark waterfall around her. I want to believe, she whispered, her voice breaking, raw with emotion. But what if they're not here for us? What if they're here for something else? In that moment, I saw the girl from the roof, a flicker of hope in her eyes. The girl who believed in angels, who saw a world beyond the mundane. But here she was, trapped in a storm of doubt and fear, and I felt my own heart breaking for her. Then we fight, I said, surprising even myself with the fierceness of my conviction. If they're real, we face them. We stand together. But the shadows seemed to laugh, swirling around us, taunting us with their presence. We were three souls entangled in this cosmic dance, caught in a crossfire of belief and skepticism. And as the night deepened, I felt the air thick with unfulfilled promises and unresolved pain, the kind that clings to you like a second skin. A loud crash echoed from the street below, the sound tearing through the tension like a thunderclap. We exchanged glances, fear flickering in our eyes, but there was something else, a spark of resilience. Whatever comes, we'll face it together, I said, feeling the weight of those words settle like a blessing among us. And in that moment, surrounded by shadows and uncertainty, something shifted. The air crackled with the promise of confrontation, a confrontation not just with the shadows lurking outside, but with the fears we carried inside. The clock kept ticking, a relentless reminder of the time slipping away, but in that heartbeat, we became warriors of our own fate, ready to challenge the angels and demons that haunted us. The candle flickered, casting eerie shapes against the wall, and I could almost hear the whispers, promises, threats, dreams, echoing in the stillness. We were at the edge of something vast and ungraspable, a moment suspended in time, teetering on the brink of the unknown. And as the shadows lurked just outside the door, waiting for their moment, we steeled ourselves for whatever would come next. The battle was just beginning, and we were ready to face it head-on, searching for the light in a world that threatened to engulf us in darkness. In the depths of our fears, we sought the angels. Whether they were here to save us or to lead us into the abyss, we would find out together. The clock struck midnight, and the air was thick with unspoken dread as shadows flickered in the dimly lit room. Each tick echoed like a heartbeat, reminding us that time was slipping away. I stood frozen, staring at the cracked mirror that reflected a world teetering on the edge of oblivion. The silence was suffocating until a soft knock shattered it, reverberating through my bones like a warning bell. "Are you ready?" The voice was barely a whisper, but it carried the weight of 1,000 fears. It was Elena, my sister, eyes wide and glimmering with a mixture of hope and despair. She was always the brave one, the warrior in our family, but this time, I could see the cracks in her armor. I remember the nights filled with laughter, the warmth of shared secrets, but I also remembered the day everything changed, the day we learned that angelology wasn't merely a study of divine beings but a chase after shadows that stretched beyond our understanding. "Ready?" I replied, my voice barely a murmur. "How can we be ready for this?" Elena stepped into the room, her presence like a flickering candle in the storm. "We have to face it. We can't hide anymore." Her words hung heavy, mixing with the stale air that reeked of forgotten dreams. I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror again, pale, haunted, just a shadow of the person I used to be. "Do you remember when we were kids? How we thought angels would come and save us?" I asked, my voice cracking. "I remember," she turned away, biting her lip. "But what we thought were angels, they're something else entirely now. We've seen the truth." The truth. A word that used to shimmer like gold but now felt tarnished. The whispers of angelology had transformed into a cacophony of chaos, murderers masquerading as saviors, their wings stained with blood. As the world spun into madness, we were left grappling with our beliefs, our very identities. A loud crash echoed from the hallway, jolting us both. I felt my pulse quicken, thudding in my ears like a war drum. What was that? I barely managed to breathe. The council, she breathed, her brow furrowing. They're coming for us. I looked into her eyes, searching for courage, for a glimmer of the girl who once danced among the stars in her imagination. All I saw was fear, raw and real, and it pierced through me like a knife. We can't fight them, Elena. They're too powerful. Powerful. She laughed, but it was a hollow sound, devoid of warmth. They're just afraid, hiding behind their masks of authority. We must confront them. We must show them that we're not afraid. But fear clung to me like a second skin. I remembered the stories we used to tell each other at night, the tales of archangels who descended to protect the innocent. How glorious they were, how mighty! Now, those very beings lurked in the shadows, twisting their purpose. Do you remember the day we stumbled upon that old book in the attic? I asked, hoping to ground us in a memory that felt safe. The one that spoke of the fall. Elena nodded, her gaze softening for a moment. How could I forget? The tales of redemption and damnation intertwined. It was beautiful. Beautiful like a plague, I murmured. They didn't tell us what the cost of knowledge would be. The walls seemed to close in as the weight of our reality pressed against us. Each breath grew heavier, the air thicker with the stench of desperation. Then, the door burst open. A figure cloaked in darkness filled the threshold, silhouetted against the flickering light. I could barely see their face, but I felt the coldness radiating from them like a winter storm. You're out of time, they rasped, voice like gravel. Come with us, or face the consequences. Elena stepped forward, defiance etched into her features. We're not going anywhere. The figure laughed, a chilling sound that rattled in my bones. You think you can stand against the council? You have no idea what they're capable of. And in that moment, dread washed over me like a tidal wave. My heart pounded like a war drum in a battleground of uncertainty. What had we stumbled into? The world of angelology was unraveling, threads of truth intermingling with deception, and we were caught in the eye of the storm. I remember, I whispered, when we used to believe we could change the world. Belief is a double-edged sword, the figure shot back, stepping closer, revealing a face lined with scars, a map of battles fought and lost. You are not ready to wield it. Tell me what you know, I pleaded, desperation clawing at my throat. You don't want to know, they replied, a dark glimmer in their eyes. The future of angelology is not about salvation. It's about power, control, and the sacrifices we make for the truth. Every word dripped like poison onto my soul. I could feel the oppressive weight of our choices hanging in the air like a storm cloud ready to burst. I glanced at Elena, her resolve unwavering but her eyes betraying the truth. I was not the only one afraid. Why do you serve them? She demanded, stepping forward, voice fierce yet trembling. The figure hesitated, a flicker of humanity crossing their face. Because fear is easier to live with than the truth. I wanted to scream, to break the cycle of despair that chained us to our fates. The room spun, the shadows lengthening, growing darker. We will find the truth, I vowed, though my voice cracked with uncertainty, and we will make them pay. As the figure stepped back, melting into the darkness, I felt the air shift, the impending storm of our confrontation looming over us. The clock ticked on, each second a reminder that time was slipping away, and with it, our hopes for salvation. Elena took my hand, squeezing it tightly. Are you with me? She asked, that spark of unwavering courage igniting in her eyes. I breathed deeply, feeling the weight of an impossible choice. Always. With that, we stepped into the unknown, hearts racing, souls intertwined with a purpose greater than ourselves. The shadows loomed large, but together we would confront whatever lay ahead, for we were not just searching for the future of angelology, we were fighting for our very souls. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of damp earth and the metallic tang of forgotten fears. Beneath the spectral glow of a moon too bright for comfort, shadows danced in the corners of an abandoned chapel, a remnant of faith long forsaken. I stood there, heart racing, a pulse of dread throbbing in my ears. It was as if the very stones beneath my feet whispered secrets of the celestial hierarchy, angels and demons, gods and lost souls swirling in an eternal waltz of power and despair. Miriam clutched her rosary, her fingers trembling against the cool beads. "I can't do this," she gasped, her eyes wide, reflecting the silver light. There was a tremor in her voice, a truth that cut deeper than the chill of the night. Each bead slid through her grasp like time slipping through an hourglass, and I could almost hear the tick-tock of moments lost, the echoing silence of unanswered prayers. As she faltered, I felt the weight of my own despair pressing down, a reminder of all the times I had failed to find the right words, the right actions. "Stay with me," I urged, yet my voice trembled, betraying the very resolve I sought to convey. I remembered her laughter, bright and infectious, cutting through the gloom like sunlight on winter ice. But in that moment, fear had carved lines into her face, transforming her into a stranger, a reflection of the monstrous uncertainty that loomed around us. We were two souls adrift, tethered only by the frayed rope of shared anguish, caught in a web woven from the threads of our own mistakes. But then came Samuel, his presence like an electric charge in the air. He stepped forward, his face cloaked in shadows, a haunting mix of defiance and desperation. "If we don't confront what lies ahead, it will consume us. All of us." His words were potent, a fiery spark igniting the stillness. He was our warrior, held together by the thin veneer of bravado, yet I could see the cracks. His eyes betrayed the ghosts of past failures he carried like a heavy shroud. "I remember," I said, my voice cracking as memories flooded back, unbidden. "I remember the stories we shared by the fire, how we laughed at the absurdity of existence, how we believed we could change the world." But laughter felt distant now, like a haunting melody fading into silence. Fear wrapped around us, tightening like a noose. "What happened to that fire, Samuel?" He stepped closer, determination igniting the embers of his soul. "It's still there, buried deep beneath the ashes. We just have to stoke it. We have to believe." But in that fleeting moment of hope, the shadows shifted, a chaotic dance stirring with a life of their own. I felt it, the shift in the atmosphere, the tightening of the air, a palpable sense of something terrible approaching. It roared like thunder in my chest, demanding attention, demanding action. Miriam pressed her hands against her ears, as if she could block out the encroaching darkness, the whispers that wrapped around us like tendrils of smoke, promising salvation yet threatening damnation. "They say the celestial hierarchy is a mirror of our souls," she murmured, the words slipping through her lips like an incantation. "A reflection of our deepest fears and desires." "Then let's shatter it," Samuel exclaimed, his voice a battle cry against the storm brewing within. "Let's confront the chaos and find our place among the stars." The air crackled with an intensity that was almost palpable, a blending of fear and exhilaration, as though we stood on the precipice of an unfathomable abyss. I thought of the countless rituals, the ancient texts filled with arcane knowledge, and the souls of those who had traversed this path before us. Their voices echoed in the recesses of my mind, a cacophony of shattered dreams and whispered hopes. "Do you feel it?" I asked, heart racing, the pulse of something vast and unknowable thrumming beneath our feet. The weight of their expectations? The shadows of their failures? "Yes," Miriam replied, eyes ablaze with a newfound determination. "But we are not them. We will not be defined by their ghosts." As the tension thickened, darkness swallowed the chapel whole, the moonlight reduced to a mere sliver, a fleeting spectre of hope. We stood there, three flawed individuals, bound by pain yet ignited by the flickering flame of resilience, a singular heartbeat in the vast echoing night. "Let's summon the celestial," Samuel urged, and it felt like a sacred vow. "Let's embrace the chaos, for it is the only way to find our truth." And so we began to chant, our voices rising like smoke into the air, wrapping around the pillars of the chapel like a lover's embrace. Each word, each breath summoned the forgotten. I could feel the vibrations of the universe dancing through me, a symphony of echoes and whispers, the celestial hierarchy revealing its many layers, a complex tapestry woven from our collective fears and triumphs. But amid the fervor, the shadows surged, an overwhelming tide threatening to engulf us. I felt that pull, the void, the darkness, the inevitability of despair threatening to drag us under. "Hold on!" I cried, desperation clawing at my throat. And then there was silence, a haunting stillness enveloping us like a shroud, time suspended as reality blurred into a dream. I grasped at the threads of hope, the possibility of salvation weaving through my mind like starlight piercing the depths of a ravenous night. The chapel stood as a fragile monument to our struggle, a sanctuary caught between despair and possibility. Each heartbeat echoed, reverberating through the very fabric of the universe, as we stood together, trembling yet resolute. The confrontation was upon us, the celestial hierarchy swayed above, waiting for our next move, and we would not falter. In that moment, I knew, this was merely the beginning. The echoes of our souls reverberated through the cosmos, and we were not alone. The sky loomed heavy, a thick blanket of charcoal clouds pregnant with the weight of unshed rain. In the heart of the city, amidst the cacophony of rushing feet and distant sirens, she stood still. Clara felt the cold bite of the wind against her skin, each gust whispering secrets, echoes of decisions made and paths chosen. Her heart raced, a frantic drumbeat in her chest, drowning out the muted chaos around her. She could hear the distant laughter of children, the oblivion of the innocent, and it clawed at her insides. How could they laugh? How could they play, knowing what lay just beyond the horizon of their ignorance? "Clara, please!" Jacob's voice sliced through the fog of her thoughts, raw and desperate. His eyes, wide with fear, shimmered like the surface of a haunted lake. "You can't go through with this." It's what, Jacob," she snapped, a spark of rage igniting within her. "It's ethical? It's what the angels demand." She looked up, searching the heavens for signs, for miracles, for anything to ease the growing tumult in her heart. They whisper in our ears, promising salvation and justice, but what do they know of suffering? What do they know of sacrifice? He took a step closer, his brow furrowed with anguish. "They're not real, Clara. They're a construct. A comforting lie we tell ourselves to escape the chaos of this world." But his voice faltered, the certainty crumbling like old parchment. In that moment, she saw the cracks in his facade, the doubts that gnawed at him, the fear that threatened to swallow him whole. "I remember when you believed," she whispered, pain lacing her words. Memories flooded back, suffocating her with their intensity. They had sat on the rooftop, limbs tangled, and gazed at the stars, dreaming of angelic realms and divine purpose. But now, the reality pulled them apart, like the gravitational pull of a collapsing star. "There's a thin line," Jacob murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, between belief and madness. And there it was, the fracture that defined them. Clara was the architect of her own destruction, building towers of faith while Jacob clung to the ground, fearful of falling into the abyss of blind faith. They were both lost in a world that wove myth and reality into a tapestry of sorrow. "Why can't you see?" Clara's voice trembled, the weight of her convictions threatening to crush her. "Angels don't care about us. They're just reflections, mirrors of our hopes, our fears. We create them to justify our choices, to absolve ourselves of the darkness that seeps into every corner of our lives." The silence that followed was heavy, pregnant with unspoken words. Jacob's expression morphed, a flicker of understanding igniting in his eyes, followed by the flickering shadows of doubt. "Then what do we do?" he asked, palms outstretched, as if seeking the approval of a deity that never existed. "If we can't hold on to the belief in something greater, how do we carry on?" In that moment, Clara felt the weight of 1,000 lost souls pressing down on her. The moment stretched like a taut wire, poised to snap at the slightest provocation. She could almost hear the whispers of the angels, promising redemption, beckoning her closer to the precipice of despair. But redemption was an illusion, a flickering candle in a storm. "Maybe we don't," she said, each word heavy with resignation. "Maybe we're meant to embrace the chaos. Maybe it's the absence of belief that makes us human." The city pulsed around them, oblivious to their struggle, horns blared, footsteps echoed, life thrummed on. Yet here, in this fragile moment teetering on the edge of revelation, nothing else mattered. It was just her and Jacob, two souls grappling with the immensity of existence, caught in a web of their own making. Jacob's breath hitched, the tremor in his voice a haunting melody of loss. But the angels, Clara, they offer hope. They give us something to strive for. Without them, we're just empty. She wanted to scream, to shake him until the truth broke free from the shackles of his mind. But at what cost? At what moral sacrifice do we cling to these delusions? Every act of faith demands a choice, a consequence that ripples through the fabric of our lives. The truth hung between them like a sword, ready to sever the fragile ties binding them to their beliefs. Clara could feel the weight of it, a palpable tension thickening the air. Shadows danced around them, echoing the uncertainty that pulsed like a heartbeat in the stillness. But Jacob took a step back, a chasm opening between their ideals. "You're losing yourself, Clara," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "You're so focused on the truth that you're blind to the beauty of belief." Beauty. The word tasted bitter on her tongue, a mockery of the life she had once envisioned. Is it beautiful to ignore the suffering of others? To turn a blind eye to the wreckage of our choices? To believe in angels while the ground beneath us crumbles? A silence settled, suffocating and electric. Clara felt the world close in, the shadows draping over her like a funeral shroud. She thought of the lives tangled in her decisions, the weight of every choice pressing down, a relentless ache gnawing at her insides. And Jacob. Oh, how she wished he could see, how she wanted him to understand. But the moment was slipping, a fragile thread unraveling in the wind. Suddenly the sirens intensified, a wailing chorus that echoed through the streets, a haunting reminder of the chaos that loomed just outside their fragile bubble. Clara's heart raced, the urgency pulling her back to reality. "I have to go," she said, the words tasting like ashes. "There's a decision to be made. The angels won't choose for us." As she turned away, she felt his gaze burning into her back, a tether, a lifeline, a promise, an unspoken vow to not let their beliefs die in the shadows. She could almost hear him whispering, "I remember. I remember," before the cacophony swallowed her whole, pulling her deeper into the fray of existence, where angels and demons danced in the twilight of human choices. And the city continued to breathe, oblivious to the quiet storm raging within its heart. In the stillness of a forgotten night, the city lay cloaked in a shroud of fog, where shadows danced like restless spirits beneath the flickering gaslights. A figure moved through the streets, a woman named Eliza, her heart pounding like a trapped bird. She gripped a frayed letter in her trembling hands, ink smudged from her tears. "I remember the day he left," she whispered to the night, the words tumbling out in agony. "I remember the ache like a vice around my chest, the promises hanging in the air like smoke." Her brother, Samuel, had vanished without a trace, swept away in a storm of despair, leaving the family fractured, each piece sharp and dangerous. Eliza felt the weight of his absence like a stone in her gut. She could still see his face, the way his eyes sparkled with mischief, urging her to take risks. But the shadows were darker now, thicker, swirling with whispers. What if he's gone forever? The thought clawed at her mind, but something deep inside her, refused to accept it. As she entered the crumbling chapel at the edge of town, the air thickened with a heavy silence, almost sacred. Candles flickered like dying stars, and dust motes danced in the pale beam of moonlight that streamed through broken stained glass. "I need you, Samuel," she breathed, the words hanging in the air, thick as incense. She sank to her knees, eyes closed, heart racing. "If you can hear me, show me a sign." And then, a rustle, a presence, a sudden chill that swept through the chapel like the caress of a ghost. Her eyes flew open to find a figure bathed in ethereal light, tall, serene, with wings that shimmered like the dawn. It was an angel, the embodiment of hope and despair, standing between Eliza and her grief. "I remember," the angel spoke, voice like a lullaby, echoing through the ancient stone. But not far from the chapel, in a shadowed alley, a man named Vincent was battling his own demons. A former soldier, he was a relic of a different war, haunted, hollowed out by memories that clawed at his mind like the claws of a ravenous beast. "I remember the screams," he muttered, pacing as if the very ground might swallow him whole. "The blood, the chaos, the faces of friends lost. I can't escape. He was a broken man, searching for redemption in a world that had long forgotten mercy. The angel whispered to him too, a soft tremor in the air, a fleeting touch that made his skin prickle. You are not alone, it murmured, yet all Vincent could feel was the suffocating weight of his choices. I am invisible, he thought bitterly, to the living, to the dead. The city had forgotten him, a ghost in a world of shadows. Eliza's breath caught, drawn by the angel's luminous gaze. Help me find my brother, she gasped, reaching out as if to touch this divine being. He's lost. The angel's wings unfurled, and in that moment, the chapel transformed, the air sparked with electric potential, the walls vibrating with an ancient power. I can guide you, but the path is fraught with danger, the angel warned, and Eliza felt a thrill of fear and hope entwined in her soul. Vincent stood at the threshold, drawn to the light spilling from the chapel's open door. He hesitated, the shadows of his past clawing at his heels. What do you want from me? He shouted into the void, feeling like a fool for even asking. I'm nothing but a wraith. The angel turned, sensing his anguish, a silent plea that resonated within its wings. You are everything, it said softly, but only if you choose to believe. Each character, entwined in their own suffering, felt a strange pull toward one another, a web of fate threading through their hearts, binding them in desperation. Eliza could feel the flutter of hope, while Vincent battled a tempest of regret. What if he's gone forever, echoed in Eliza's mind, a siren song of despair, while Vincent faced the specter of every choice he regretted, every life he couldn't save. The chapel's atmosphere thickened, an electric charge sparking between them. I remember, Eliza breathed again, her heart a steady drum, echoing through the silence. I remember the laughter we shared, the secrets whispered under the stars. Each memory was a thread, woven tighter by the angel's light. And in that moment, she saw Samuel, not as a ghost, but as a flame flickering just out of reach, beckoning her closer. Vincent stepped forward, joining her in that sacred space. I wish I could change what happened, he confessed, raw and exposed. But I can't. I'm not worthy of redemption. His voice cracked, a dam of sorrow threatening to burst. But the angel hovered, offering no judgment, only understanding. Redemption is not earned through valor, but through love, love for those we've lost, and for ourselves. Their eyes met, a fragile connection igniting the air around them. You're not a wraith, Vincent, Eliza whispered, hope threading through her words. You're a survivor. The angel's presence pulsed with warmth, wrapping around them like a comforting embrace. Together, you can reclaim what's been lost. In that moment, the night held its breath. The city, the shadows, the ghosts, they all paused, suspended in time. Each heartbeat echoed like a distant drum, each breath a promise that their stories were not finished, that the struggle was not in vain. And as they stood on the precipice of hope and despair, the angel continued to shine, illuminating a fractured world. Tension hung thick in the air, a promise of what was to come. The boundaries of their realities blurred as they faced the uncertainty ahead. The clock ticked on, relentless, every second a countdown to an unseen confrontation. Would Eliza find her brother? Could Vincent find peace? The answers drifted just beyond reach, tantalizingly close, yet forever elusive. Shadows danced around them as they took a step forward, knowing that the journey ahead would change them forever, intertwining their fates in ways they could scarcely comprehend. And as dawn broke, the horizon brightened with the glow of new beginnings, the angel's wings a silent promise, an unspoken vow echoing through time. The stories of Eliza and Vincent were only beginning to unfold, their entangled destinies leading them into the unknown, where hope and despair would collide once more. The clock ticked relentlessly, a sound so loud it drowned out the whispers of the chaos brewing outside. I sat at my desk, the moonlight spilling through the window, casting long shadows that danced eerily across pages filled with frayed notes. Each tick was a heartbeat, a countdown to something inevitable, something terrible. My hands trembled as I clutched the worn leather binding of an ancient book, pages yellowed and brittle, words echoing the names of the 9 angelic choirs. Their legacy wasn't just a tale of celestial beings, it was a living nightmare, one that haunted our modern lives. I remember the first time I felt it, an electric jolt that shot through me as I learned about the seraphim. Their fiery wings were more than symbols, they were something to fear. I could almost see them in my mind, their eyes burning with a truth so raw and so unforgiving that it made my skin crawl. I was still a child, naive and hungry for stories of miraculous wonders. But here in this moment, that innocence felt like a cruel joke. The world outside was crumbling under the weight of its own darkness, and I was left with the whispers of angels, twisted by time into something grotesque. "Ben, you need to come outside." Lily's voice broke through the fog in my mind, a desperate plea laced with urgency. I looked up, my heart racing. She was standing at the door, her figure outlined against the flickering lights of the city. Even in that dim light, fear etched the lines of her face, making her seem older than her 20 years. The shadows behind her hinted at the chaos beyond our walls. "It's happening. We can't just stay here." I glanced back at the book, torn between the allure of its knowledge and the reality that loomed outside, a reality that had engulfed us all like a suffocating shroud. "Lily, what if—" "Don't," she interrupted, her voice rising. "What if we die in here, Ben? What if this book is wrong? What if they're here for us? We have to go." The urgency in her voice cut through the haze. I could see it then, the flickering shadows on the wall were more than illusions, they were manifestations of the fear that had seeped into our very bones. The choirs, once noble, now twisted into something dark and insatiable, were rising from the depths of our past. Their legacy was a curse. I followed her outside, the cold air hitting me like a slap. The city was alive, but it was a different kind of life, one filled with screams and sirens, a cacophony of despair. The sky was a bruised purple, churning with clouds that seemed to pulse with a heartbeat of their own. I felt the weight of history crushing down on us, the sins of our ancestors echoing in our ears, reminding us that the past was never truly buried. As we ran, I couldn't shake the feeling of eyes watching us. Shadows flitted just out of sight, whispers trailing behind. I thought of Gabriel, the messenger, how his voice was supposed to bring peace but instead echoed with foreboding. I remembered how, in legends, he would guide lost souls. Did he guide the damned now? Did he watch us stumble into the abyss? "Ben!" Lily shouted, pulling me from my spiraling thoughts. She pointed toward a building engulfed in flames, the flames licking at the sky like the tongues of hungry beasts. People were screaming, their faces lit with terror. "We have to help them." Help them? The thought struck me cold. I thought of the virtues, who stood for courage, and I felt their echoing judgment. But what could we do against an inferno? What could two ordinary souls do against the legacy of the choirs, now twisted into a perverse reality? My heart ached with an uneasy truth. The angels were supposed to protect us, but instead, they had become our nightmares. "Ben!" Lily yanked my arm, pulling me closer as another explosion rattled the ground. "We can't look back. We need to move." I could see it, the fear etched deep into her eyes, a mirror of my own terror. We were not heroes, we were terrified children masquerading as adults, forced into a world that had forgotten compassion. With each step, I felt the weight of the past pressing down on us, each footfall resonating with the echoes of the choirs, with their promises and their betrayals. I remember how, in the dark corners of my mind, I thought I could outrun the shadows. But shadows have a way of following you, don't they? They cling like memories, reminders of what we fear to forget. As we ran, I felt the shadows shift, morphing into figures that danced and lunged at the edges of my vision. My breath came in ragged gasps, each inhalation laced with the scent of smoke and fear. Then there was a scream, the haunting cry that pierced the air, sending chills down my spine. It was a sound of pure despair, and it gripped me like a vice. My mind raced, images flashing, angels wielding swords, their blades heavy with the weight of judgment. "Lily! We have to go." I grabbed her hand, but she was frozen, eyes wide, staring into the chaos. "Ben, look," she whispered, voice trembling. I followed her gaze, and there it was, a figure standing amidst the flames, wings unfurled, the light glowing around it like an otherworldly halo. But it was wrong. The figure was not divine, it radiated dread, not peace. The light hurt my eyes, and I felt my heart racing, pounding against my ribcage as if it wanted to escape. "Is that?" I whispered, the words lodged in my throat. "It can't be," she breathed, but the truth hung heavy between us like a noose. The choir was here, their legacy manifesting in a way we had never imagined. And we were not ready for what would come next. With every heartbeat, I felt the pull of the past, the weight of their stories, the burden of their legacies. We were caught in a dance with the supernatural, and the music was a symphony of screams. I felt the darkness closing in, wrapping around us, and the only thing I could think was that we had to move, had to fight. "Run!" I shouted, pulling Lily into the fray, the shadows swirling around us, whispers rising to a fever pitch, drowning out the cries of the world. But as we dashed through the night, I could still hear the echoes of the choirs, their promises of redemption twisted into a cruel mockery of our reality. This was not just a fight for survival, it was a confrontation with the very essence of what we believed. The angels had come not to save us, but to ensnare us in their legacy, a legacy that had become a haunting refrain, an echo that would never fade. And as we ran, gasping for breath, we knew this was just the beginning.